Damn, you all are fast today, man. How is everyone? Let me know how the sounds are and all of that shit. Let's do that. Also, I desperately need to clean my desk. I have so much fucking junk on it, man. It's okay. No, if you want louder music or anything like that, just let me know. Yeah, it actually helps if I'm activated my virtual machine when I'm trying to put in the fucking password. So what is everyone doing? Enjoying the weekend, the summer? Is anyone on summer holidays? Or what are you all up to? I have vacation in about 2 weeks. I get my week's vacation that I have asked for. There's probably some updates, right? Da 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 da. Oh yeah, there's updates. Oh, it's just Python Samba. So not that important. Let's update all. There you go. That's it. What's my opinion about Linux on mobile phones? Well, I don't really care. I really don't think there is a market for anything other than iOS and Android at the moment. Sadly enough. Because the mobile market is so closed down from a hardware standpoint and a software standpoint that they need to be really good friends to work with each other. You know, hardware vendors lock down their hardware really fucking crazy. And they don't want to open up their stuff, for lack of a better word. So yeah, it's a tough market to be in, and I think the way that it is now with mobile developers, like hardware developers doing their thing, and Android being good at what they are doing, and iOS and Apple do their thing, I think the only market there is different versions of Android, basically. And it also adds to fragmentation on the mobile markets of different operating systems. That means fragmentation for development efforts. You know, let's say you want Discord, you now have to make sure it works on the iOS, Linux, or another mobile operating system and Android. So it's going to have the problem that Linux have on the desktop is that they're just going to support the big 2-3 guys and girls, you know, projects, and stick with that. Because that's where the users are and that's where the money is. It's a little bit like making a movie. You know, like making a Godfather look-alike movie. And expect people to watch your not so well-produced movie in the Godfather nature with not so well-known actors instead of watching the real deal. That's kind of where Linux is sitting on the desktop also, is that we are like not even the B movie, we are the CD movie, and we expect people that want, you know, Hollywood quality to go and watch our movie when we're not delivering Hollywood quality, for lack of better terms and words and what have you not. So yeah, I it's interesting, you know, there's a lot of things going on, there's some interesting projects, but I don't think it will go anywhere, to be honest. I don't think it will go anywhere. I saw something in here that I found really interesting. GoTop is actually a really cool thing. Where is it? Welcome back, Lamer. Where? Oh, here it is. Thunderbird's update. I really like this. It looks like it's an Electron app now. Yeah, but that's yeah, no, I don't. They still lock that shit down, man. They still will lock that shit down. That's kind of the problem with it all. Like it's the same with Nvidia open sourcing their driver, where Distro, like, honestly, I am sure that when he read about Nvidia open sourcing their drivers, he would have bought every fucking Kleenex supply that he could get in his vicinity, and he used it all within like 2 hours. You know, his apartment or house or where he lives would be, there would be Kleenex on walls, on ceilings, in book covers, in under the seat, on the seat. He would have fucking plastered Kleenex all over the place with his chiz on it when he read that. And here's the thing, it's not going to matter. It's not going to do anything for gaming on the, well, it probably is going to do a little bit, but it's not going to have the impact that you think it will have, and that he think it will have. Mostly because it's their industry cards that are getting the support first, and there are no deadline on when the consumer parts graphic card drivers is going to get support. And Ubuntu and SUSE are the only official supported distributions that are getting those code. Meaning that if you want it under Fedora, if you want it under Arch or any other distribution, it's up to the community to implement it. And it also means that if you have a problem with Nvidia cards under Arch or something like that, they can say, well, you're not using our official support distribution, so go fuck yourself. You know, so it's not going to have the impact that people think it will have. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to see people getting all, you know, horny and hot and bothered when stuff like that happens. And like, look, we took over the world, mom. Have anybody talked about Nvidia since then? Like, have anybody mentioned Nvidia? Not really. And that should say tell you everything you want to know. I think it's funny that people talking about Firefox snaps is slow ever since the last snaps update with Firefox. Firefox has been super fast opening. Breathe up from a cold boot. I am pissed off with the speed of snap packages myself. They need to go a lot of work into snap packages to make them consumer friendly. I am not a fan of the way snap packages are for the end consumer. But I am sure it will get there at some point. And Ubuntu as a core system is not slow because the snap package is slow. Like, I don't know what kind of fucking crystal meth you have to smoke to believe that, but yeah, it's... You guys should see the comment section on my videos about Ubuntu. It's fucking better than watching stand-up comedy. Like, some people are fucking delusional, man. Snaps gets better, man. Snaps gets better all the time. So do app images and so do flat packages. And I don't like any of them. I really don't. I don't like any universal package manager because I don't think any of them is being done right. But they are what we have, and I have my personal preference of which ones I want to use the most. I just wish we could settle on just one and make that amazingly good. I don't care if it's app images, flat packs, or snap. I don't care. Let's just settle on one and make it fucking amazeballs. instead of all of this, which one is better and fighting and all of that fucking shit. They say that Ubuntu is full of snaps and they only put snaps. Hey, I'm running Ubuntu right now. Let's see what snaps I have installed. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 snap packages installed. And I think I deleted Firefox myself. I'm not sure. I can't remember right now. I would probably also, this is what if this was my native, like running on my native hardware, I'm in a virtual machine right now, I would probably be snap install code. Oh, it's already installed. Sorry. Yeah, it's already installed. So, Spotify. I should just use sudo instead. Spotify. Come on, baby. As in slow snaps, I mean when you first... Yeah, I know what you mean, Lama. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's easy to get the Firefox deb file. I honestly just wish that pick one universal package format and let's all work to make it the best fucking thing it can be instead of bitching and moaning like fucking little spoiled children and toddlers, you know, that didn't get their fucking dessert because they didn't eat their vegetables. Like, we need to fucking grow up in the Linux community. We're acting like fucking spoiled children a lot of times. And I know people hate me for saying that, but it's the fucking truth. Hey, Rensan. I hate this hook, running configure hooks within snap packages. It takes forever. Oh, there you go. Let's do Discord. That's also one that I would be running for my snap packages. Yeah, I've heard about that, Peter. I've seen that. So, if we do a snap list again, this is how my hey Red Gamer, this is how my Ubuntu install would look like if I ran it on bare metal. These are the snaps that I would have installed. The bare code or the bare snap packets, the code, the Virtual Studio Code, Core 18, Core 20, Discord, the GNOME ones, GTK, Common Theme, and Spotify. These are the ones that I would be running. So let's go and start up the snaps right now. So we have code, that must be development. Now we have code. Let's do Spotify. And Spotify is from a cold boot. I just installed it. And let's do... Where do they put... Where's Discord at? Is it games? No. Internet, Discord. And this is also a cold boot. Not that slow. Not fast, but not that slow, to be honest. Like, Spotify and Discord was both cold startups. And now it wants us to log into to Discord. Not that slow, if you ask me. Could it be fast? Of course it could. I'm not saying that it's as fast as a native package format. But this is like what I would be running on my native system if I was running snap packages. And I run these. I run Discord, Code, and Spotify on any distribution I run as my main system. Like if I'm running Arch, I'm installing these 3 snap packages. If I'm running Fedora, I would install these 3 snap packages. If I'm running Manjaro installed these 3 snap packages. Why? Because Spotify is being maintained and developed by the official Spotify developers. Code is being built and maintained by Microsoft themselves as a snap packages, and Discord is built and maintained by the official Discord developers. Meaning, this here is where you will see updates the fastest and first for these 3 programs. The Spotify Snap program is the one getting everything first. The Code Snap program is the one getting everything first. The Discord Snap program is the one getting everything first. Everyone else is playing catch up. So I am a big component of running software versions of software packages that are being done by the official developers. Not a community member, but the official developers. Because they should know what they are doing, to be honest, you know. And it's also, in theory, where you should be getting the latest updates the fastest and first. And then everyone else is playing catch up. It's true, but it's also hard to wrangle a community full of such varying and strong opinions. No, it's not. The community just needs to understand that their opinion is not facts. An opinion is just an opinion. It's not a fact. In my snaps, the closest being that only one only one package format. Mainly, I just recommend Ubuntu. I do think the snaps are the most used universal package format. I agree, people hate Windows because they are a big Linux fan, but they don't make any money. We have to work together and give. We don't have to give snaps a chance. We just have to work together in a unified way. Like I say this a lot, but the Linux community is the only community that is at war with everyone and itself. What distribution are you using? Systemd, not Systemd, deb versus RPM, snap versus flat packages. We are in a constant war within ourselves to find what is best for Linux. No other FreeBSD is not like that, Haiku is not like that, Windows is not like that, Mac is not like that, and we can't understand why we can't get a footing in the industry. Well, it's because we can't we can't do anything unified. And we are stronger together than apart. It's a cliche, but it's right. But Linux cannot be together because they yeah. I don't get why people hate snaps. Any other package format is the same. If people hate snaps because they have an opinion and you think their opinion is a fact, or they like what some content creator is saying. The first thing I used to do on Ubuntu was to remove snapd and install flat packages. I used to do the same, to be honest, back in the day. They are improving it also in almost every build. Look, snap versus now and before. Exactly. I still think Ubuntu is more user-friendly than Fedora, especially for new users. I would agree, Jan. Now I need MS Office to be on snaps, and I'm a happy boy. I think a lot of people do that. Which YouTuber started the Fedora trend? I think it would be a mix between 3 YouTubers: DistroTube, Chris Titus Tech, and Tech Hot. Those 3 content creators, they made somewhat a lot of Fedora videos quite close to each other. The Linux Experiment, let's put him in there also. Those 4 really, really big YouTubers started to talk a lot about Fedora in the beginning of this year at kind of the same time. So that built up the hype and the echo in the echo chamber. So it's not just one, it's kind of, you know, those 4 I would put into the category. They were kind of the ones that really pushed Fedora like in the beginning. If you don't like snaps, just get deb-get package on Ubuntu. Yeah, you could do that. Linux Experiment, I have a playlist called the Fedora Train. The oldest video is from him. Yeah, I think he was the first one that kind of made the first really popular video about Fedora. And then the others, but you know, one guy rarely starts an echo chamber. or an echo in an echo chamber. It's if enough big or important people do it at kind of the same time, and that's what happened. Is that, let's just say the Linux experiment did it first, and then DistroTube and Chris Tides Tech and TechHot, they kind of followed up not long after, and then it echoed out to the users, and they got influenced by the influencers. You know, the marketing worked, for lack of a better word. I know that it's we don't like that we are that easily influenced, but we are. You know, we are that easily influenced. I like the auto update feature of snaps. The same here. I'm new on Ubuntu. Ubuntu is great, man. Add the Destination Linux into the mix. They talked a lot about, yeah, but I don't think Destination Linux have the same reach though. DistroTube doesn't cover Fedora. Oh, he mentioned Fedora once in a while. DistroTube. He has. Well, it started with the Linux YouTubers, and then the community got noticed of it. Because here's the thing with humans, monkey see, monkey do. So if a couple of big YouTubers are promoting something, they follow because, well, they are popular, we must be doing what they are doing. And then the community take over the hype train, basically. I'm trying to install Pirate. Having error on Pirate. What is the error saying? Why not try AUR or some same crap? I don't like the AUR. It's a mess. Choo tips his Fedora. Yeah, I heard it from Business and Linux Unplugged, and everyone. Yeah, there's a lot of other people talking about Fedora, but I would say that those 4 are like the ones that really kicked it off. Yeah, DistroTube did review Fedora, yeah. AU is same crap as any other package manager. Yeah. Yeah, I know DistroTube is an arts fanboy. But he did also talk about Fedora for a little while. I did use the AUR when I was on arts, because they had some programs that I needed. Like DaVinci Resolve and stuff like that. I just don't like the way that it's done, because you have to do a lot of work to make sure that you're running it in the best possible way, and I don't want to be a system administrator to run distribution. I was choosing the first distro of myself and came to Fedora a couple of weeks before YouTube Pi started. Fedora is a good fucking distribution. Like, I love Fedora, it's great. It's a fucking great distribution. It's just funny that people just realize it now because some YouTubers talked about it. And then they don't realize that they got influenced by some YouTubers. that they hopped on a hype train, and there's nothing wrong with it. We all do it. We all get hyped for a new movie or game, or, you know, we all buy into the fucking hype train, but denying it is delusional at best. I think the Fedora started more use when they added GNOME 40. Back then the repos growth. Yeah, I think GNOME 40 has a big part of it also, of course. Thanks, Easy Gamer. I still follow the hype train. We all follow hype trains, man. Like, it's how we are as humans. We all are what's it called? Susceptible to hype. DistroTube is a type of guy that just loves Linux and never tried Windows and Android. He has no clue how system operates. He loves Linux so much that he gets delusional. What's happened here? Thanks, Gorilla, for the subscription. Yeah, he's so in love with Fedora. Fedora. With Linux and FOSS and open source that he's delusional. Like, he's sniffing his own copium. And that's a fucking problem. Well, I use Fedora because it's the least system that break the last systems that break my software. I don't know what I did, but using, for example, Ubuntu broke my software. Yeah, if that's the experience you have, go for it, my dude. Distro installs a distro, click through the default apps, look at page top, and calls it a review. Yeah, that's how 99% of distribution reviews are. Sadly enough. In my opinion, Fedora is really good, but I don't feel like wasting time setting it up, where in Ubuntu the interface is really good and the out-of-the-box experience is great, and I will agree with you. Hello, TRT, thanks for replying to my comments. Even though we might not agree, we can at least agree to not agree. Yeah, exactly. I don't expect everyone to agreeing with me at all. And if people can back their ideas and their comments up with facts and stuff like that, I'm all for it. Most people don't need to use the AUR with chaotic AUR enabled, only maintained and popular packages are kept. 2019 last release in 2015. What are you talking about, AK? I lost it. Just if the link to donate for mine project in the video description doesn't work anymore. Oh, it don't? Oh, well. I have to let's let's be honest, the GYX is the only distro that matters. Yeah. Tempelo versus Spather. Yeah, I need to check that with the Mind. But yeah, if you want to donate to Mind, just go on to their website. I think I would just take away the donation link then. And then keep their website up there. They do some great work, Minds. I've been doing YouTube since 2012 or 13. And I've always had a link to the Mind project ever since then. It's kind of like those Serbs that hardcore Serbs that like me a lot. Let's not go into to that. And now I have to, Moritz, I have to take that comment away, because we can't talk about that shit here. Because if YouTube see comments like that with with kids and stuff like that, you can get banned and I can get banned. So let's keep that out of the way, okay? Let's not talk about those kind of things in here, because YouTube is really strict when it comes to anything related to war and permanent ending, and especially if it's something towards kids. You could, if you don't know it, I'm just saying it. I'm just explaining why I have to delete it. I have nothing against you. If you didn't know it, it's fine. I just want to, explain it, so if other people see it and wonder what's going on, they kind of know it, because I know you was trying to make an example, but YouTube is really finicky with that fucking shit. Like, YouTube is really being anal, especially right now with this whole Russia-Ukraine stuff, If you just mention it, they demonetizing you. Luckily enough, I don't monetize my live streams. Nick in the I don't recommend Ubuntu video said that Ubuntu release model is bad, but they are exactly the same with Fedora, with the example of the LTS. Exactly, Peter. What made me like Fedora was more up-to-date GNOME, Pipewire, BTFS. Yeah, they are more updating more aggressively, yeah. I feel like Linux Experiment does reviews better. He's one of the few ones. Him and Tyler Tech, they do kind of okay distribution reviews, but they are cookie cutter. They are all the same. To be honest, TempleOS is more really is a really interesting. TempleOS is like, if you think about it, TempleOS was done by one fucking guy. Like, and he had mental health issues on top of that. And he still managed to do what he did. Like, most people in the world could not do that. Like, honestly, 99% of people in the world could not do that. I like what Fedora is doing with Silverblue. I'm not that into those containerized and immutable systems and stuff like that. But yeah, I get you. Nothing DV. It turns out YouTube live chat is not Discord. Yeah, even Discord is getting really fucking anal about a lot of things. I've seen a lot of people getting into troubles of relatively harmless shit being done in their Discord. Have you ever tried Nix OS or Nix Package Manager? I've installed it once and then you don't have to, Morris. You don't have to shut your mouth. You just keep it grandma friendly, if you get what I'm saying. I like Arch, Fedora, and OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed. I like all distributions, to be honest. Hey, Seven, how are you, man? Do you think that PowerShell will kind of burn Linux population? I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think people really care that much about PowerShell, to be honest. Other than Windows administrators. I have trouble getting Ubuntu running on my laptop. I do have to pass some kernel parameters to get my touchpad to work, though. Yeah, some distributions have problems with that, and that's because some kernel modules or drivers is not supported or enabled and stuff like that by default, and it's a bitch. Yo, is flaggers and blacklisted word? Just checking. Look at it like this. If you think what you're about to say could be flagged or the word could be banned, don't do it. Don't try to circumvent it. Don't try to be smart. Rephrase what you think you're going to say and use other examples. Because if you already know or already suspect that what you're going to say is not allowed, it probably is not allowed by default. Just assume it by default. If like, should I say these words? Should I do this in a chat? And it goes for any chat or any public place. Could this get me into problems? If you're leaning towards yes, then don't do it. You get what I'm saying? Because it probably will get you in troubles at some point. You don't hate distributions. What about Zorin and Elementary OS? I don't hate Elementary OS. I just think that they are doing I don't see a market for it. Zorin OS, I don't hate them, but I don't want to talk about them. I don't hate the distribution. I hate the people making it. I hate the things they do. I actually think Zorin OS is a great distribution. I just don't want to recommend it or talk about it because of the developers. I used to run Zorin as my main system until I realized what kind of dubious shit the developers are doing. So yeah, you get what I'm saying here. Why people dislike to work with USBs? I have Linux on a USB and it works fine. Some people just have, different preferences, I guess. No, it's just that my comment failed to send. I want to be sure that YouTube is being... Oh yeah, YouTube can be a fucking idiot. Also, Canonical has been focusing more on desktop since they got profitable. Of course they have. When I first install new popular Linux distribution, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the arrow logs is always full of shit. Oh, they don't. Like I said, I haven't used Zorin in ages, like in 5 years or something like that. So, if they don't have a way to upgrade between major releases, that's a fucking massive problem, man. Any references of what's happening with the Zorin devs? They are taking credits for other people's work. Is the most kind way I can say it. For me, Ubuntu is great for any new users. Yep, you have said that. look up. You might. I have looked at NICs and stuff like that. I need something to drink. I'm getting cotton mouth here. I have looked into those NICs and NICs OS and what have you not. It's just not something that interests me. Like, honestly, I'm not that into distributions anymore. They don't speak. I don't care about distributions anymore. Because the fact is that when we're talking about, take care, Peter. When it comes to distributions, you cannot do anything right, and everything you are doing is wrong. So I stop. I run what I like to run, and that's it. I don't care about new technologies and all of those kind of things. I don't care about new distributions or this distribution versus that distribution, because it's one of those cans of worms within Linux that no matter what you do, you're always wrong and they are always right, and I just don't want to deal with that shit. You know, that it's just what it is. I did my own research and decided on switching to Fedora in September last year before all the YouTube jump in. That's amazing, Ransom. I help you out. Telemetry is a type of distro that almost like GNOME, so I don't see the point. Well, I have some other problems with Elementary OS, but they are political problems. So I don't want to discourage other people from running Elementary OS because I don't agree with how they are trying to push politics if you don't have a problem with it. Chris C, thanks for the subscription. Ubuntu is a great distro for anyone who just wants to get work done. Exactly. And it has great hardware support. Exactly. Ubuntu is the Linux distro pretty much. Yeah, we can debate that. The great distro wars and the communities are so precious. I want to do my thing. Yeah. Or poisonous, sorry, yeah. Yeah, we don't have to focus on. I stopped doing it, man. I don't daily drive Linux at the moment. I have not daily drive Linux since 2021. I've not had a need, and it sounds crazy, but yeah, I don't have a need. How are they pushing politics? Well, I can give you one example. One example here. Oh, I was about to spill water all over the place. Here. The thoughtful, capable, and ethical replacement for Windows and Mac OS. Let's look up what ethical means. Relating to a moral principle or branch of knowledge dealing with these. So, Elementary, you are not morally correct if you are not using Elementary OS. They regard Elementary OS to be morally higher than any other distribution and Windows and Mac OS. Basically, they are telling you that you are not ethical. You're not an ethical, moral person for using Windows and Mac OS. They are looking down on you. They're being condescending towards you, and it's a specific political leanings way of thinking. I don't want to say what it is. You can research that yourself. We don't want to talk about it. But you get what I'm trying to say here. If someone is looking down on other people for the choices they make that are not hurting anyone, I don't like them. And why are they doing this? Because they are pushing a political agenda. And I don't think software should be used to push political agendas. If you want to do political activism, become a fucking politician. Don't be a software developer. Don't be a fucking clothes designer. Don't be a mechanic. If you want to push politics, become a politician. Okay? Rant over. I like hearing the new technologies in Linux mainly because I've been using Linux since 2000. You guys are all babies, man, when it comes to Linux. I do like listening to new Linux technologies. I agree with you on distros. I respin Ubuntu and Arch. It's really the same thing. Yeah, in the end, it's Linux is Linux to some extent. Let me honest, depending on what you're doing with your PC, you might find one. Of course, choosing a distribution is like choosing your clothes. For you and what you are doing, some distro may be better than another one. And that's kind of what I like about Linux to some extent, but it's a hassle for new users. But I like that I can sit down and I can try hundreds of distributions to find the one that fits my need the best. But I have to go through that journey, and most people don't want to go through that journey. And that's kind of, you know, it's like, should they or should they not debate? You know, is it good for Linux or bad for Linux that you have to go through that journey? And like I said, there are great viewpoints and arguments on both sides. Great. But fragmentation has never been a good thing for any market, especially this fragmented. I know I'm late, but I'm here. Hey, humans. Enemies have went from 2 people distro to 1 person distro. There's been some drama. Yeah, there's been some maybe not drama, more like loss of interest in the project, because they are still good friends as far as I know. They just one of them just moved away for greener pastures, as they say. Use the toolchain that works for you. Exactly. Will you make a video on Linux Mint 20? I probably won't. I stopped doing Linux distribution reviews and stuff like that. If I do them, I will maybe do it just to make fun of it or something like that. I do like making the art distribution review and just make fun of the distribution for the sake of entertainment. I do like Linux Mint. I think Linux Mint is great, man. Yeah, I don't think that does not. I think that does not make any sense. If you have Windows 95% of the world, it's best to say thank you. It's best to say thank you using elementary rules. The state will make you go down, and owner ditch them. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying, and I think I'm agreeing with you, Morris. Hey, Wells, how are you, man? What do you think about Windows Manager? Can they help you better understand Linux due to the in-depth configuration required? No. They will help you understand the Windows Manager that you are using, not Linux. If you want to understand Linux, there's only one place to do it. And that is understanding what's going on here. Understanding the configuration files. Understanding what all of these things here means. You know, understanding the kernel, understanding the user land, the sub-libraries, understanding how it handles hardware and I/O inputs and memory management, process management, config management, and all of those fucking kind of things. That's how you learn Linux. You want to learn about Linux? Learn about the kernel. That's Linux. Everything else is just a program. So, no. That's also why you don't learn Linux by installing Arch the Arch way, or you don't learn about hardware, because you're only learning to install Arch. That's it. I'm not saying that Ubuntu Debian ain't for gamers. I'm just saying games benefit from single rolling release. There are benchmarks out there, and there are plenty of benchmarks out there that will disprove to you that rolling release versus static releases have a massive benefit towards gaming. Because the difference between distributions nowadays with gaming, on average, there may be the odd game that runs better on one distribution than another distribution. But on average, if you take benchmark all of the Linux games, all of the games that run on Linux, on all distributions, and you take the average, there's not that big difference on what distribution you're running. It has not that big of a difference. It's not that big of a difference. But there are of course some games out there that just run better on one distribution than another. And if you are running that game, you should and you're running mainly that game, you should of course choose the distribution that run that game the best. But looking from a gaming standpoint, Steam Valve is they only support Ubuntu. You know, the officially supported Linux distribution from Valve is their own Arch Linux distribution, of course, and Ubuntu. Nvidia officially support SUSE and Ubuntu. You kind of see what I'm getting at here. So those people are working with Ubuntu to make their software run better on Ubuntu and not Arch Linux and not SUSE and not, you know, Solus and all of those distributions. So from a support standpoint, it makes sense to run officially supported distributions for what if you're a gamer, for example. Hello, Esnik. Ubuntu's making snap versions of Steam. It's supposed to give you a better experience when Steam gaming. I don't know. I haven't seen that, to be honest. Don't you think Solus is going downhill, or will it keep its niche and niche but stable play? I think Solus, they need to do something fast because people are starting to lose interest in it. Mint is a solid middle of the road choice. Exactly. Udemy is a great tool to learn. It is. I have learned a lot in Udemy. A lot of people love the fucking arts respins. Hey Esnik, just start looking into your arts. Easy arts, great work. Sorry for being ignorant about you, but if you're not using Linux, then what OS are you currently using as your main OS? No problem. I'm running Windows 11. My host system is Windows 11 because there are some things that I like to do. There are some games I like to play. There are some software I like to use for my content creation that only works under Windows or run massively better and more stable and faster under Windows. So it makes sense to then use Windows as my host machine, and everything I do with Linux, coding, compiling, researching, testing, I can do in a virtual machine, so I run Linux in a virtual machine. I guess he's not talking about performance, but more like hardware support for games, as they tend to use new CPUs, so rolling releases may be better there. No hates, there's something called backporting and firmware importing into older kernels. So you can be running a let's say kernel 5.15, but you can still have the same hardware support that's in 5.18 because you can backport it in with firmware updates and modules and stuff like that. The only thing you may be missing out is a better way of handling, let's say, memory management. SUSE do this a lot, like with OpenSUSE Leap. They backport in firmware almost weekly. You're getting firmware updates for hardware. I'm not a developer, no. There is one that actually makes a difference. That's the Ubuntu project that is focused on gaming content creators. It's maintained by I know Claire's Eggroll. And like I said, you can always find, and this is kind of what I hate a little bit about having a debate with people, is that don't get what they are talking about, is that you can always find an edge case or an obscure case that will back up your claim. But just because one is doing it, or one thing is doing it, or one outlier is like that don't mean that everything else is that way. We have to distinguish between what is the rule and what is the exception of the rule. Because we can always find the exception to the rule and then say, oh, look at this. Yeah, but that's the exception. There is some really, really crazy circumstances that makes that outside of the rule set. And we have to focus on what is the common experience. What is the average experience? And nerds have a really hard time of doing that. To be honest, if you have to guess, if Microsoft got Office to support Linux, they support Ubuntu. Yeah, of course they will support Ubuntu and Red Hat and SUSE. Those are the three biggest distributions in the world. Solus is a good project, don't worry. I like Solus. I am rooting for Solus. I don't see how you hate Ubuntu. That's like hating on Windows and they making you money. I don't hate on Ubuntu. I love Ubuntu. I'm running Kubuntu right now. You're looking at... This is my main virtual machine. This is the virtual machine I run the most. Kubuntu. followed by either Fedora, Manjaro, or Tumbleweed. I would probably say Tumbleweed and then Manjaro/Fedora. One of those two at a third place. But the last 6 months I've been running this the most. This is where I do all my hobby coding. This is where I do most of my research. This is the one I spend most time in when I am running Linux in a virtual machine. And that is Ubuntu. If I should install Linux on my physical hardware right now, it will probably be Ubuntu. I do have a laptop, an old MacBook Pro that's running Manjaro. So, yeah, you could say that I'm running Manjaro, but I don't use it that much. I use it once in a while. But yeah, I just installed Manjaro on it, and yeah, it's I just kept it there. No problem. Hey, I have a friend who still runs Slackware. Slackware is great if you have the time to run it. It still gets the job done. Yeah, it does. You can't escape Windows if you are a developer or someone that use PCs heavily. I will agree. Or maybe I'm just not smart enough to do the tricks myself. No, you know what? We all are fucking stupid apes when it comes to monkeys at the end of the day. But remember that backporting still takes a bit of time, which giving rolling releases a very small time of being ahead. Humans, that's not even the case. Like Ubuntu and those kind of distributions, they get it almost at like probably maybe an hour after, you know, Arch Linux get it or something like that. Recently found your channel and really like the down-to-earth attitude you have. I agree with a lot of your points you make, especially that on the Ubuntu which hunt that the YouTube Linux community is doing. Yeah, thank you so much, Fabian. I thought Glorious Egg Rolls was a local Chinese restaurant. It actually is. I just got egg rolls from it last night. Delicious. Have you heard about Windows 12 coming in 2024? That I highly doubt. That will make no sense. That's against everything that Microsoft have ever done before. The only reason I could see Windows 12 coming this fast is because they are taking out the TPM requirement. I mean, anyone. Sorry. Oh, it's okay, Morris. Yeah, that's the only reason why I could see them do that. But hey, they can just take it away from Windows 11, the TPM requirement. It's not that. Well, it's not. I'm about to say it's not that difficult, but yeah, of course it takes. You know, it takes development time. What browser do you use on your Windows 11 machine? I have a video called why I use 4 browsers and Q&A. I recommend that you go watch that. It's like a week or so old, I think. You can find it in my. It's not that old, and I explain what browsers I'm using and why I'm using them. MS Office I don't think will ever come to Linux. I think it will at some point. It's one of those programs that I would not be surprised to see running on Linux, MS Office, because they're doing most of it in the cloud anyway nowadays. How is it to install a minimum Slackware? It's really fucking easy, and it's really, really, really great. Yeah, indeed, that's what I heard as well. Always remember that Windows 10 is the best Windows there will be. I like if you take away the TPM requirement from Windows 11, I like Windows 11 better than Windows 10, to be honest. He probably have old Secpro probably have a video about that. Minutes. I thought it would make sense for Microsoft to release a new version of Windows every 3 to 4 years. They don't have to rewrite the entire OS. Yeah, but the problem is that then they will have so many Windows that they need to support, Windows versions that they need to support, because companies don't just change because there's a new version of Windows out there. That's why we tend to see Windows staying around for a long time is because, you know, I think it's about 5 years on average that we have a version of Windows, 5 to 6 years. And then we get a new one. And it's just, and it's because of the corporate world, to be honest. They don't like change. They don't like things changing that much because it means that they have to redo a lot of fucking things. Don't be surprised that they did the same with Windows 10. They said that this would be the final version, but guess what? Windows 11 is in our minds. Yeah, but again, Windows 10 came out in 2015, so we had Windows, or 14, I can't remember which year it was. So we had Windows 10 for close to a decade. They are bringing Windows 12 because OEMs were happy with it. I guess the sales is high. Right now it's just rumored for Windows 12, but it do seem it's yeah. If it's a here's the thing. I don't take rumors to mean anything at all. I don't believe them. I rarely read them. I don't listen to them because they mostly, it's the closest to a factual base they have is that they have heard someone talking about it while taking a shit that happens to work for Microsoft or something in that nature. Rumors are rumors for a reason. I don't care about anything unless there's an official statement. That's then I believe it. Until then, I don't believe any of it. Mark my words, within our lifetimes, we will see a Windows using the Linux kernel. We will not. Because if Windows is going to use the Linux kernel, every fucking software vendor that's supporting Linux right now have to rewrite their software. Or Windows have to build a really good compatibility layer for running old hardware, like, you know, Rosetta for Mac OS. Do you really think Microsoft can handle that? We probably, like, in theory, we already have Windows with a Linux kernel, but it's only running Linux software. I could see a world where we had a dual kernel system. You know, where Windows subsystem for Linux is becoming so integrated into Windows that it's running natively. You know, that, okay, I'm starting up a Windows program, I'm running the Windows kernel. I'm starting up a Linux program, I'm running the Linux kernel. That I could see happening. Running a dual kernel operating system. That I could see, but running only Linux, no. Because that means that trillions of dollars in revenue companies are going to have to rewrite everything that they do, and Windows is too fucking big for that. Mac can do it because Mac is like still a kind of small company and still don't have the same of supported users as Windows have. So just for that fact alone, they will not do it. Some companies still have XP systems. There's some still companies running the old Atari, whatever the fuck it was called, a big blue box. Have you tried Chrome OS? I don't really see a point of... I have not tried Chrome OS, no. Slackware has a great jokes behind... Yeah, I do like Slackware. I used to main Slackware in the early 2000s. Some banks used to use OS 2. And they probably still are. Windows 10 was going to be the only Windows OS. Now we got Windows 11. Yeah, like I said, until it's been officially announced, I don't believe anything. And again, I always look at past history to gauge future history. And Windows have never released an OS, or well, they did with the Windows ME and then Windows 2000, but in the last 2 decades, Windows have never released a new version of Windows this fast after they already released one. So alone that metrics say that that will not be the case. Windows 10 was going to be... I read that. I don't see why they should make Windows 11. It's crap. It's just crap versus. I again take away the TPM. I think Windows 11 is a better operating system. Maybe Windows 11X or 1.11.1. That I could see. I could see a Windows 11.x or 11.12. I can see that, or a Windows 11 Service Pack, whatever. That I could see. But then again, Windows 11 was going to be Windows 10 update code and Song Valley. I think, yeah, it started out like that, but then it changed so much with the operating system that they might as well just give it technically Windows is running two kernels. No, it's not running two kernels. It's not running the Linux kernel all the time. It's only running the Windows kernel, the Linux kernel, when you're booting it up like a VM. So it will be like saying that if you're running Windows in a virtual machine, you're running two kernels. Windows subsystem for Linux is a highly optimized virtual machine. So it's not running the Linux kernel all the time. It's only running it when you have to run it. When the NT kernel is running 24/7. Windows 11 is just a Mac reskin. If you think that is the case, you have so much that you still need to learn about Windows. So much. Like, I thought the same. I will admit, when I saw them announce Windows 11 and the way they did it, I was like, they're just rescaling Windows 10. Then I looked at all of the things, that they have done in the back end, what they have done with the kernels and, the drivers and all of that. For the way that they handle updates is totally different from Windows 10. And it's kind of like saying that Ubuntu 22.04 is just a reskin of Ubuntu 18.04 or Ubuntu 15.04. They have changed the code base so much from Windows 10 to 11 that, and that's why they called it Windows 11. Like Lane was said, they started out with this version of Windows 11 being just an update to Windows 10. But then they realized that they have basically not rewrote, but they have changed so much to the core system that it made sense to call it Windows 12 instead of Windows 11 instead of Windows 10. So yeah, like I said, I was one of those things that thought that in the beginning until I actually researched what the fuck was going on. Windows 11 makes no sense for me as a user. They cut out some functionality, arbitrarily change design and give nothing. Again, easy gamer, look into what Microsoft did to the code base, and you will see, most of the things they've done, you will not notice. And I think that's why people are confused, because you don't notice a lot of the changes that they've, look at it like this. DirectX 12 only works under Windows 11. There's a lot of new technologies that is just incompatible with Windows 10 from a code base on a code base level. MS will never want to replace the NT kernel with Linux kernel. No, but that's why I said that they will, if they are going to do something, you'll be running the NT kernel and you'll be running the Linux kernel simultaneously. That's the closest I will see being happening. The best Linux OS is Windows Manager. That makes no sense. I bet next to Fedora it's either Rocky, Void, or SUSE Tumbleweed. I like Tumbleweed better than any of those, to be honest. Windows subsystem for Linux is compatibility layer. Windows Subsystems 2 is a semi-VM. Yeah, it's still just a highly optimized virtual machine. It really is. Will Windows Linux decrease? I can't read today. Will Windows plus Linux decrease Linux market share? So, you mean if Windows made Linux a Linux, or Windows was running all Linux programs, if that will decrease the Linux market share? Well, from developers, if you go and research development on the interwebs, Windows Subsystem for Linux have already made developers go away from having a virtual machine with Linux on it, or booting into Linux and just running Windows with subsystem for Linux. So yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux have already taken users away from Linux. Yeah, it has already. Is it more than Linux have gained? I don't know, but it has taken developers away. What are you sorry about? Gorilla GTK is more like GUI. Windows managers are more like Xorg. Oh, yeah, no, that's not the case, Mo. It's GTK and those kind of things are a tool set. They are wrapper. Just like TK Inter and stuff like that. I still like this. It's a joke. I do like that new logo up here. Lenovo latest ThinkPad only boots Windows by default. What's the problem with that though? Like batch of AMD ThinkPads are unable to boot anything but Windows operating systems by default. Oh, it's a UEFI thingy again. Oh. While Windows Subsystem for Linux is admittedly a cool feature, still Windows spyware and all. Funnily, Windows 11 is what made me seriously deep into Windows, and I use Ubuntu, works super well for me. Welcome to Linux, and it's amazing that you're using Linux, but what the fuck are you doing on YouTube if you're so afraid of spyware and stuff like that? Like, you can't be... I'm sorry to say it, but ditching Windows for the sake of privacy and spyware and telemetry, it's like having an ocean, and you take a cup of water out of the ocean and now say there's no more water in the ocean. If you care about privacy, if you care about spyware, if you care about those kind of things, you have to care about it in your life and not just on Windows, because if you don't care about it in your day-to-day life, it has no impact if you're running Windows or not. The only time that will have a benefit is that if you, on top of ditching Windows, don't have a Google account, don't have a social media account, are not on most internet and websites, don't have a credit card and stuff like that, now it all adds up to becoming so. You don't have a mobile phone. Now it all adds up to meaning something. But running, like, here's this is how simple I can show you that it was silly jab on my part. Yeah, that's fine and all, but there are fucking people believing that. So I will now prove to you that Linux have built-in telemetry and data exchange to a third party that is controlled by a third party that you have no idea about how they're handling your information. Are you guys ready? I want to read your comments, and then I will show you how Linux is taking telemetry and all distributions is doing it. Ubuntu is cool if you like it, exactly. I mean, Windows managers being best. Okay, I got your Moritz. Pop! OS is the best alternative to Ubuntu Pop! OS is amazing. I love Pop! OS. I'm not a software engineer, so I can't judge Windows 10 versus Windows 11 progress objectively, but then again, I don't care. Fair enough. I see changes like that you can't drag and drop a file into the taskbar. I've done that. I think you still can do that. Some context menus became inconsistent, etc., and even if some code base is different, I can't appreciate yeah. I don't know what to say to that. What to think about it. I thought you don't need a TTK since it's streaming running Windows if you're running Windows managers. You need a TTK if the developer coded their program to run in TTK. Just like you need Qt if the developer have coded their program to run in Qt. Pop OS versus Linux Mint. I'm a Pop OS guy. Privacy is like an onion, it has layers. Yeah, but if you're only taking away one layer, it don't matter. It don't matter at all. Record it. Add to this program with the new... the TPM on the Windows 11, I am 1000% agreeing with you guys on. But I also understand why we have it, but I also understand why it's fucking irritating that we have it. So, I'm going to show you guys that Linux is a telemetry and data exchange fucking nightmare. And the data that they are taking is being handled by a third party that you have no idea how they're handling your information. Are you ready? So I'm doing sudo apt update. So what I'm doing right now, I'm communicating with servers that in this case is being done, one of them by Ubuntu, it looks like. Some of them is on a Danish server and some of them is by Launchpad. And what I just did right now is I sent data to a server that then took telemetry and data and information about my computer, like what packages I have on, how old is my database, are there any new packages in that database. They probably also know my IP address, they probably also know my MAC address. And all of that is being handled by, it looks like, I have also Google servers enabled here. So it's being handled by 1, 2, 3, 4 different servers that are being hosted probably by 4 different companies that you have no idea how they handle said information. I just done some telemetry and data exchange to that server. And I have no idea how they are handling that information. They could be selling it, they could be taking statistics, they could be taking data, how many are connected to our servers. They could have been saying that, okay, we are seeing so and so many people from this area of Denmark coming to our servers, and they could be selling that to whoever. So yeah, Linux is not as bad as Windows, but Linux still do all of the things we don't like Windows is doing. They are just doing it only 5 or 10%. Or 50% as much as Windows are. But I just did a task that could only be done if telemetry was a thing and data exchange was a thing. And that they know who I am and I know who they are. They need to know me before they can give me updates. So I know this is like watered down compared to what Windows is doing, but don't fool yourself. You are still being tracked. So hating telemetry, you can't run anything you can't run any tech project. Hating data exchange, you can't run any technology at all. Being afraid of people knowing some basic information about you. You can't have any tech in your life at all. Any. This is what I say is that it's not about telemetry and data exchange and data collection. It's who do you trust with that data. I do trust these servers way more than I trust Microsoft with the data. You get what I'm saying here? I do trust Ubuntu with my data more than I trust Microsoft and Google with my data. We are in a world right now where it's not a matter of do they take telemetry and do they take data from us. It's about who do you trust with that data. Because they are already taking it. That ship has sailed, my friends. So now the debate should be like, who do you trust with it? And I will 1000% agree that I trust Linux distributions more than I trust Microsoft, Google, and Apple. 1000% agreeing with you. But all those peeps that are saying that, oh my god, I don't like telemetry and data exchange and data collection, and then they are on YouTube and Google and emails and social media and running Windows, Linux, I'm like, you're doing all of the things that you say that you hate. So it's not that you hate it, it's just that you don't trust them with your data. What are you guys saying here? I choose Ubuntu Mate. I think Mate is outdated, to be honest. I do think that with Linux you have more control over the privacy, but at the same time we should be honest, not everybody is going to lock down those distros fully. I have a video I recorded about the illusion of control over the software that you're running on Linux. I honestly don't think that you have more control. I do believe that you have the potential to have more control over the software. But most people have no control over the software, even if it's open source. They have more customizability, but they don't have more control. Telemetry is fine until they start showing ads in the start menu or file explorer. Yeah, Windows is not doing that yet. I don't know if they're going to do it, but they're not doing it right now. You mean you're not hosting your own... Oh, it jumped for me here. You mean you're not hosting your own mirrors? Yeah, I know, I'm a fucking bad nerd. Yeah, this is actually right. CPM was made since people are complaining to Windows about security issues. Yeah, and they do something about it now. People are bitching. You can never satisfy a nerd, man. Hey, I don't have internet, so I'm safe. Yeah, no internet, you're safe, dude, man. Tell that to my man, Richard Stallman. Yeah, Richard Stallman is a delusional old fucking nutcase, okay? Same with BitLocker, they try to secure Windows. Let's see Paul Allen's data. Yeah, let's do that. Just give me all your data already. No, my data is mine. Theoretically, with Nix, you could set up your own cache server with your fork mirrors of Nix packages. You made a good point. My friend and I did an open source app for school. And we had telemetry to collect which features the students preferred and which one the parents often used. Was that a porn site? Telemetry is essential unless it's used to exploit you. Yeah, sure, agree. Like I said, it's like now we're living in a world right now that we can't get away from data collection and telemetry. It's just about who do you trust with that data. And that's a debate that I will agree a lot with a lot of you guys on. Why is loyalty to why the loyalty to Ubuntu? The power of open source is you can use whatever you want. Why not be loyal to Ubuntu? Ask yourself this. Why should you not be loyal to Ubuntu? Ubuntu is single-handedly that distribution that have done the most for Linux and open source the last 1.5 decades. Like, no distributions have done more for Linux than Ubuntu have to this point. Ubuntu is probably is the distribution that have gotten most people into Linux, known about Linux, using Linux, have gotten most hardware vendors to support Linux, have worked closely with third-party developers to support Linux, have helped probably the most open source software projects to do Linux. And within Linux. So why should you not be loyal to them? It's a little bit like shitting in your own kitchen by hating Ubuntu, if you ask me. Or biting the hand that feeds you. Ubuntu, Red Hat, /Fedora, and SUSE, /OpenSUSE. Those 3 distributions, maybe Debian. So let's take Debian in there. Those 4 distributions or projects, organizations, are the ones that are keeping Linux alive. Without those, there will be no Linux that we know today. Those are the 4 big fucking daddies that are pimping everyone out, man. They are the ones controlling what's going on. And I will debate that the last 15 years, Ubuntu have been the top dog, if I can speak. And it probably still is in the next 5 years. As a developer, I say telemetry is always essential for a better user experience, developer understanding of the program. And I would agree 100,000%. I use it every day, mate. Okay, I might say so. Is that a porn site? Yeah. No Linux company has ever forced me to create an account. But there's a lot of open source projects that have. So, if you're having a mobile phone, you can use your mobile phone without having an account. Some will say that Android is Linux, so if you believe them, there is a Linux distribution, a company or open source company that have forced you to make an account. Maybe Mint, but it relies on Ubuntu obviously, and that the power of open source, because you can see the code and thus see what is shared, mostly just a thought. Yeah, here's the thing. I live 25 minutes away from the beach. So with your logic, because I live 25 minutes from the beach, I should be going to the beach all the time. Just because you can do something don't mean that you are doing something or people are doing that thing. And here's the thing, 99% of people that are using Linux and open source have no idea what to do with a source code. They don't understand it at all. Just because, like, you can also repair your own car. But most people don't. They don't want to acquire the knowledge. They don't want to deal with it. They let other people do it. And it's the same with Linux and open source. Just because you can, don't mean that you are. So yeah. Ubuntu and Manjaro KDE are my new recommendation. I do like Manjaro KDE. Fair enough. Red Hat is second with contribution. Red Hat is up there. Trust me, Red Hat is up there. And Red Hat before 2010 is Red Hat will probably also be regarded as one of the bigger contributors to Linux. I would say Red Hat is by far the greatest contribution to Linux over the entire history of Linux development. I would say on the server market, yes, with Red Hat, but in general, if you're talking Linux, like desktop Linux, IoT Linux, server Linux, and you talk about Linux in a general direction, I think Ubuntu have overtaken them. By far. But yeah, if we are talking server-only technologies, I would agree with you, yeah. Big company was actually the main reasons I choose Fedora OpenSUSE. I need that corporate policy. Hey, may laugh at it, but there is something about, you know, having a big sponsor behind you. I don't understand recommending Manjaro to new user, especially if you're on Nvidia. I've never had problems with Manjaro and Nvidia. That's just me though, so yeah. If you need arts, don't give Esnik a fucking ego boost, man. His ego bone is getting bigger and bigger each day, man. Like it end up being that next time you see an Esnik video, he has a life-size fucking poster of himself in the background with an arts logo as a crown, and he's laying on a leopard skin with champagne or probably a whiskey in his hand. And then have hashtag I use Easy Archer, by the way, or Easy Archer, or whatever the fuck you will call it. I personally prefer FreeBSD for server. FreeBSD on a server is amazing. I am running FreeNAS, I think it's called. I've been doing it for a couple of years. It's fucking amazeballs. I want to get into Linux, join the community, tell them you install Ubuntu and love Linux community bumps into or burns up in flames. Yeah. Security firms do that job. here's the thing. People don't read the source code. They don't. The only people that are reading the source code is the developers themselves, just like the proprietary software. It's a myth. And when I say nobody, of course there are some people doing it, but in general, 99 or 90% or 95, I don't know what the fucking accurate number is, but most people that are using open source software have never looked or contributed to an open source project. 99% of the development and looking at the source code is being done by the official developers and their friends. Just start with Mint if you're new Linux user. I will say Ubuntu. I've explained why Ubuntu, but it's because Ubuntu. If you search for Linux on Google, if you search for Linux, you get Ubuntu guides, you get Ubuntu helps. Ubuntu and Linux has become synonymous, and alone for that, you should recommend Ubuntu because that's what they are going to search. This channel and Nesting's name is more name a more iconic duo. The brothers from CC Top, the Angus brothers, the Van Halen brothers. Oh, that's not a duo, that's a trio. Allman Brothers, that's a duo. Should I go on? What is the actors? Jim Belushi and his brother. I can't remember his brother's name. I use pfSense 2 for my virtual routing, and I need to get into pfSense. It's a 30-year-old alcoholic. You're right, most people don't even know a language. You're right. I love how folks believe that open source is good and can't be bad as well. Anyone can inject something into the code. Here's the thing. If I downloaded the source code from the Linux kernel, how many of you right now could see if there was malicious code in the Linux kernel? I will even guess that Linus Torvalds himself could not spot malicious code in the kernel right now because there's millions of lines of code. What the fuck? DJ Ware made a comment on one of my videos that if you should review all of the code in the Linux kernel at the fastest human possibly speed, it will take 30 or something years or 15, 20 years to review the code. So that basically means that there could be things in the Linux code that is massively broken and we have no fucking idea about it. That's fun to think about. I can confirm my cousin have heard of Ubuntu, not Linux. Exactly. Take Audacity, for example. Yeah. I can't. If you can't remember John Bulisi, then you are not iconic. Yeah, I haven't watched any of those. Like, I'm not that old. No. I think he died in the 80s, right? Early 90s, 80s. You can't put. I've disabled linked with. Yeah, but Google is using their own Linux distro based on Gentoo, I think it is right now. Esting uses 30-year-old vodka. No, he's a whiskey guy. He's more of a whiskey guy. I don't think Esting actually do drink vodka at all. Or at least I've never seen him talking about it. There's no practical need to review the code. Wait for a problem to arise and test the part of the code. Security analysts test for problems and hunt down code. Yeah, but here's the thing, Yesnik. That's how it works. That's how we all, you and I and other people know that that's how it's being done in the software world. But the common Linux and open source fanboys say that because we can see the code, those things will be fixed faster than proprietary code because everyone is looking at the code and everyone is having a keen eagle eye out for things going on within the code. Which we all, or not all, but some of us know is bullshit. Because they can't, it's humanly impossible to do that. But that's the lie that the Free Software Foundation and open source fanatics are selling people. But you and I and other people, we know that that's not how it's not how it's being done. But that's not what people are telling, those fanboys are telling other people. And that's that's the delusional thinking of the Free Software Foundation and fanboys or FOSS fanboys or what you will call them. And it's just not how the world works, man. They are selling snake oils. When the University of Minnesota was banned for intentionally submitting unsecure code, the code had actually been merged into the kernel. Yeah, that was a fucking fun debacle, wasn't it? That was a fucking fun debacle. Is it just me or is Mental Outlaw a massive troll? I like his cooking videos though. Yeah. I lost my mind, okay? I watched him making... Oh, this is like... There's something wrong with that dude. Let me show you how to make proper... I think it was tuna salad or something like that. And then he did everything and then that you put in a tuna salad. And he was like, yeah. And this is how you make a really proper tuna salad. And then he put oysters in it or something like that. And I'm like, dude, now it's not a tuna salad anymore. Now it's an oyster/tuna salad that you made. You cannot... It's like me, let me make you I don't know, a salmon dinner. And then I'm throwing in a fucking... T-bone steak in the middle of it. And serving you a salmon and T-bone steak, but it's a salmon dinner. But it tastes best with a side of T-bone steak. Like, come on, like how delusional do you like? He was like, everyone is making tuna salad, whatever fucking fish it was wrong. Because I think it was oyster, it was some other fish that he put in there. I'm like, oh my god, I'm not even a cook and I can see that you're mixing two different things. You're making a fusion. Now it's not a tuna salad anymore. When I go and buy a tuna salad, nowhere does it says oyster or crab or T-bone or like, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Esnik. And I was like, come on, dude. And I watched some of his working out videos. And I'm like, yeah, you should not put them up there. You need to work on some things, my friend. Like, I'm all for him living a healthy life and shit like that. But yeah, the dude is fucking delusional. He's fucking delusional, man. Like, him and Distro and Luke Smith. I imagine them waking up in the morning and then they're opening a jar of Richard Stallman farts and sniffing it. And then they have it in a little bottle in their jacket that they sniff during the day to take all the copium and all of the fucking delusional shit coming from that sector of the Linux universe. Because they are so fucking out of touch with reality that either they are high on speed, LSD or something like that, or they got hit a lot in the fucking head as a kid. And they just see the world in a way different viewpoint, or in a way different way than any of us did. Like, Luke Smith said in a video that if you have a job, it is your duty, it's your duty to not work there anymore if they are using proprietary software and stuff like that. Not to talk about that you have a family to feed, it's the only job that you can find. You have to stand on your morals and your principle, and it's your duty to fucking leave that job. I was fucking spitting, raging at that dude when I watched that video. Just imagine a mom and dad. It's the only fucking job they could find. Then, you know, they have to support the family. And then some fucking idiot from the internet is telling them that they are bad people for not standing up for their fucking principle and leaving that job. And leaving their fucking family starving and ending up in the street just because he could do it. Like, he's one of the most fucking privileged people I've ever fucking met that are talking like he's not a privileged fucking dude. Like, he's living the fucking 1% life. And think he has fucking found the path to reality and that everyone can do whatever he can. No. Nobody, not nobody, but most people are not that lucky that they can do what the fuck he is doing. But he think he's this fucking new philosopher, free-thinking idealist, when in reality he's just a fucking shill for the ideas of free and open source. And to some extent, if you read his blog and stuff like that, he looks a lot like he's a communist or Marxist. I hope that DistroTube, Luke Smith, and Mental Outlaws are all trolls. I don't believe in anything, but each night when I go to bed, that's the only thing I pray for. Please let them be a fucking troll. But sadly enough, I don't think they are. He set the wrong user flag on his salad. Install it, Jens. Yeah. You need to fork the tuna salad and revert the oyster comment. Yeah. Luke Smith is the virtual vagueness on Linux. You can't change my mind. I don't know who that is, to be honest. Luke Smith has impractical text even outside. Have impractical text even outside of Linux. Yeah, Luke Smith is a fucking maniac, man. Luke Smith is a Christian. I have no fucking idea. Read his blog. Tuna is security since healthy. It's healthy to eat. Hey, Ball and Beer Talk. It's free and open source. I like Luke Smith's cooking site idea. I don't use it. Videos better. That's a terrible idea. Well, my family would be out on the street if I followed his advice. Well, then you are not a true fucking FOSS guy, or you're not standing for your principles and shit like that. You know, like I hate when people talking to other people like that. It's so arrogant, self-righteous, and fucking condescending that I want to punch them in the face, even though you should never punch people. Again, I hope he's a troll. Who will join the newly formed club of Chris Titus haters? It's free to join. I don't hate Chris Titus tech. I just disagree strongly with a lot of his content. He wants folks to be free thinking but close-minded as well with his ideology. No, he wants people to be free thinkers with his philosophies and his way of thinking. Like, the problem with Luke Smith and Mental Outlaw and DistroTube is that they say that they are open for free thinking and stuff like that, when in reality they only care about what they think and their agendas. They don't care about anything else. If you're not following their agendas, you are their enemy. So they are all for freedom and free thinking if you're following their way of thinking. Mental Outlaw has good cooking videos. No, he don't. Like I said, if you think a tuna salad has oysters in it, or what the fuck you put in it, and still call it a fucking tuna salad, again, there's something wrong with the reasoning. Unless you're a fucking massive troll. And Luke Smith lost his shoe. I have no idea. He looks like a Marxist. That is a weird ass statement. What does a Max... It's not his looks I'm talking about. I said if you read his blog, you could draw the conclusion that he looks like he is associating, or, well, yeah, he looks like a Marxist or communist, meaning that it looks like he is associating himself with those beliefs. Not that his physical look, not that his physical look looks like that. like if you read his blog, you could draw the conclusion that he is aligning with some of those thought patterns. If you don't use Linux from scratch, you ain't a real Linux user. Yeah, yeah, Esnik is. If you mix FOSS and proprietary, I love the ease of 3D sculpting in Nomad and found use for Blender in being able to take sculpture and turn them into other things. I do like Blender. I need to go get more into Blender. I fucking love Blender. Chris Titus Windows tool is nice, but the app installer, it keeps breaking. Chris Titus Tech do amazing Windows content. For example, that is let's not talk about people boring beer talk. Let's not talk about people's skin color and shit like that. YouTube could end up getting a hissy fit about it. If something makes me mad that people who should deserve more subs don't get them, like look at Mental Outlaw and old Tech Bloke, DJ Ware and Linux tubers who deserve it. Life is never fair. Life is never fair. So you can't assume that there will be a fair distribution of anything in life. I stopped caring about those things. I stopped caring about what people deserve and what they don't, because rarely do people get what they deserve. And we could also recently debate that a lot of people that are where they are don't deserve to be where they are, but the fact is that they are there. Sorry, my mistake. I did not hear the full comment. Looks like a Max's comment was more nuanced. Yeah, that's fine. The YouTube numbers don't lie. I'm afraid. Yeah, but again, just because you're popular, don't mean that you're right. You know, like just because you are good at making an audience, don't mean that you're right. What did you say? Chris Titus is a Windows IT, not Linux. Yeah, exactly, Moritz. Yeah, he's a Windows guy. Esnik, today is Saturday. Are you drinking today? I think you can. I think you can say that. I've not had any alcohol in a few weeks. I don't drink regularly. Get a drink then. What is your opinion on the Linux experiment? He's a good entertainer. I like Nick I like Nick. I'm supporting Nick on Patreon. I've been a Patreon supporter of the Linux experiment for close, if not more than a year now. He's a great entertainer. He just don't know much about what he's talking about. But he's a great entertainer. He's really great at making well-produced videos. I just wish he would put more effort into actually researching what he's talking about. Oh, Backyard Tech. Oh my god, I haven't seen him in a fucking while. But yeah, I do like Nick. And like of all of the big Linux YouTubers, Nick from the Linux Experiment and TechHot, sorry, those two people is probably the ones that I would have the best time with having a beer and talk to, because I like them as humans. TechHot is doing an amazing job on all fronts. Nick, he needs to step up his research and he needs to be less of a fanboy and be more of a realistic guy. Good, stay healthy and free and open source. Yeah, old Backyard Tech. Let's see what he's up to, man. You just summarized the state of tech YouTubers. Yeah, Infinitely Galactic is back. I've been watching him for fucking years now. He used to do some good content. 1 year since you switched to Linux. That's awesome. Nick is a good dude, but not enough info. Yeah, I don't think he does his research good enough, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, remember when Nick said that Thunderbird is not part of Mozilla anymore? Yeah. He's doing a oh my god, I need to see what he's up to. Like, it's been month. We're old. What is it called? Old mates. Back. Yard tech.
Before we get into this video, a disclaimer. I am not sponsored, nor am I endorsed by Harrison Consoles International.
Yeah, whatever. His videos look the fucking same. Main PC had another rebuild, not by choice. Did you spill coffee in it? He's a character. He's definitely a character. Nick does not provide enough info and he does not take it. No, it seems like he's rushing it, man. What a trailer video. Yeah, I don't do trailer videos either, so. What is DJ Ware up to? He just did a thank you video not long ago. What technology books helped you? That could. I need to watch that one. Thank you all. 15k subscribers, 1.5 million views. That's fucking amazeballs. Like, if anyone should be the biggest Linux YouTuber in the world, it should be DJ Ware. He has a new logo. You're right. He has a new logo. Yeah. I love DJ Ware. He's one of the few fucking YouTubers out there that actually know what the fuck he's talking about. And have working professional experience with what he's talking about. Just a few more file systems to mount. Yeah, you learn a lot from him. A lot. Yeah, GTA should be mandatory for for all Linux users. Yeah, if you're new to Linux, I know, I know it can be a little bit of a daunting task to watch his videos. Sometimes they could be a little bit dry, but you learn a fucking lot from his videos. That you do. Yeah, his slides. I love his slides. Old mate backyard tech suffers from victim mentality and probably PTSD. He's deleted many comments that even question his opinions. Oh my god, he's one of those. Yeah, I do have a video. I do have some old videos about Solus, and I used to be a massive Solus fanboy. I dated for Solus like 2 years ago or something like that. I love Solus. I just wish that the developers would be more active in the news and more active with the distribution. It seems like it's running in maintenance mode right now, and that's a really bad because I love Solus. I love Solus when Ike was in the control of it. I loved everything about Ike and what his name was. I love his philosophy. The way, like, he didn't give a fucking shit about anything. He did him. When he went away, the project kind of went downhill somewhat. But yeah, I loved it when Ike was in the helm of it. It was fucking amazing what he did. No, not Joshua is the one that took over from. I do like Joshua. Joshua is a fucking amazing bloke. But he has so many side projects going on. And I don't think Solus is his main focus. He has some... I think he's running 1 or 2 companies now or something like that. Like, he's a fucking brilliant dude. Solus is just not his focus. I love Solus Budget too. I just don't like the mix between bocce and no maps. Yeah, it's a little bit of a iffy thing. Yeah, they tend to do that, but they tend to be a little bit out. Bocce is separate project now. No, I have not. I don't know. I've not kept up with Solus or bocce the last 3 or 4 months, so I have no idea. I'm waiting. I'm wanting this on Ubuntu, by the way. Am I pointless? No, you're not pointless. I kind of want bocce, real bocce on Solus also. I'm considering switching from Arch to Windows 10 just to do benchmarking. Then do it, man. Are you guys from Poland or Czech, or what kind of language are you talking, Jan? Dick. DIK. Quiz Slovakian. Oh, nice. Nice. Awesome. I love that area of Europe, or what you would call it. There's a lot of beautiful girls from that area of the world. That's the Slovenian girls and the Czech girls. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. It's getting my little nerd boner running wild. Oh, Dick is short for thanks. Ah. Maybe I should learn Slovakian or something like that. I the last 2 or 3 years I've been debating of learning a new language, but I kind of want to learn, like, you know, some form of some obscure language. I was thinking about Spanish, but yeah. Your opinions on Old Tech Bloke? I like him. I don't have any strong opinions towards Old Tech Bloke. I like him. I don't watch his content set. Like, I don't have time to watch everyone's content. But like, if I was into the content that he makes, I would have no problem watching him. I do like him. He's well spoken. He's a little bit on the I will not say boring side, but he could benefit from a little bit more entertainment in his videos. Let me put it that way. But he's good content, informative, well laid out, well produced videos. I like him. Getting into Ubuntu at the moment, messing with the... Oh, I haven't looked at Ubuntu forever, man. Learn Hindi. I've thought about it. Thanks for the subscription, JFram, or what the fuck the name is. I can't remember pronounce it. But yeah, I have thought about it. And then... you know, and then talk to some scammers and stuff like that. And also, I don't know if Old Tech Bloke and Esnik are friends. I honestly don't know. There are beautiful girls even in Denmark. Yeah, there's always beautiful girls everywhere, but you get what I'm saying here. Linuxcast is 100% better than Chris Tiles Tech Men Outlaw looks. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I will agree with you that Linuxcast is better than any of those. 100%. Don't pronounce. Oh, so it's a bad word. Then change your name, man. Can I just say that the Digital Life HP bar is amazing? Yeah, it's from Steam Labs. They have that bar thingy, boss battle bar, what the fuck they're calling it. But the Linuxcast does not like Emacs, so I unsubscribed. That's a really fucking crazy thing to unsubscribe for. I like old tech bro, and he does some videos on my projects. Well, here's the thing. If you're stroking Esni's ego, if you're stroking Esni's ego, you become his friend automatically. He would not dislike you or criticize you. Like, if you are if you're sending him some ego points, you're his best friend. I have not used Emacs since 2004 or something like that. So, yeah. Not a bad word, just some characters together. Okay, gotcha. I find it confusing. To be honest, who the hell likes Emacs? Nerds. It's one of those things that some people think that they are superior to others because they are using some obscure fucking thing that most people are not using. You know, it's you know, think of it like this way. They are the same people like that hipster that you take with you to a bar and then you order a beer and they only drink this specific special IP built by virgins in the Cayman Islands or something like that. Free dog. And they love to talk about that special beer and how it's more superior than any other beer. Or vegans, you know, they are the vegans of hardcore users. They love to tell everyone they're running Emacs or Vim. They love to talk about it, and everyone else is they are superior than anyone else, and blah 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 blah. They are people that just want to be special, okay? Like most of the people that tell everyone they're using those software just want to be special. You know, they want to feel special. And the people that are actually liking Emacs or Vim and are doing real work with it, they don't have to brag about it. They just do real work with it. Void Linux is probably my favorite distro. I haven't used Void in a long time. I might actually like Gary Sage's tech. He's really I don't think I have seen him. Mental Outlaws Chan is really good. I have to disagree. Hey. Sniffing Richard Stallman's farts in a jar is a really powerful thing, man. Emac is a great text editor, so is Nano. I like old TechPro before he paid Easy Archer or Easy Archer any attention. My ego does not need to be stroking. Aha. Yeah, let's say that. What do you think about Bedrock Linux? I've heard that before, but I can't remember what it is right now, out of my head. I'm joking, women Emac users most united against the new threat of VS Code. Yeah, that they are. What you are saying is that girls are always prettier on the other side. Yep. The grass is always greener. There's no documentation, but it seems like an interesting project. How to spot a Linux user? They will tell you. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to spot a Linux user. They spot you. I like Emacs, but I will not recommend it to anyone. Hey. Doom Emacs make Emacs really easy to use. I'm using Emacs and I don't need any friends. I talk to other Emacs in IRCs. Do people still use IRC? I don't do stroking of any kind. Yeah, you sure? Bedrock is the one that mixes about a dozen of different Oh. Yeah. I got an idea of what it is. Yeah, I'm thinking about implementing MX chatbot. The way I never have to talk to anyone. I can chat with an AI written ellipse inside Emacs. Yeah, hey. One day, sex robots will become so fucking popular that guys don't need girls and girls don't need guys anymore. Yeah, IRC is the WhatsApp for Emacs users. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Well, IRC that like Twitch chat is just an IRC client. You know, it's just a fancy presented IRC channel. It is being used. I will still get told I'm the best friend typed by a robot chick. It happens with Alexia. Sorry. Yeah, the free node drama. Yeah. Can you do a reaction video live? I don't know if I have the energy to do that, to be honest, today. I'm a little bit on the low end on the energy level, but we could do it like one day. Like I have vacation in 2 weeks. I have a week vacation. I could do a live stream where we do that there. I tried to do one live, but the chat was not into it. They start to ask questions about all kind of different things, and we ended up talking. Like we reacted to like 5 minutes or 2 minutes of the video, and then we ended up talking about anything else. I flirt with Siri, and that's all I need. I do it with Google, the Google Assistant. I flirt with her. I can even switch to a male voice if I feel like it. I never did, however. Yeah, so you say. So you say. We all know that you switch between female and male once a while. Well, at least once a week. Just to get, you know, to play all bases. Like the 1 year anniversary blog post in Libra chat where they managed to talk about the whole year without mentioning Freenode. Ooh. It should be a popular, controversial video by a big YouTuber to get... It was one of those. It was one of those. Your video this morning on Fedora was awesome. Thank you. All of you need to recognize the nano supremacy. Yeah, nano is great, man. Let's do some stroking. I haven't watched Esnick's latest video. Esnick project updates. I haven't watched this one.
Are you an IT pro? So you need alerts, billing, help desk, remote access,
well, heart
monitoring.
attack achieved. Yeah, I forgot I had sound on.
YouTube, Esnix here with a little update video. Both of my projects, the Esnix OS.
The sound sounds really fucking weird in here, but it's because I'm in a virtual machine. Captions.
OS project and the Easy Archer project got updated ISOs recently. The Esnix OS project, I just uploaded the new Debian Bullseye 11.4 based respins.
Respins up.
I believe on the 12th of July. And on the 7th of July, I updated all of the Easy Archer ISOs.
Why you never answer to a comment on the Libre thingy? What are you talking about, Beer Talk? Is he on Nuclear? No, it's a virtual machine. It's a virtual machine bug. Audio in virtual machines is a little bit... Sometimes you hear a lot of crackling. Sometimes the speed goes up and down. Sometimes you barely get any. It's really buggy as fuck. And you can fix it. I just never do because I rarely use virtual machines for audio. I should fix it though, but I never got around. My channel is becoming boring. Just update on my projects. I find so little of interest in the Linux world. Also, your playback sounds awful. Please stop. Yeah, I can't. Odyssey or whatever that YouTube chat. Yeah, Odyssey. Odyssey is just a backup for me. What if we speed it up a little bit?
So this will serve as a dual purpose announcement.
Oh, that's not speeding up.
go over a little bit of the changes. Not a lot of changes. The SXOS spins are now based on Debian 11.4, which is Debian's release for Bullseye.
I don't I don't like Odyssey, to be honest. It's a fucking it's Odyssey is filled up with the this is going to sound really fucking bad, but the people on Odyssey are the people that cannot behave in other places. So a lot of the quality of comments that you get on Odyssey is from that nature. You know, it's not the most productive place to have a conversation, because it's heavily skewed towards a certain group of people. Where on YouTube you get a broader audience. Yeah, political people could be a good way of saying it, yeah.
It does not represent, according to Debian, and I take their word for it, a new release. It is merely a respin of Debian Bullseye with all of the security and patches that have gone into Bullseye from initial release to the current date.
Back to the mothership,
it
yeah.
Makes it easier when you install with the point release, because
I haven't checked my Odyssey page in fucking month. I have no idea how many views or subscribers or anything I have on Odyssey. I have no fucking idea. Yeah, take care and go have a good weekend. What is the question? Watching my videos a bit speed up is the way to go, as many people have told me. What is my opinion on Hannah Montana Linux? I actually used to I actually think I've reviewed it one time. I kind of find it funny. YouTube gives decent money if you have a large channel. Yeah, it does. 1,110 followers there. One more. Oh, really? Last time I checked, I had like... Oh, was it 500 or 700 followers on Odyssey? I stopped using Odyssey as well. I only use it to access certain... Yeah, I get you, and I think that's how most people use Odyssey.
Updates to do if you install with older media.
Let's try and speed it up to 2%.
The SXOS respins, not every point release, but the 0.4 I was waiting for, because I made some changes on the way to 0.4, and I released, first time in a long time, a testing ISO. Testing really just the way I construct the XFCE desktop. Instead of relying on the Debian's meta package, the XFCE4 desktop meta package, I now have broken down my package selection to include all of the packages I want.
Oh, he sounds sexy speeded up, though. The platform is not bad. The kind of people it attracts is the issue. Yeah, I'm 100% agreeing with you. He just want for Nickel to quack, yeah.
But naming them individually rather than with the meta package. So that was the reason for the test ISO recently.
I'm still waiting till he gets to the point of the whole video, though.
Very well. And so the latest ISOs are up. Change of pace here. I'm looking at the osdn.net download service sites for both of my projects. They're still available, of course, on SourceForge and archive.org, but I don't pay that much attention to osdn.net in the video, so I figured we'd just take a look at these sites here.
I will say this, the automatically closed capturing is on point. Like, I read one of mine one time, and I was talking about licking saliva off a dog while doing something to its behind. That was the closed capturing from one of my videos. It's like, yep.
So if we go to the Plasma folder, you can see the ISO is up. The ISO grew a little bit. It's 2.5 gigs. The KDE ISO, the Plasma desktop, now is feature complete, package complete when compared with the XFCE desktop. We now have LibreOffice, the media players, all the codecs that weren't included in the original Plasma offering. So hopefully that will appeal to people. The XFCE offering is much the same as it always has been, so around 1.85 gigs. So, and that is my desktop that I am running right here. So let's bring that back. The MD5 is here. The tar packages are the collection of all the build files, scripts, settings, configurations, extra artwork, my own background selection, that kind of stuff. So that's what is the tar file. So if you want to download the tar file, extract it, you can build your own respin.
Oh, I can do that for you. I'll start a channel SNIC 300 and re-upload your videos already sped up.
The 109R1
oh my
is
God.
the last release of the Buster-based SNIC OSs. So I leave that up there just in case people wanted. Buster is still receiving security updates.
Buster.
Let's head on over to Easy Archer. As I said, Easy Archer received new ISOs on the 7th. I don't think I got them uploaded until the 8th or 9th. Yeah, the 8th. There we go. All 5 desktops are here. I do have a little release notes on the Easy Archer project. So kernel is 5.18.9, systemd 251.2-1. I bumped the Calamares version back one. It's now 3.2.59. Now I did that in the hopes that this will avoid whatever bug crept into Calamares, preventing it from dealing with time zones and certain language selections.
Wait. That will avoid the time zone. No, that's not on that.
We'll see. It seems to work in the Calamares. It's now 3.2.59. Now I did that in the hopes that this will avoid whatever bug crept into Calamares, preventing it
bug crept? Capped?
from dealing with time zones and certain language selections. We'll see. It seems to work fine in my testing when I install in virtual environments. I do provide the link back to the SourceForge page on both
SNIC
projects,
500,
so you can
yeah.
get back if you want to SourceForge, if that's faster for you for downloading. Take a quick peek here at the Easy Archer, I believe. Yes, Easy Archer XFCE desktop.
I don't know
And
why
you'll notice
he's
early
doing
in
this though.
QEMU,
Why
this
do we
is
need
by
to
our
see the
manager.
desktop?
Now, I did notice when I
Oh, this is
installed the
SNIC
SNIC
2.0.
on my main system, making sure
SNIC
that
2,
the ISO works
2
as
times
intended on
speed.
hardware. I noticed that the new kernel, the 5.10.
Peppermint based on Debian. Why is he like? I hate when people do this shit, but yeah. Anyway. Oh, is that a boner? Wick wick. Play Mental Outlaw in 2 times. Let's watch the fucking tuna salad. Like let's. Oh. Let's cook tuna salad. I think this is the one. Yeah, I think this is the one.
Hoved og hale. Hacks og explainers om bolig, investering og hverdagsøkonomi fra Danske Bank.
Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Foss Cooking. Today's recipe is going to be a tuna fish sandwich. Now this is going to be much more delicious and nutritious than a tuna fish sandwich that you might get at a place like Starbucks because the ingredients that we're using are a lot fresher than what they use. Now, we are using canned tuna today.
I want out. What's a Linux tuber make lunch? Okay, I went out without asking. Damn me. Do you know E.T.? Yeah, I love E.T. E.T. is amazing. I love E.T. E.T. YouTube always gives you the option to speed up videos. You still have some old farts who watch my videos and they appreciate the low. Yeah, I normally watch videos at 1 speed always. Danish sats are better than ours. Yeah, I don't know. Gonna hop off. Take care, man. You see the Ukrainian volleyball players. He's very attractive. Yeah.
Tuna today. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get any fresh tuna. Obviously, that would be a little bit better if you're able to get your hands on some. But anyway, let's go ahead and get started with the recipe. I'm actually going to start off by chopping my vegetables. So
yeah, we don't want to watch that.
Our celery off because all the stock of celery. Up our green.
I don't care about
That
what.
should be enough. Got.
Okay, let's put the tuna in. At least he drained it from the water from it.
You could do the same thing with what's it called? Albacore. You got that instead, but personally I like the taste of the chunk white tuna more than I like the taste of albacore.
But albacore is not tuna, then it's not a tuna salad, right? Yeah, pepper.
To tuna fish that, or at least a tuna salad that you really need to enhance it. So this also adds quite a bit of crunch.
I just want to see him put that fucking... Oh, lots of fucking...
When I would make recipes
here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Tuna salad is not a healthy food just because there's fucking tuna in it. Yes, you get a lot of omega-3 fat in it that's good for your cardiovascular system and your heart. But if you're putting in just a teaspoon of fucking mayonnaise in it, all of the health benefit from tuna is gone away. It's like eating a fucking pizza and calling it a salad because there is bell peppers on it. You get what I'm saying here? That, oh, it's a healthy food because I have bell peppers on it. Yeah, but the rest is still shit. Like, the way he makes tuna salad here, and he says this is a healthy food, this is not a healthy food. And I don't even think that he's using fat and sugar-free mayonnaise. He's using the American fatty 50%, 60% sugar mayonnaise that has so much fucking bad fucking things in it that you will get a heart attack just looking at it. Fat isn't actually bad for your health. It's specifically red solid. Well, the kind of fat that's in mayonnaise is bad for you, okay? You get what I'm saying here. We don't have to go in and becoming nutrition experts to understand that mayonnaise is not a healthy food, okay? And omega-3 fats are fats. They are healthy fats. That's why you need them, you know? Do we really need to explain all of that? People know this already.
Like this, I would always substitute it with ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing, that's in of itself is not even healthy.
My friends, they used to nickname me Undercover Brother because of how much I disliked mayonnaise and how much I liked hot sauce. I still like hot sauce, but obviously now I'm more of a fan of mayonnaise.
That's probably about 400 fucking calories in that those two teaspoons. They are 300 or something like that.
Tablespoons full. And we'll also add some mustard.
I really wish he showed us the nutritional values of it. Yeah, shake that bitch. Shake it like a fucking masturbation video. Come on.
Add the ingredient that's...
If you use good tomatoes, good quality mozzarellas and fresh dough, then pizza can be almost healthy. At least not as bad as you assume. Yeah, you can make it somewhat better, but in general, it's a lot of fucking calories in a small amount of place and with a lot of not so good. Like, just the dough, like, bread in of itself is not that healthy. Like, it's actually really bad for you. I don't want to be annoying though, so I'll stop now. I have worked with nutritionists, and I've talked to nutrition experts for better part of a decade now. Like, most of my training buddies were so into bodybuilding that they were basically nutrition experts. So I know a few things about nutrition, even though I'm a fat motherfucker, okay? All my friends that I had when I had friends, sounds really sad now I'm thinking about it, they were all those fitness, bodybuilding, personal trainers, you know, nutritional experts and shit like that. So yeah, I have a good understanding on what's going on with nutrition. And I just done a 1 year nutrition. I was talking to a nurse / nutrition for the last year to help me get my blood pressure under, you know, to get that more stable and shit like that. And that's basically once a month I spend an hour to 2 hours talking nutrition with a nutritional expert. So yeah, yeah. A tuna salad I know of is tuna, Mary, and celeries. Let's look at what he's doing here. I like to work out three times more, but still have my pizzas. You can, like, if you burn off more calories than you eat, you can basically eat whatever the fuck you want. Some food is just more healthy for your body overall. Hey, Benjamin. I get that flour and bread is basically bad for you, or pretty bad for you in moderation. It's not evil. Like, nothing is bad for you if you can burn off the calories. It's just really hard to keep track of it if you eat a lot of junk food, because junk food is really, really high dense calories in a small package, basically. So that's why you're getting more calories than you think you are, and you're getting, if you're talking micronutrition, micro values, you're getting too much of the micros that you don't need, and not enough of the micros that you need. For a normal human being that takes its multivitamins, that don't mean that much. But from an endurance athlete or from a performance athlete, it starts to matter how your micros looks like. For you and me and everyone else is just an average person, we don't need to think so much into micro details. Are you getting enough B vitamins? Are you getting enough zinc? Are you getting enough, all of those fucking things? If you take a multivitamin and you eat a IoT, I can't speak right now, diet, you should be covered, and get your plot checked once a year to see if you have any deficiency in vitamins. Then you are set. So yeah, you can have your pizza and stuff like that. But if you have a hard time losing weight and shit like that, you should stay away from calorie-dense foods like bread and pizza and stuff like that. When I was really into working out, I had 1 day a week that was eat whatever the fuck you want. Every Sunday, I filled my table with candy, pizza, whatever the fuck I want to eat. And I sat and watched movies from morning to evening and ate everything I fucking want. And the rest of the week, I followed a strict diet and a hard working out sessions. I worked out like 5 to 6 times a week back then. So I was relatively thin, but I also burned a shit ton of calories, and I had a shit ton of fucking muscle mass on me. That also burns calories. My bodybuilding is primarily done by practicing Emacs keep bike. That's fucking good working out, though. I used 50 plus multivitamins, honestly never felt better. I'm 38. Hey, if that's what you need. Half of my gym crowd is as clueless in nutrition as Linux users is to Linux. Yeah, that's the sad reality. I have that kind of day, only one day that I end with day. Okay, so you eat like that all day. Some of the salad dressing I've seen in the US are just ridiculous. You're better off eating a pig alive. Yeah, like, if you compared like European food with the food from the United States, it's like, this is candy and this is real food. Because everything in the States is filled with fucking sugar and shit like that to make it taste better. And make it taste like a fucking candy. Anyway, let's see what he's doing.
Separates my tuna fish from the competition's. I like to enhance my tuna fish
Oysters.
with some smoked oyster.
I like to enhance my tuna salad with oysters. Let that fucking sink in. I want to enhance my tuna salad with oysters. Now, my friend, you are not making tuna salad anymore. Like I said before, I'm going to serve you salmon with a side of T-bone steak, but it's still a salmon dish. Come on, man. Like, how can you say to yourself, how can you justify this being a tuna salad? This is at best, this is probably a really delicious, great tasting fusion salad where you're fusing oysters with fish. Okay? It probably tastes amazing, but when the second he put oysters into it, it stops being a tuna salad. Okay? It stopped being a tuna salad. Period. It's like calling Windows for Linux because it has subsystem for Linux on it. Because sugar is addictive, so yeah, they know what to do. Yeah, sugar is an addiction. Enhanced, yeah. What? It's annoying thinking that Mental Outlaw is Vegan Gains guy with a beard. Yeah. Vegan Gains is fucking crazy, though. I like some salt in my sugar, please, with a side of ranch dressing. This is an Emacs of tuna salad. It contains everything. Yeah, let's throw some eggs in there and call it an egg salad. Let's throw in some mackerel and call it a mackerel salad. Hey, let's throw it in there and put some bacon in there and call it a bacon, and some cheese, and now it's a bacon, cheese, oyster, tuna salad. Hey, pineapple on pizza, don't knock it. I love pineapple on pizza. But yeah, you have to use bumblebee oyster. Hardwood smoked oysters, by the way. But yeah, this is not a tuna salad anymore. I'm sorry, it's not. At best, it's a fusion. You know, where you're fusing two kinds of foods together. Like, if you think this is a tuna salad, you're living... Again, I want I would love to live in their world for just one day. I would love to take Luke Smith or Mental Outlaws or Distro brain and just be in their head for one day. Like there could be, you could write books about that fucking shit. Like, honestly. This tuna is definitely of overthinking. Yeah. Eggplants on pizza. I never had that. GNU tuna oyster salad 1.0 beta. Yeah. Some chopped olives in tuna salad is always good. Some chopped olives. I could believe olives in tuna salad could be good. Sorry, I'm Italian. Pizza on pizza. Pineapple on pizza is like vomiting on the Pope. Well, you have to understand one thing. The pizza you get, like original pizza or pizza that you get from the Mediterranean, like the Greeks and the Italians, and the pizza that you get in the rest of the world are two different things. The pizza that we get in Scandinavia and in other parts of the world is basically just fast food. Rarely do you see a pizza being made true to form as done in Italy or in Greece. Pizza nowadays is junk food. They are fast food. Meaning that the only semblance that they have to pizza is that they are round with dough with tomato sauce on it. That's how 90% of people are eating pizza. They're eating it as a fast food. So I don't care what they're putting on it. I like pineapple on pizza. I like it. But I don't regard the pizzas that I'm eating as being true authentic pizzas. Because they are fast food. That's all they are. They are bastardized versions of a really great food that still tastes good, by the way. Pizzas are still delicious. But they are bastardized version of the originals. Like they are a copy of 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 the original thing. So yeah, yeah. They're junk food. You just ate pineapple on pizza in the closet. You just eat pineapple on pizza in the closet, yeah. Never had authentic pizza. Most people have, even most people in fucking Italy and Greece have never had authentic pizza, because what a pizza is today, even the way that they are making it in Italy and Greece is so far removed from what pizza was when it was invented. It has evolved into being something totally different. Most pizza in the US is junk, but you can find amazing artisan pizza makers here, and great pizza is possible to find. Yeah, sadly, I think it's really hard to find that in Denmark or in Europe in general. Cheese burst pizza are good, all filled with cheese in the crust. Yeah, I can't, like, too much cheese on the pizza, and I can't live with that fucking shit, man. I like cheese, but I want to taste, other stuff on my pizza. I want to taste the pepperoni, you know, the bell peppers and stuff like that. I don't just want cheese. Like it's I don't get it. Like, I have friends they get a pizza, and then they need extra cheese with extra cheese. It's just like, oh, you get a piece of pizza, and then if you're lucky, you can spot like a pepperoni floating between 7 layers of cheese, and all you taste is fucking cheese. And I'm like, why the fuck did you just get a fucking cheese pizza then? Like, well, I like pepperoni, but you can barely taste it. Shawarma is a reliable choice anywhere, except from Turkey. Somehow they butchered the... actually, if you come to the northern part of Europe and the north, south, east, western part of Europe, it becomes really hard to find good shawarma. Like, really hard. Really, really fucking hard. Because they are doing the fusion thing, or they're doing the pasteurization thing to make it faster and cheaper to make. Like, I'm not joking. Come to Denmark, Germany, France, Britain. It gets really hard to find good shawarmas. Really good, really hard. They can be found, but 90% of them is shit. Shit quality meat, shit quality components, and made as fast food. That's the sad reality of it. Time to build our own brick ovens and get baking. I would love to have that. I love making food. I love cooking. Wonder why you can't pop for a week with eating those treats. Yeah, or poop for a week, yeah. Obvious with toppings, Indian Dominions nails it. Yeah, Indian food is amazing. If pizza ain't made out of 99% cheese, it ain't a pizza. I would disagree. Germany is okay. Finland is the fourth and most expensive. I could believe that. Autobahns, yeah. German autobahns are great. A great way to travel on, or a great one to travel on them. Yeah, they Why is nobody calling him out on this? Oh, here! Oyster tuna salad sandwich. So, okay, someone is calling him out on it. Oh my god. Let's look at some of his working out videos, because they are fucking cringe to watch.
The vast majority of the world.
My crib is becoming more powerful.
Tak fordi du sorterer, så vi kan genanvende mere.
Nyhed hos Sunset Boulevard. Limited Edition Ben & Jerry's Cookie Dough Deluxe Shake.
Yeah, I would love to have some authentic Mexican food. Okay, form. Not much weight though, but that's okay. Also, it looks like he's not like it looks like he's a little bit crooked on his feet down here. It could be the like he's tilting his feet, and if he's doing that, he could get problems with his knees. But it could just be, you know, the angle of the video. He was starting a little bit to bend his back at the end, but that's not bad. Come on, lift the fucking... Why do people have to do that fucking shit? Like, just lift the fucking shit. Yeah, go get some tacos, man. he's doing one thing wrong. He's doing one thing wrong. Watch here. So, if you look at the bar, it's not that important when you're not lifting heavy, but he's not taking away the slack for the bar before he starts his lift. Try and look at this. So, I don't know if you guys can see it, but when he lifted, there was like, you saw the bar reach the top of the weights here. It's a really good idea to get to before you start your lift, you lift the bar up so it's touching the plates. And then you start your lift, because you can get into all kind of problems if you don't take the slack away from the bar. It's not that important if you're not lifting heavy. I don't know how close to his max this is, if it's 80% of his max 90%, or whatever the fuck it is. But if you are lifting like 90+% of your max, it's a good idea to do that, because you can actually pull some stuff in your back and stuff like that if you don't take the slack away from the bar. That's why you see a lot of professional deadlifters, they like yank the bar, you know, it looks like they are lifting it up and down in small little motions, and that's to take the slack away from the bar. So when you start your lift, you don't have that one half of a centimeter, couple of millimeters where there's no force on it, where you're just lifting the bar and not the plates, and that can actually pull you off your lift. Is this his Instagram? No, this is his YouTube channel. I think those are those fake weights, you know. I have no idea. I like, he's not that tall, he's not that heavy, so for him this may be a lot of weight. I don't know how much he weighs in general. But hey, he's doing a healthy thing. I'm all for that, man. I'm a little bit worried about his feet position here, because it looks like he's not planting his feet flat on the floor, but it could just be the way that we are looking at the video, you know, with the shadows and stuff like that. And also what you should look out for is how much is he bending the back. And luckily he's not bending his back that much, arcing his back. Because that's also something people tend to do when it gets too heavy. They start to arch their back, and that's a really, really, really good way of getting back problems. He's doing it a little bit there. Yeah, he needs to take the slack away from the bar. I think it would help his lift quite a lot. Yeah, that's true. So, he's losing it here. Look. He's losing. There, he's starting to lose his form. Now he's using too much back. Back position is not up. No, it's starting to get too much for him. He's starting to lose his form. You're right. He's starting to lose his form. Legs are weaker than the back, probably. He needs to strengthen them first. I think he needs to just work on his whole body, to be honest. But yeah, he's probably have weak legs. Yeah, this is getting too heavy for him. Also, if you looked at his knees, he's starting to bend his knee inward. That's not a good idea either. Yeah, he should have stopped there. Now he's doing the reverse handstand. You don't do that mid-session. You don't start to change your lifting technique because it's getting too difficult for you. Because now you're working different parts of your body when you're doing this. And like I said, again, he's arcing his back a little bit too much. His knees is getting coned. You know, he's using his knees in a bad way. This is too much for him. Like, if you look at it from, I don't want to get hurt, this is not a good place to be in. The first part of the video, up till when he starts with these lift here, is kind of okay. The way he's doing these kind of things here is just a matter of time before he gets some injuries. But how did I train my grip? Well, by lifting heavy things. There are better ways of training grips, to be honest. Yeah, that fucking shit. Yeah, there are way safer and way better ways of training your finger strength than this fucking bullshit here. This is what you see Instagram influencers do to look smart on Instagram. Like, this is, again, this is just a fucking situation waiting to happen where you hurt yourself. Again, yeah, there's no need to do this. No need to do this. This here I could agree with. Yeah, this I can agree with. Like, you just do back exercises with assistant if you want to train your grip. You don't need to do this 1, 2 finger, 3 finger fucking exercises here. But because look here, he has his finger down here. Like, he can hurt himself in so fucking many ways here. There's some good norm and proprietary in the wait. So Instagram influencers are not the best source and information on any... No, Instagram influencers are not the best subject on anything. Yeah, like... There are so many better ways of training. Like, this here I can agree with because he's using all his fingers. He's having a sturdy, firm grip. And he's not doing anything fucking crazy. He's just, you know, gripping stuff. But yeah, there's so many better ways of training your grip than doing those fucking crazy exercises. I don't know who the fuck have told him to do that. I never seen... Like, I've been dealing with gym people since 2003. I've never seen anyone training their grip by using 2, 3 fingers pull-ups and stuff like that. Like, it's fucking crazy. There's so many better ways and safer ways to train your forearm, your finger strength, your grip strength. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the fuck has said that. Like, it looks a little bit like he's been to a fucking CrossFit gym. Like, if you want to see it when form is going out of the window, just look at this fucking shit here. When form doesn't matter.
Prøv den nye Senseo Select. Nyd en lækker filterkaffe i komposterbare puder. Vælg en klassisk logo med den nye Intensity Plus, en der er mere intens, eller nu en rigtig espresso. Senseo,
Come on, I don't want that
kaffe,
fucking ad shit.
dit valg.
All right, you guys. Today we're gonna be looking at the CrossFit Games.
This guy is an amazing YouTuber, by the way. What do you think about Hybrid Calisthenics YouTube channel? It's one of my favorite. Calisthenics is great. I don't know who. I think I have heard about. I've seen a lot of those calisthenics YouTubers, but they are like it can only get you so far. Let me put it that way. But at some point, you need to use other things than your body weight, depending on what your goal is. If it's overall fitness, calisthenics is fine. But if you want to increase your strength and do it in the best way possible and most efficient way possible, you kind of have to use some form of thing that increases your body weight if you're using body weight, or you know, it stresses your muscles more than your body can do it. But again, it depends on what your goal is with your fitness. I don't have any problems with calisthenics in general. Like, I don't have a problem with anything that gets people healthy in a safe way. I have a problem with this.
This is the ugly way.
This I have a problem with.
This is the CrossFit game. So what?
This is not pull-ups.
It's the ugly way to do it because CrossFit is for people who cannot play sports and have no friends. It's a mix of cardio, strength training, and talking about CrossFit.
At this pull-up.
Most of these people could not do proper pull-ups if they could not cheat. I'm too fat to do pull-ups, but most of these people could not do half of the pull-ups that they're doing right here if they had to do it with proper form.
All these athletes are amazing.
Look like they're looking like fucking, I don't know, monkeys or something like that.
Without stopping at all anyway.
So he was saying CrossFitters can do 50 pull-ups straight, one rep.
So if they can do 50, if they had to do it with proper form, they could probably only do 15, maybe 20. When you didn't use your body to use your body weight to cheat.
For each IQ points they have.
It's a mix of, and talking about CrossFit, spot on. CrossFit can be really great if the form is being done right. This here is not proper form, and also this here can also lead to injuries, okay? CrossFit is one of those fitness endeavors that have the highest injury rate. Why? Because they're all about reps and not form. Form is one of the most important things when you're working out, because proper form means less injuries. If you don't have good form, you get injured. It's almost a given. It's like coding in Python and don't understand Python. You will fuck things up.
Families and babies, which shows that not only their pull-up game is weak, but
I can't do. I'm so fucking fat. I cannot do one pull-up. But if I could do it like this, I could probably do 1 or 2 pull-ups, even with my fucking heavy weight.
Also their pull-out game, and cheating is what they do best.
Clearly has thought this out very well. He's doing sets of 5.
Also, the chin is barely up or over the bar here. Look, it's just touching it.
Sets of no gains, obviously. The only time someone will marry a CrossFitter is just to file for divorce. They have 99 problems.
Look how they are swinging their legs here to get momentum.
Pull-ups are every single of them.
Like, they are probably in better forms than any of us. They can probably run longer and better than any of us, but this is not good form, and I'm not. Oh, this guy here is fucking mental. Have you guys seen this guy here?
Oplev følelsen af professionelt rensede tænder.
This fucking oil madness
med
here.
Oral-B IO. For bedre børstning, renere tænder og et sundere tandkød.
Go away, you chick.
Den avancerede IO-teknologi giver dig en professionel og ren følelse hver dag. Oral-B anbefales af danske tandplejere.
Look at this fucking dude.
The end of the year again, which means that this Russian guy needs an oil change. Today he's working out in the park to prove that
if you don't want to work out, just put oil in your body.
Bodybuilders use him as a dumbbell. Even a pregnant woman is called a
Look at this fucking mental shit.
He will ever be. Someone get him a dictionary for Christmas, so he gets as a plus 10 strength belt, minus 10 IQ.
Oh yeah, that's proper form.
His bag was so rounded that even the hunchback of Notre Dame would make fun.
People are fucking mental, man. You mean Python as a snake, and that almost programming language, you know, we are nerds. You need to clarify. I don't want to clarify anything. Base bar. Oh, here he is. Here he is, yeah. Yeah, I know this dude. I don't mind this dude. Oh, David Goggins. I love that fucking dude. He's fucking mental. Functional training superiority. Yeah, fuck you. Casually explaining lifting. Have you seen those alpha male videos lately? Oh my god, they're so popular on YouTube. It's so fucking funny. You see those fucking pussyless fucking idiots talking about how much pussy they're getting, and in reality they're getting no pussy at all, and they're telling everyone how to become an alpha male and what have you not. It's fucking laughable. It's better than a fucking stand-up comedy special. 40 hours airsoft event. PC advice that didn't age well. That sounds toxic as fuck. Oh, it is. It is. Just, they are calling it Sigma males now. Now, Sigma males and... Oh, it's so fucking... They're fucking mental, man. Ah, come on. Tough at Sigma males. It's so laughable. They are so fucking crazy. What's later of the geek alphabet are way up to I'm an alphabet male. I beat them all. Yeah. If you need if you need to tell people that you are Sigma male or an alpha male or something like that, you are more than likely not any of those. Because if you were one of those, you didn't have to tell people that you are, okay? It's a crazy fucking thing. It's so funny. Like, if you're bored one day, just watch all of these alpha male videos, Sigma males videos, and beta, what the fuck they're called. You will have fucking laughs for fucking ages. Yeah. Take care, man. Take care. You don't need to be an alpha male. Just be a nerd. Sign up on specific social event. And hot chicks will call you all day. You gotta start using numbers, I heard. You can't run out of those. That's true. It's called LinkedIn. After Geek, they tried Chinese alphabet. Yeah, it's... This dude here, not Asmongold, but Andrew Tate. He's fucking crazy, man. He's... that dude is borderline fucking abusive if he really treat his women the way he's talking about treating them. It's so fucking funny. And here's the thing, 90% of these fucking jacked up guys that's talking about them being alpha males and Sigma males, if you confront them in real life, they will fucking run away like a scared little fucking pussy. because they are all talk. That's why they are on the internet talking about it, because they are all fucking talk and no action. And they are probably also all the fucking, you know, the houses that they are sitting in and stuff like that. I would not be surprised if that's rented fucking property. Or some friend that they know that are having it and what have you not. It's probably not even their own. They are lying out of their fucking teeth, man. There are Sigma males memes. Those are quite yeah, it's a fucking laughable fucking thing, man. It's like... I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. And no fucking amount of YouTube videos or courses will make you more attractive to girls. Like, they never work, man. They're a scam. I think everyone claims to be an alpha male has a man crush on Keanu Reeves. No, everyone that claims to be an alpha male is really unsecure humans. It should not matter to you what fucking group you're part of. You should just be you. And you should be comfortable with who you are, no matter what that is. And you should not give a fuck what other people think, what category you are in. If you are happy with who you are, you like who you are, you achieve the things that you want to achieve with who you are, you should be happy with that. You don't need to be an alpha, beta, gamma, blubber, big dick energy guy or girl or any of that. You are just you. It don't matter what fucking bracket you are under. You can be passive and you can also be aggressive. You can be aggressive and you can be passive. You can be controlling and you can be submissive. Depends on who, like, depends on the situation, depends on who you're with and all of those fucking kind of things. Honestly, I thought it was only a meme at first, but of course some idiots think this shit is... there's a lot of, like... What all of those alpha male and beta males and sigma males and all of those video creators and course creators are doing is they are preying on unsecure young adults that probably haven't had a dad figure in their life or haven't had, you know, proper guy-on-guy interaction throughout their life. They haven't been, you know, taught or shown values of being a man. So they find someone that looks masculine and are telling, you know, saying all of the right masculine things, and you think that's what it means to be a man, when it's not. So they are preying on those unsecure people, and that's what I hate them the most about it. When in reality, you should just be you, and you will automatically figure out who you are, what your temperament is, what fits you's personality. And no matter if it's being a quiet, submissive guy, that's fine. Or being a aggressive, loud guy, that's also fine. But don't try to be something you're not. Just be happy with who you are. Both have their strengths and their weaknesses. Watch YouTube videos on a couch while eating chips will make you irresistible to women. Yeah, yeah. I'm a beta male. All my projects are in beta. Yeah, the same here. You're not a real man until you install your first BSD or Slackware or Haiku or Linux from scratch or Gentoo. I lost my virginity at 19, or my BSD virginity at 19. Does that mean that after beta males comes 0.1.0 males? Yeah. No. After beta males come pre-release. No, comes release candidate males. I'm an alpha male and use Arch. Yeah. It's fucking... It is... It's fucking funny as shit. It's funny as shit. There are so many compilations on YouTube where those alpha males are getting... You know, someone is challenging them in real life, and you just see how cowardly they react. It's so fucking funny. I remember I used to watch Luke Smith. This dude is fucking mental. I'm glad I escaped type of yeah, he's fucking crazy. Where are the GNU males? That's Richard Stallman. He's in a fucking category of himself. Other beta males, you become a preview male, yeah. But a lot of ladies are waiting for the first service pack, yeah. Is that a fucking OpenBSD prep in the Mental Outlaw thumbnail? I have no fucking idea. Yeah, OpenBSD, yeah. WireGuard. Self-host WireGuard VPN on OpenBSD. Revenge of the penis. Or pennies. Sorry, pennies, not penis. Pennies. Pennies. You should watch some Gary Hates tech. Yeah, I need to check that dude out. She calls him after 2 years. Better than batteries. Privacy is dead. Yeah, of course it is. It died over a decade ago, man. Adam, wait. They have an extra thumb. Never feel tired again. Will get proper sleep. Have you seen those fake martial arts videos? You know, where people are you know, those fake martial artists. It's fucking amazing. I lost my shoe and it's GitHub's fault. Oh, dude. Oh, will the death of Windows 10 bring a tsunami of new Linux users? Nope. They said the same with Windows Vista. No, nothing happened. They said the same with Windows 8. Nothing happened. Yeah, privacy died in 2007, yeah. Neil's website is a gold mine. We could get privacy back, but we don't have the strength for it, no. Fake martial arts videos. Oh, you mean those dancing videos on a kung fu music? No. It's people that are telling people that they have this special martial arts abilities. And then they are showing it off, and then they are fighting that someone that's have a black belt in Aikido or black belt in karate or black belt in taekwondo or black belt in judo, and they're just getting their ass kicked. You know, they're just getting... YouTube not sending all my messages. Ooh. It's so funny that, yeah, I can kill you with one punch and stuff like that, and then, you know, they are fighting an average guy or black belt, and they're just getting their ass kicked. It's brutal to watch, man. Black belts sound racist. Hey, in the landscape we are living in, it should not surprise me in a year, 2 or 5 years you cannot have black belts anymore because of that. My top 10 worst exercises. Yeah. Hey, it also helps if you're geared out of your fucking mind. Like lots of steroids and what have you not. Awesome. Use me, that sounds really dirty, man. It's some form of fucking Indian movie, I think it is. It's a big market. He's good at markets. Oh, Chris Bumstead. He's fucking an amazing dude, though. This dude is fucking huge. Come take my money. Yeah, please. Give me all your money. Stairwatch is better than monoids. But I prefer homocenoids. Or just hemorrhoids, yeah. That's a big fucking tuna. Noob me freak. Day 1, day 911. Okay. F 50 cans of oysters, yeah. I think Esnik went out to get some food. Why people hate Electron? I don't think people really hate Electron, to be honest. Life on death row. Flappy Bird. He's awesome. There's literally nothing interesting in deep web. Ah, not anymore. I hate Electron. I don't think it's as hated as people think it is. I need to catch up on Jay's 2 cents. Oh, jeez! Protein science explained. Don't people not know what protein does for you? Is he getting tuna? It's healthy and it's I actually do eat a lot of tuna, funny enough. But I put it in... so what I do is either I just put tuna on bread with mayonnaise on it. Like light mayonnaise, meaning sugar-free mayonnaise and not that much on it. I try to eat 1 or 2 cans a week to get my B12 vitamins up, because I have a problem with sustaining B12 vitamins apparently. But I normally just take some eggs and then I whip them together with tuna and then put spices in them and make like a egg tuna omelette or something like that. It actually tastes really well. You know, heat up the tuna with the egg, you know, mix it all together. Maybe put some, you know, some greens in them and some spices, and I get that for breakfast sometimes. Electron turning a desktop supercomputer into a 90s computer. Hey, tuna is student food in Scandinavia. It's pretty cheap. No, it's getting really expensive now. It used to be cheap. It's not that cheap anymore. It's almost doubled in price the last 5 or so years. Like tuna, like if you cook tuna, if you heat tuna up, it almost takes all of the taste away from it. You barely taste it anymore. Like you really, honestly, it's really dulled down if you heat it up. Well, a lot of the programs that you are using not right now, but Steam Oh, my voice, I just became a fucking 13-year-old puberty guy here. Steam, Electron app. Virtual Studio Code, Electron app. Discord, Electron app. The Microsoft Store, Electron app. Like, a lot of programs that you're using right now is or people are using on a regular basis is an Electron app. Let's put it this way: you could eat tuna just like that. Linux comes with a live environment, so it's free. Yeah, you could. That girl in the thumbnail is lifting the same weight as Mental did. Oh yes, he is 100 kilograms. I don't know if it's fake or not, though. Oh, no problem, Tony. Again, Tony, try and heat up your tuna on a skillet or something like that. You know, really heat it up like you would cook like a piece of meat. It changes the taste. Like, just tuna on a skillet with the salt or pepper. I use pepper. I rarely eat salt anymore because it's so fucking bad for your blood pressure. But tuna on a skillet with the pepper, garlic powder, maybe some barbecue powder, what you will call it, and then just on toast with a little bit of mayonnaise. It tastes fucking amazing. You barely taste the tuna anymore. It starts to taste more like a little, you know, like normal fish, you know, like cooked fish, basically. I never tasted salted watermelons. Yeah. Steam was made with JavaScripting and Electron and a bit of PHP. I stick to Mac kernel, I reckon. Mayo is the Electron app of foods. They do salt it. I never tasted that. I also think the Epic Store is an Electron app. That explains a lot. Not Electron, but Chromium enabled. Oh fuck. Framework, but essentially what Electron uses underneath. It's basically an Electron app, yeah. It's just a customized Electron JavaScript app. I've read it somewhere else. Program humor, yeah, that is I think I saw it on their I read it somewhere. Was it in here? I can't remember. I found an article where the where they talked here. More recently, Steam client's version used the Chromium embedded framework to take advantage of some of its features. It's an open source framework for embedding Chromium web browser with other applications to enable developers to add web pages functionality to their application. So basically, Chrome's version of Electron. And I think Electron is also based on Chromium embedded frameworks, if I'm not mistaken. Salt and chocolate is okay. I don't like salty chocolate either. Thanks so much for the tuna donation. It has to have web code because it's literally a web page, but not like you can do. Electron is web pages. Electron is used as a web page wrapper. Like, where have it? This is an Electron app, and this is basically what Discord is. It's a web page in an app. Discord is based on Electron. The same with Spotify. So, yeah, you can do the same with as you can do with the Chromium embedded frameworks. And again, I think this is what is the basis for Electron. Application using CEF. Spotify is using this framework also. Steam is not on here. Oh, Steam client. Official client for Steam here. Electron. Oh, I don't care. I don't care at all about gaming under Linux. I honestly don't. I don't give a fuck about gaming under Linux. It's not even close to what you get under Windows in general. Some games run better on Linux than Windows, but in general, on average, you get the best gaming experience under Windows. So I don't care about gaming on Linux. We need ad editor written in Electron. There are probably plenty of hobby projects built in Electron that have made an editor, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, Steam is using the underlying layer of Electron, I think you will call it. So not technically Electron, but the underlying technologies of Electron. Old name ROMs for me. Or main... My game run fine, but OBS wasn't working right with my capture card on Linux. Works fine on Windows. Yeah, the older I'm getting, the more I'm living by the philosophy of why overcomplicate your life? Why should I overcomplicate my life? It's already complicated enough. Why should I overcomplicate it? Just so I can say I'm running some obscure operating system. Then nobody gives a fuck what operating system you're running. 99, or let's put it this way. 98 or 97% of the complete computer user market don't give a fuck about what operating system you're running. So why put pride into running something most people don't care about? It makes no sense to me. Super Tox is amazing. I play it once in a while. I actually tried to run it. Hey, let's see if we can run it in here. Let's see if we can run it in VirtualBox. Games, Arcade, Super Tox 2. We are running Super Tox in a virtual machine. For someone who doesn't care about it, you talk a bit much about it. I find it interesting. There's a lot of things I find interesting in life that nobody cares about. I don't care about what operating system you are running. I don't care about what operating system other people are running. I just like talking about it because it's interesting to me. But that don't... press escape to skip, there you go. But that don't mean that other people should care about it. You probably also have some hobby that you care about that only a select few people care about. Welcome to Antarctica. Do I need to click something? Oh yeah. Oh. I haven't played this in fucking years. I'm so bad at these fucking games, man. Oh, come on. Oh. Ah, fuck. Ah, crap. I fucked it up, I think. Yeah, I fucked it up. Hey! Ah! Ah, crap. Oh, I'm getting nervous now because there's spiky bits down there. Oh. What's that? Oh. Cool. What do I need to do here? Do I need to run? Ah. Secret area. Oh. Yay. I'm using GNU/Linux. Now you know, even if you do not care. I don't care. Why most folks just use Windows or Mac Assembly and most don't want to worry about Linux. Even Linux is easy, even though Linux is easy, yeah. And now you got erected, yeah. If you have friends. It's kind of crazy to complicate things. If you can't run something in Android, if you can run something in Android, why not? Like Dex Station is Dex is really interesting, yeah. I'm using GNU/Linux/systemd. I feel like I've seen this game before, but with a little Italian guy. Yeah, that's Linux in a nutshell. Let's copy everything. You need to run and then you will jump higher. That's a copy. This is the OG. When you have a helmet, you can shoot. Oh, really? Can someone recommend some mobile games? In general, I don't like mobile gaming because they are so predatorial and they are filled with fucking microtransactions and shit like that. And I don't think there's any good mobile games. They're probably like, find a mahjong game or, you know, one of those puzzle games. I like playing those to keep my mind, you know, busy when I'm waiting at something. But in general, mobile gaming is one big fucking advertisement. It's like a billboard with games behind it, and I don't like that. So yeah, I honestly don't recommend any. I have a couple of games, I think. What games do I have on my phone? Do I even have any games on my phone? I don't think so. I have the Minecraft Trial Edition, but that's that don't work anymore. That's too fucking old. And I think on my Samsung Pad Galaxy Tab, I think I have that Star Trek game just to try it out, and I have a Mahjong game, and I have another puzzle game. But I rarely, if at all, play on my tablet or Android devices. Chris titles text videos on Linux Distro for gaming. It's Quince. I'm sure it is, man. That's just how most games are today, unfortunately. With at least AAA games. Yeah, you're sadly right, Kudo. Oh, PUBG is banned in your country. That's not good. Check out Network Chunks. It's Quince. Network Chunk is actually good. Oh yeah, Terraria. Yeah, I could believe that's good on your mobile phone. I have decks. I have run decks. Old school RuneScape. I never got into RuneScape. Man. I have friends that are really into RuneScape, like massively into old school RuneScape. I never been one of those. Yeah, I have trouble reading. Like, first of all, I'm dyslexia. But I also need special classes if I have to read, because I have hyperactive eyes or something like that. Meaning that I get tired after 1 or 2 pages because my eyes never relaxes. So, yeah, I need some special reading classes that relaxes my eyes, or else I get headaches and all the kind of fucking crazy shit. I got tested for that like 10 years ago or something like that. Just get Minecraft. I used to play, like, Minecraft is probably that the game I have the most hours in. I played it when it was like, well, before its official release. I played it for years before that. Like, when you barely could do anything. Like, whew. I think I played like a year after it got released. Like you know, after the first ever pre-alpha, what the fuck it was called, came out. I played it not long after that. Like, actually, it's really easy to see. Let's go on to YouTube and do what are they called? Lewis and Simon. Yogscast, there you go. When was the first?
Expert Victor! Let's invite
2010. And I probably played Minecraft a little bit before 2010. Only read non-fiction books. I recommend manual pages. I used to read a lot of manuals. Oh, Luke Smith releases a new video an hour ago. He probably did. I don't care about Luke Smith at all. I'm not a fan of anything happening in my head. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the Debian Handbook could be a bestseller, yeah. But I really got into Minecraft, when Yogscast did their series here. I actually need to rewatch this series again because it's actually a really good series. Doing, 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 doing. Yeah, Minecraft used to be fucking amazing back in the day. The Yogscast Dwarf song, yeah, that's amazing. Dicky Dicky Hole. YouTube is fucking crazy, man. The first couple of years that Microsoft owned Minecraft, it was still kind of okay. Yeah, I think I know who that Doc Demo is. Ooh, Mint is out in beta. Rocky Linux just got a release. Network security tools. Oh, PC Linux OS got a release. Cool. Smart OS, that's still around. I like to eat cooked fish with skin with spices. I'm not a big fan of tuna. That sounds actually not bad, to be honest. Yeah, it takes time to destroy it, even for a company that big. You can see it with GitHub. It can't be immediate. Rocky Linux 9, they have a channel you should check out. They talk about everything. Rocky Linux have their own channel. Why is it not? Oh, here. No, it's not even listed in their social media pages. Do you mostly spend time in these Linux VMs or on your Windows install? It depends on what I'm doing for the day. I would say it's probably in generally, I probably spend 60% of my time on Windows and then 40% time in Linux VMs. Some days I spend most of the day in a VM. Other days I don't even open up Linux at all. And then other days I spend hours and hours and hours and hours on VMs. Are you still a Mac guy? Yeah, I'm debating on. I still have my not iMac, but my MacBook Pro from 2011 I bought some months ago. I still want a Macintosh. I'm just debating if I should save up for it or as a my dream would be to have a Mac Mini, and then use that instead of my Windows machine, because the things I'm doing on Windows I can do under Mac OS, and also the games that I play, or I think it's only 1 or 2 games now that is only working under Windows, also work under Mac OS. Specifically my guitar program that I'm using and stuff like that. So what that means is that I can. My idea is this: that I would be running my Mac Mini, and then the computer that I'm using right now would then get Linux installed, and that would be my Linux machine with probably a Windows VM in it or something like that. And then I would have my Mac Mini, because the Mac Mini don't take up a lot of space. So I will then have a switch to my screens. So when I'm booting my Linux machine up, I just click a switch, and I am, the screens are connected to my Linux computer, and I can then click the switch again, and I'm connected to, a HDMI, a DVI switch, and then I'm connected to my Mac computer or my Mac Mini. The only problem is that I need 2 keyboards and 2 mice, but I can live with that. I can just, I will probably be using them. I don't know which one I will be using the most, but the one that I'm using the most will be primary on my desk, and then I can just, push the other keyboard and mouse to the side. And I don't want to use those software that way you can, use the same mouse and keyboard for all your devices on a network. They tend to be a really, really finicky. But yeah, that's kind of the dream. Macs are too expensive. They're not that. With the M chips, they are not that expensive anymore. Yeah, you can. Yeah, a cheap keyboard and mouse switch could be a good idea also. Yeah. You're right. That could be a good idea. Yeah. Hackintosh over Apple hardware. You can't Hackintoshes are dying because with the M chips, they are killing Hackintoshes. I could use a KVM box. That's kind of what I'm thinking about using. A switch. But yeah, I am debating. Yeah, you can get a USB switch that you can switch with, just like with the monitors. Another idea I have is that right now I have 2 monitors. So my other idea is that I will buy a 2K monitor for my main system, and that would probably be my Linux system, and then run Linux on that one, and then run my Mac Mini on a separate monitor, and maybe buy a 3rd monitor. So my main computer, that would probably be my Linux machine, have 2 monitors, and my Mac Mini will only have 1 monitor, because 2K monitors doesn't exist. Yes, they do. It's called 440p. 440. Oh, Hackintosh are dying. The day that Apple stops supporting Intel chipsets, Hackintosh is going away, and it's not that far in the future. We're probably talking 2 or 3 years. Gincreed, yes, exactly. That's 2560 times 1440 is 2K monitor. Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking about getting a 27-inch 2K monitor for my main system, because then I don't need 2 screens. Or that's the theory anyway. And then I can use, one of those 2 monitors I have right now. Actually, if I get a 2K screen, I have 3 monitors. I don't need to buy a 3rd one. but it just takes up a lot of fucking disk space. But yeah. You need to buy an Apple monitor, you know, because of the Can you please stop using the term 2K? It's such a bullshit. No, it's not. It's 4K. Then 4K is bullshit also. Then it's also a fucking marketing stunt. I also thought that for 4040p will save me. It's not enough. Yes, 2K is bullshit as well. I think you need to go to sleep then, because you are fucking crazy in the brain, man. The fuck is the Pac-Man we are listening to? I don't need to buy USBs and run Linux on it when I have a functional computer to do it with. Why? If I'm using a USB, I still have to dual boot. Right now, the reason why I'm running Linux and virtual machines is that I don't need to restart my computer to run Linux. Yeah, 8K is coming up. Yeah. That's the whole reason why I'm running Linux in a virtual machine, is that when I want to run Linux, I don't have to reboot my computer. I just open up a virtual machine. So all of the work and everything I'm doing on my host system is still there. I don't have to close it down and remember where everything is and what I was doing and all of that fucking shit. It's there. It's ready to be used when I'm done in the virtual machine. ...1080p gang. Yeah, I'm still running 1080p also. This here is Ubuntu. The one I'm using right now is Ubuntu. Do you know why it's called 4K and 8K and 2K, humans? Do you know why it's called that? Now I'm testing your brilliant, excellent mindset. Do you know why it's called 4K? And why it's called 2K? Yeah, 4K is the price in euros, yeah. .4K resolution refers to the horizontal display resolution of approximately 4,000 pixels. Digital TV and digital cinematography commonly use different 4K resolutions in television and consumer media. And here is the resolution 4K. It's the dominant 4K standard using another way of looking at it. If you're looking at this picture down here, this is 1080p, this is 4K. It's also called 4K because it has 4 times the pixel density of 1080p, where 2K is double the amount of 1080p. Yeah, technically 2K should be 2.5K. Yeah, I get it, but that's the idea behind it, why they call it 4K and 2K. Is that it's double the amount of what you're getting with 1080p, and it's 4 times the amount with 4K, roughly, that you're getting than 1080p. That's why they're calling it that. I hope this makes sense. That's why they're calling it that. So it kind of makes sense why it's called 4K and 2K. It's not just a marketing stunt. Because it actually correlates to something that has to do with the technology. You get what I'm saying here? Yeah, easy game. Yeah. 4K, the problem with 4K, so if you think about it, when 4K monitors started to become widely accessible and cheap to buy, graphic cards kind of got massively expensive. So I suspect that's why we don't see much 4K, because you kind of need a beefy graphic card to run 4K monitors. And with the graphic card prices we have had, like, well, the last 5 or so years, they have been massively more expensive. And that's also roughly the time when 4K monitors got cheap enough that the average consumer could afford it. So you could afford the monitor, but the graphic cards just kept getting more and more and more and more and more expensive to run the monitors. So I think that's kind of why 4K, that's also why 2K is kind of the sweet spot. Because running a 2K monitor don't take the same amount of horsepower, of course, as running a 4K. And 2K graphic cards is more accessible, even with today's prices, that most people can run it. But 1080p is kind of, you know, it's still the sweet spot for most people. Because graphic cards that can run 1080p comfortably don't cost that much money still, compared to other graphic cards. And games and monitors still look great in 1080p. Like, 1080p is not bad to look at. Granted, if you go from a 4K or 2K down to 1080p, it looks awful. But if you have never seen a 4K screen, 1080p is not bad. And also with the upscaling that we are using right now and the anti-aliasing and all of that fucking shit, it's becoming more and more acceptable to look at the game in 1080p that's downscaled and stuff like that. That a lot of people don't see a need for it, because it's not like a massive jump that it is from 720p to 1080p. Like, in 720p you could pixel hunt way better than you saw pixels almost all over the place, where in 1080p you kind of have to squint your eyes a little bit to find pixels. You can still do it, but it's not that easy, where in 2K it's almost not like, you know, you can almost not find them. And in 4K you kind of have to have a loop to find them. No, 2K, no, you're wrong, you're wrong. And you need double your memory every time you double your case. That's right, that's right. What do you think about virtual spacing versus the new horizontal workspaces? I don't care much about GNOME, to be honest. I like Plants vs Zombies, but I don't play mobile games anymore. I never liked that game. With a GPU you can run 1080p screens with a GPU with as little as 16 megs of RAM. Exactly. Yeah, CryptoPros ruined 4K. Yeah, they actually did. Yeah. My dad bought a curved TV, but the resolution on his Bosnian TV is not the resolution, so the image is ugly. It does not make any sense to spend money when the image is not at that rate. True. If you can't run it, it makes no sense to buy it. I know my card can run 2K monitors, but I can't run 4K monitors. There's actually math and cinema standards behind 1080 resolution, human size resolution, and regular size, and it's it's a diminishing returns above that. Yeah, kinda, yeah. I like 4K because I usually use one monitor with side-by-side tiling. So that's another reason of going from up to like 2K or 4K. It's basically like having like if you go up to 2K, it's a little bit like having two monitors in one monitor. You have the real estate, the screen real estate of two monitors in one. So you don't need two monitors, if you get what I'm saying here. And with 4K, you have 4 times the real estate that you have on this one monitor. So you can have more shit on your screen at one time. So you don't need more monitors. Like, what I have right now is equivalent to running a 4K setup. Or sorry, a 2K setup. I just have two screens beside each other, instead of having it in one screen. I hope you can you get what I'm saying here. I prefer the P format over the K format for resolution. Yeah, but that's like, again, there is an explanation why it's called 4K, and it's because of the density of the pixels and shit like that. And that's what the industry have settled about. So what you prefer, too bad. Like, tough luck, man. Tough luck. I would like to have big monitors for my... Yeah, I would like to have big monitors also. Video editing on 4K is nice. I think it is. Still has nothing to do with 2K because they switched to... Yeah, cinema still use somewhat 4K, 2K, it's 1080p. They just use it in another way and all that fucking shit. 1440p makes sense to sit a bit closer, because if you buy a bigger monitor and sit far away, it's pointless. From what I have done of research, I can't go over 27 inch. It becomes too big. I kind of want 25 to 27 inch monitors for 2K. That fits with how far away I sit from the monitor, and if you're getting 4K on two small monitors, it don't make sense. You might as well just run 1080p. P means progressive, not indicator of resolution or format. According to Wikipedia page for 2K resolution, 1080p is the most common 2K. Dude, 1080p is not a 2K resolution. A 2K resolution is 1440p. I would, but the most used resolution is still 1080p, if that's what you mean. 1080p is still the most used resolution in the world. That I will agree with you on. 32-inch monitors with 1440 is still okay. Yeah, I think if you go over 30 inches, you have to go 4K if you ask me. You just fucking looked at it. Should I use BTIFS or ext file systems on Linux? Depend. Like, if you're not running a file server, ext4 is way good enough for you. Yeah, but here's the problem. Look at the resolution. Look at the resolution. It's not 1920, it's 2084. And they do say here that 1080p is the most common 2K resolution, normally referred to as 1080p. But I think they're getting there. I think they're getting something wrong here, because if you look up here at 1440p, interlayering, wide quad HD, it sits between 1080p and 4K. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think it's because it depends on how you I'm getting tired here. What aspect ratio you're looking at. Because depending on your aspect ratio, you get different resolutions. So if you're looking at a letterbox or a widescreen resolution, it determines different standards. So I think that's where they are. Yeah, 1440p in a 16:9 ratio is blah blah blah, but widescreen display can have up to yeah. I think they are mixing stuff up here, or because if you look at the official declination from the cinematographic fucking whatever it's called that we looked at before, they say that 4K is 1440. So I think it's because it depends on what aspect ratio you're using. It's too broad to talk about. What Wikipedia calls 2K is the cinema aspect ratio. Yeah, and I think that's the one that most people goes about, the cinema aspect ratio. Dell Ultra Sharp. Oh, this site is a fucking crazy site. Clock. 27 inch. When is this from, though? 2010. Oh my god. 12 years ago. Dell Ultra shit. I never, like, a lot of people like Dell monitors. I'm more a Asus or Samsung monitor kind of guy. I always so the monitors I have ran my whole life is Samsung monitors and AOC. Like if I needed just a cheap ass fucking monitor, they're actually really good AOC monitors. They just take a lot of energy. I bought AOC monitors or Asus monitors. I had one LG, but I didn't really like it, to be honest. But these are like the three brands that I like the most. I'll probably say Samsung and Asus are the top two, are the number ones. And if my secondary monitors that I don't care that much about the quality and stuff like that, I buy AOC. But for my main monitor, you know, the one that I'm looking at the most, that I'll need to have be the best quality it can be, I always ran either Asus or Samsung, and then I tried LG, but it ended up being my secondary monitor. I didn't really like it that much. I've heard Asus is also quite good, yeah. I guess my phone is 2K. Well, if it's that resolution, it probably is. Asus used to use Panasonic displays. Samsung, that depends on lower end line. It is sourced from third-party manufacturers. Yeah, I used to buy Samsung in like middle high-end monitors. AOC, it's called. It's a Chinese company. It doesn't exist here. I've used Acer on my main monitor and LG ultrawide light blend. Sucks but works fine otherwise. Yeah, LG had a lot of light breed for me also. Yeah, Iyama or what it's called. I've looked into that also. I looked into but I don't know how good they are. I'm not an Asus 4K monitor from the time 4K was expensive. Oh, you are on a Asus 4K monitor. Like, Asus monitors have always been good, if you ask me. Asus and Samsung is the one that I kind of stick to. If you know, those are the ones that I really, really want to use. And if I just need a shitty fucking secondary monitor just for chat and stuff like that, you know, I just buy an AOC. I've heard a lot of bad things about Ilama. Yeah, Ilama, or however the fuck. Yeah, it's the same here. My next monitor that I buy, the 2K one, is probably going to be either Samsung, Philips, or Asus. I've heard a lot of good things about Philips monitors also. I always liked Asus components, both motherboards and stuff like that. I always liked Asus. I always MSI, Asus, and Gigabytes is like the motherboard. Like back in the day, I kind of had to buy Gigabytes motherboards because those were the only one Linux really supported that well. Like in the early 2000s. So if you wanted to make sure that Linux ran on your motherboard, you kind of had to buy a Gigabyte and some Asus and some MSIs, but Gigabytes, almost all of them worked. Lately, Gigabyte, the last couple of years, has not been that good. Yeah, Asus makes some great hardware, man. Yeah, ASRock or ASRock motherboards is getting really popular. They really are. I almost bought an ASRock motherboard instead of the Asus I have right now. But I have the Asus Tough series motherboards. I really love those. The last two times I bought motherboards from Asus, I think... No, the previous one was a gaming motherboard. And this one here is a tough motherboard, and I fucking love that fucking beast, man. It just works. Sony used to make great monitors and panels. Not sure about their current products. I have always only heard mixed stuff about Sony. Sony's really good if you buy the mid-high end and up stuff. Whatever you get, stay away from monitors that have one-button joystick controllers. They will drive you mad. I run a Gigabyte motherboard just because it was cheap. Yeah, Gigabytes is like the... Again, lately, the last 5 or so years, they've been a little bit up and down with their quality control and stuff like that. But before that, like in the early 2000s and stuff like that, Gigabyte was a great fucking product. Last time I made a PC for my boss, and he was also worried about ASRock is poop. But now he is happy with its superb features, easy to configure. I've only heard good stuff about ASRock. I got a cheap Asus motherboard with a manual BIOS, which it cost me $69, I think. Works fine for my need. Yeah, like I do like Asus motherboards. I used to be a big MSI fan, but they dropped the ball the last couple of years. The last, again, 5 or so years. It's kind of like Asus, not Asus, but MSI and Gigabyte kind of started to go downhill, and in the same time span. Where Asus just keep fucking being Asus. They have had some bad products. Every company have bad products. But in general, they have stayed more consistent than any other brand. At least for motherboards. At least for motherboards. Yeah, I've heard with overclocking with ASRock is a little bit hit and miss, but I don't do overclocking. But I rarely do overclocking. I do know that it's like, in quotes, free performance and stuff like that. But I don't want to sit and spend hours overclocking just to gain like 1 or 2% performance. And then it's generating massively more heat, and you could potentially lose stability. So I even though I always bought overclockable CPUs because they come with a higher base clock speed in general. And if I ran any overclocking, I did with my first Ryzen CPU, I overclocked that manually. The other two I didn't overclock at all, because I was like, those 2 or 3 or 4% performance gain don't really matter that much to me, to be honest. And then I started to get into RAM compatibility issues. Because the first gen Ryzen CPUs was really finicky with what kind of RAM modules you used. And if you overclocked them, it became a bigger hassle. So I just was like, you know what, I'm just keeping it fucking stock, and then I could use a broader range of RAM modules, basically. That's why I'm running 32 or 34 gigs of RAM. I can't even remember it right now. Where if I overclocked it, I had to go down to 16 because 2 of the modules did not play well with the overclock. So I just kept it standard to get, 32 gigs of RAM. Or 34 gigs, again, I can't remember. I think it's 32 gigs of RAM. And if you are doing video editing and virtual machining and stuff like that, 16 plus is fucking nice to have, man. I'm not going under 16 gigabytes on my own systems. On Apple hardware, it's not that big of a problem because I'm not going to virtualizing anything on it and stuff like that. And the way they handle RAM and memory is way different than from how Windows is doing it. But yeah, on my power stations, or what the fuck you will call them, I'm not going under 16 gigabytes anymore. Preferably, I'm not going under 30. MSI also is failing to compete in laptops. Yeah, I heard about that. Oh, Huawei is awful in Europe also, man. Yeah, there's no point to overclock anymore these days. Overclocking nowadays is mostly only done for the fun of it, if you ask me. I would want 2 27-inch monitors for real nice. I think, yeah, I think one 27 and then one 24 would be enough for me. Overclocking isn't fun anymore on current hardware. There isn't much headroom to current hardware. No. And that is because we are reaching the limit of what the silicon that we are running right now can actually handle. So they are already pushed to kind of the brink of what they can handle already. So you don't have the same game performances as you had back in the day. It's like the government, it's trying not to ship in the US. I only overclock old machines that I'm ready to replace. That makes sense. Sure, I have the 32 gigs of RAM as well, but I don't need it. from video editing, I felt a massive increase in going up to 32 gigs of RAM. Like, it was amazing. Like, it was night and day. I overclocked my TV. Huawei laptops are okay. I never seen a Huawei laptop. I only seen Huawei phones. I never seen any other products from them. At least not in Denmark anyway. They probably make it. Xiaomi is like the new Huawei. Xiaomi is making so many fucking amazing watches and weights and home automation systems and phones and screens and laptops. They're almost making any. If it's electronic, they're kind of the Chinese version of Samsung. If it's electronic, they are making it. I have a Mi Band 6 somewhere in a drawer, and it's actually a really good fucking fitness band. Really good fitness band. Like, Xiaomi is making some good products. And I know some people that have their phones, and they're really liking their phones. Really liking their phones. And they are starting to sell, like I said, home automation systems in EU now, and TVs and stuff like that, and they are not that expensive compared to other brands, and they seem to providing better features. Hey, my fish tank. So it's really, really interesting to see where they are going, and they do say they don't have anything to do with the government, and are willing to prove it and have proven it. But again, they could be lying to us. You know, we don't really know that. They could be lying to us. I want to do folding at home better. Don't you do that under Linux, Windows though? Or I wonder how folding at home is handling Mac silicon, like the M1 and M2. If that has any benefit for folding at home. I haven't seen anyone doing folding at home on Mac hardware. I've heard about people doing it on their phone. Huawei is mainly Harmony OS. Yeah, I heard about Harmony OS. Folding at home under Linux gives you better performance. I prefer Chinese electronics. It doesn't hurt to have a backup in Asia, not only in Silicon Valley. Yeah, you're right. It always is a benefit to have, you know, to not have just one player in the market. That's always a benefit to have. And like I said, my Mi Band, I fucking loved that little fitness band. I loved it. Great battery life, did what I needed to do. It was just too small for me. I needed a watch instead. So I got a Amazfit Bip U, or what the fuck it was called. And then I got a Samsung Galaxy Watch original, like the first watch they made from a friend by helping him out with something. And then I bought the Samsung Galaxy Watch 4, which I fucking love to death. The only thing I don't like about it is the battery life. With my use, and I use it when I'm working out and stuff like that also, and when I'm walking. I don't do GPS tracking though, I don't see a need for that. But I get 2.5 day use out of it. But I tend to charge it every day or every second day. I have a Casio watch, and when I start to walk at 1 and stop walking at 2, it tells me I've walked for an hour. My watch do the same. I also have a Casio watch, but it's my old working, like I used to. It's one of those G-Shock ones that I used to use for work. But now I'm just using my Samsung watch at work because it's military graded. All Samsung watches is following the military standard, meaning that it's been tested for military use, basically, to follow the military standard in durability and stuff like that. So it's basically a G-watch. You know, it can withstand the same thing as a Casio G-watch, a G-Shock, sorry, G-Shock. But I do like the mod masters, or what they are called from G-Shock. Like, If I had unlimited money, I would probably get one of those. Yeah. Battery life on smartwatches. If you don't want to charge your watch every day or every other day, you should not get a smartwatch. But that's why I always have. I kind of want one of these here though, because they also have a limited mobile connectivity, like step tracking and stuff like that. Because that, to be honest, what I use the most on my smartwatch of the smart functionalities is step tracking. And when I'm working out, it tracks my heart rate, my intensity, my oxygen level, and you know how many calories I burn when I'm working out. I don't do this like, oh, now I'm doing a machine and now I'm doing X, Y, and Z. I just do a generalized working out, so it's not like, you know, tracking my reps and all my intensity. Oh, it is tracking my intensity level, but it's not like now I'm doing a bench press and now I'm doing hammer curls. I'm not using it like that. I'm just using, you know, the generalized fitness tracking. And these watches here, you can get some of those G-Shocks have the same capabilities, to be honest. You just don't get them. And of course, notifications. I love that I'm getting mobile notifications on my watch. I love that aspect of it. But you can also get the G-Shocks that show that. I don't really use Twitter or the web browser or any other of that fucking fancy shit on it. I use the barometer quite a lot to gauge the weather. So I use the weather app quite a lot because I'm working outside a lot. So I use the weather app and the barometer. With the barometer, I could just keep a barometer. And of course, the temperature. But it's getting that from the phone. My Samsung phone does all that step tracking I need. Yeah, but your watch is more accurate. That like it tends to be more accurate. And also, I don't have my phone on me all the time. When I go to the kitchen and I go to take a shit, I go to pee, I go down to, you know, look at the you know, laundry, you know, checking the mailbox. I normally don't have my phone on me, so there's a lot of steps that it's not tracking. A lot of steps that it's not tracking. So you're actually getting more steps in that you think, if you have, because you always have your watch on you. The sleep tracking, I used to do that for like a week, but I can't sleep with fucking watches on. I need to be free. I need to be free. My wrist needs to be free like a bird. So yeah, I can't do I can't sleep with the watch on. So I could actually, like, a Samsung Galaxy Watch is overkill for me, man. If you will have unlimited money, I wouldn't talk to you right now. I would be doing the same shit if I had unlimited money. Like, I would be doing the exact same shit as I'm doing right now. I would probably have more time to live stream and more time to make YouTube content if I had unlimited money. That's a benefit then, because when your phone tells you that you did 10k steps, you can be sure you did more and it's good for you. That's true, but it can also be a stress factor if you're not getting the steps in and you're not counting all your steps. So yeah, it can actually alleviate the stress factor of, oh my god, I didn't reach my step goal, when in reality you did. I have my phone more on me than my watch, so my phone is more accurate than my steps. You are one of the few people that I know that have their phone on them all the time. Same with me. I'll be able to create anything I want and tinker with anything with unlimited money. Yeah, exactly. I would love to travel if I had unlimited money. And I would love to travel and see how people used, or not used, but used technology in different places in the world. So go to, let's say, Australia and see how they are using, you know, Linux or Windows and Mac and stuff like that. And then go to Japan and see how they are doing it. What are they doing, you know, utilizing, and what systems are they utilizing the most? Go to America, go to Mexico, go to South America, go to India and see what they are using and how they're using it and why they're using it. It's always been fascinating to me to see how different people around the world are using technology. That's always been a big fascination to me. Of course, getting better equipment would be a priority. I will probably do more diverse content because I will probably do more reviews. You know, buy stuff to review and look at, and I will probably have a shit ton of laptops with different configurations to then test and benchmark Linux distributions properly on. Because I haven't seen anyone do proper benchmarking on Linux yet. I don't have my phone on me all the time. It's just that I wear my watch only at work. Okay. Japanese people kept Windows 95 for a very, very long time. For some reason, it was super popular there. I think it's a culture thing. Japanese society seems to not change that fast. Or willing to change. If it's not broken, they don't change it. I would do the same, but a ton of stuff to review and tinker with for YouTube. Yeah, the same. I would run folding at home on a 64-core Threadripper. I think I would do the same. I would buy a top-end Windows computer, a top-end Mac, and a top-end Linux computer. That I would definitely do that. So I could compare them with each other and stuff like that. Yeah, 1980s just barely arrived in Japan. I won't say that. I won't say that, to be honest. That's not what I am seeing from. I love the Asian culture. I love everything from Asia, like how they live and what they do and stuff like. I don't think I could live there. I'm too fucking tall. I'm 6'4". I would be miserable in those, you know, everything is so small over there. But I like culture in general, but I like that they're so different from us. So we'll definitely visit there, of course. And if I had unlimited money, I would be living in Denmark in the summer. And I would probably be living somewhere in either Spain, Italy, or the United States when it was winter in Denmark. Maybe even Australia, I don't know. Probably in the States somewhere. And I would probably also have a little condo in probably Japan or South Korea. That I would be spending a month or 2 months a year in there, so. You go to India, one of my friends in a poor place use Linux since it's free. That's awesome. Japan is now giving young people free noodles if they go voting. That's fucking amazing. Denmark in the summer and Finland. No, I actually talked to a lot of people from Finland. But I don't think I could live there. It's too fucking cold. There's too little summer. But I would love to visit Finland in the summer. Because it's fucking beautiful when everything is green. And it's kind of getting into like it's one big forest almost. I will definitely have dual citizenships between Denmark and Canada since I'm drawn to it. Yeah, I would not. I'm not that fond of Canada, to be honest. I like the people, but I don't like Canada as a country that much. I could even debate just moving to the southern part of England, to be honest. Because it's kinda not that cold there. But probably I would probably move to the United States. I've always been fascinated with the United States for some fucking reason. And live there most of the time. Or maybe Britain, but I'm leaning more towards the United States. and then have like a condo in Asia somewhere, like in Japan or something like that, to live there, like, you know, go on vacations there, and then be like in Denmark 3 months a year or something like that. Finland in winter is great. Women want to mate because there's nothing to do otherwise, and with unlimited money you'll be an easy time. Oh well, if they are that cold in the winter time, I'm going. As long as you don't come to Germany, that's fine. And Germany, I've never been that like the Alps in Germany and in Switzerland and stuff like that. I would love to go and visit there, and it's beautiful. I just don't like the culture that much, because it's not too different from Denmark. It's not that different. But if you go to Spain, Italy, if you go to the United States, Australia, especially Asia, it's way different than how it is in Denmark. And if I should move somewhere, it has to be at least different. And again, it depends on where you go to the United States. It's not that different. If you go to the northern part of the United States, it's not that different from Denmark. If you go more to the south, it's more different than Denmark. And that's kind of where I would like to go, more to the southern part of the state. You know, because it's that much more different from Denmark. USA isn't that bad despite the new prayers. US was always new, same thing everywhere. America is alright. I just returned from Germany yesterday from a short holiday. It was nice. 2 to 3 liters of beers a day, yeah. I hope you're up in Florida. I do like Florida. It's one of those places that I've been thinking about if I should move. Like either there or somewhere in Texas. For some reason, I love the Texan mentality. I'm not into the whole religious part. Hey, Nap, I'm not that into the religious part of Texas. You know, all of the religion of Texas. But I like the other side of the Texan mentality a lot. They seem to be no bullshitters. You know, there's not so much bullshit going on there, and I like that. I would say LG monitors is a great budget monitor. Yeah, they are. They definitely are. They definitely are. Oh, I'm getting tired here. Florida is only for retired people, and you are required to go for dinner at 4 p.m. So no, please, not for me. I could live with that. Honestly, I would not have any problem with that. But it would probably be something like Texas or the San Diego area of California, maybe Denver. You know, somewhere in Colorado is what I've been thinking about. Or the southern part of England. You know, Brighton and down there, Kent. The Kent region of I would love to live in an area that had the same name as me. That would be funny as hell. And they barely have any tough winters down. Because I don't like cold. I don't do well in cold. So I want to live in a place where they barely have any winter. I hate winters. I hate cold days. I hate that it's dark most of the time. You know, I hate it with a fucking passion. So maybe the southern part of France. I don't know. I just don't really like the French culture, to be honest. I do like the Spanish women though. And I do love Australia. I fucking love Australia, and I love the Australian people, and I love the accent of the Australian women. So I've been thinking a lot about Hawaii. I really like. I would probably move to Hawaii now I'm thinking about it. I've been really into Hawaii the last couple of years. Like, really into Hawaii. And then we find you in Silicon Valley. I will never go to Silicon Valley. I can't stand the Silicon Valley culture. I can't stand most of the Californian mindset and culture. They are too fucking pussies, if you ask me. I was in Foster late autumn, and that was a perfect place. Calm, beautiful, with unlimited money. I will live there. Yeah. I love the cold. Can't stand the heat. Yeah, I don't. So you love Brody? No, not at all. Boring. That's not true. I live in Florida. Miami's Clearwater, Orlando. Like I said, I've been really digging Hawaii because they have a really great culture over there. And it's fucking beautiful. It's so beautiful. Yeah, California is definitely back. Yeah, I've only heard a fucking massive amount of bad things about it. Florida is as boring as my nickname is. But yeah, like Hawaii is like, it's so beautiful. So much nature. But I hear it's massively expensive to live there. But if you have unlimited money, that don't matter. I want to live in a volcano. When I think about countries, I think about women. I don't care that much about that, to be honest. I really don't. There are great people living anywhere. I thought you didn't like the sun. I love the sunshine. I hate the winter. I hate cold. I love sunshine. I love the sun. I love being out in the sun. Yeah, you can import whatever women you want. Yeah, that's not how it works, though. Like, you can't just say, "Hey, I think you're fine. How much money will it take for you to move over to me?" That's not how it works, man. Boring. Have you ever been in Florida? Every place is boring, man. That's the thing. For people that live in Hawaii, or people that live in California, or in Texas, or in the Alps, or in New Zealand, that's also a really beautiful place, by the way, or in Japan or South Korea, they all think that it's boring to live there because it becomes normal to them. It's not exciting anymore. So everywhere is boring if you ask the right people. Yeah, no, that's not how it works with unlimited money. Women is not something you buy, okay? They are independent thinking creatures. What do you think of Acer monitors? I like Acer monitors. I don't have a big problem with those either. They are fine. I don't care what boss, it's about you. I have no idea what you mean by that, to be honest. They are dependent, money-thinking creatures. No, that's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. In some places you can buy everything. That's right. You can buy women in some places, and you can also buy men if that's what you're into. But that's not a relationship I would want. I don't want to be with someone that don't want to be with me. That can never be a healthy relationship. Yeah, California is run down. California needs a shake up. They need a reset. Something needs to happen, because they have ruined that fucking place. The politicians have ruined that place, and the whole mentality of the people in California, in a large part, again, #not all, has been really, really fucking crazy the last 5-6 years. Just gone down the hill. Let's go to Detroit. I kind of want to be honest. I kind of want to. It will be as healthy relationship as your bank account is healthy. Yeah, again, I don't want those people in my life. Installing free BSD, so no more playing with Linux toys. I have installed free BSD probably before most people in here were born. So, I've been there, done that. I don't know. I never liked Orlando. I never liked Miami that much, to be honest. I want to meet RoboCop in Detroit. Yeah, I don't... actually, RoboCop was not even filmed in Detroit. I think it was in southern part of this United States. Can't fucking remember where they filmed it. At least the two first ones was not... They were never... I think they had like a couple of scenes in Detroit, maybe. I'm 38, so my first install of FreeBSD was in 2002. I think I was a little bit later. I messed around with it in the 90s, like looked into it and shit like that. But it was probably around... Ubuntu was around when I installed FreeBSD and ran FreeBSD for a little while. It was probably in around 2006, 7-ish. What's your thoughts on the distro you're showing? I used to run PC Linux OS as my main driver for like a couple of months. And funny enough, it was because my PC broke. Some hardware in it broke, and I had like a really, really underpowered laptop, and I was using that for like a month or two so I could save up for a real PC. And I ran PC Linux OS as my main driver back then. But that was before YouTube and all of this, so it was before 2012. Hey, my governor was Arnold, be careful. Yeah, Arnold he's a weird dude, man. Mine was Fresh 2 5.0 release. To Middle Earth, yeah. Let's go to Middle Earth. Heck, if there ever comes a time when I get unlimited money, we probably will already be living on Mars. So I will probably be living on Mars then. Because I have no... It's fun to fantasize, but I'm kinda... I'm kinda in the mindset that I'm never going to be a rich fucking man. Like, I'm never going to have a lot of money. Or else I would have had it a long time ago. That's just how it's going to be, I think. I will die a poor man. And I'm okay with that. I know in Pakistan you can get Chinese electronics like highway phones. Oh, really? You will stream from Mars using Starlink. That could be amazing, yeah. Yeah, with Musk traveling agencies. Yeah, that could be fun. I would love to talk to Elon Musk. I would love to figure out what's going on inside his brain. He's a fascinating fucking human. And I think everyone could learn a lot from just spending an hour with him and asking him questions. Don't get me started on space travel. I love that shit. Yeah, the same here. I love anything that has to do with space. I'm nerding out over massively. I fucking love that shit. Yeah, the cost of living in Denmark is just getting higher and higher and higher. Not to mention that with the inflation, it's almost like... I think everything has gone up like 1 or 2%. Yeah, I do like the first 2 Terminator movies. Maybe the first 3. The first 2 Terminators was the best in my opinion, yeah. I've only been streaming for close to 5 hours. It's not that long, isn't it? be careful about California. The only place in California I would like to live would be San Diego. Any other place in California I don't care about. I don't know, sometimes I feel like he's a machine with a strategy on how to rule the world. And sometimes he surprises me with such much of a stupid decision. Yeah, that's the fascination with Elon Musk, is that he's a fucking human. He makes good decisions and he makes bad decisions, and he don't fucking hide it. He's not trying to be this Superman or anything like that. He sometimes the things works out and sometimes they don't, and that's what is fascinating about him. That if he gets knocked out, he tries harder next time. And I think a lot of us could learn from that. Learn a lot from it. Yeah, Terminator is a decent terminal. Yeah, it is. Elon is poor madman. Well, I would not... let me put it this way. I would happily live his life. And have his work ethics. I would have no problem sleeping in a fucking factory floor to make sure that it's up and running for time. And that dude is working all the fucking time, and I would love it. I would love it. He surprised me when he said he was against remote working. I have a suspicion that some of the reasons why he said that is because of the way that it was done with political charged means. And there is something to be said about the efficiency that some people will lose by working from home, because some people just don't have the discipline to do so. I honestly believe that some people can do it and some people can't, and I have a feeling that we are talking about most people can't do it. You said Terminator. I'm a fan of Arnold, so be careful. He was the governor of the state. Yeah, I don't like him as a person. I love watching his old working out videos, and I was a big fan of him as a kid. But I don't like him as a person. He is too arrogant. He's too full of himself. I just don't like him as a person. I honestly don't like. He was a massively gifted bodybuilder, but he's not my favorite bodybuilder. But he's the one that's done the most for the bodybuilding world. But he's not my favorite bodybuilder. That would be Lou Ferrigno. His name is the hot guy, the tall guy that's has a hearing problem. In my opinion, he was a way better person, and he was just not as gifted as Arnold, but he had a way better work ethic than Arnold had. Arnold just fucking had the genetics for it. It mostly depends if you really need a personal contact with people around you, below you, and such. Not everything can be done over Zoom. Yeah, there's so many. There were so many things playing into it. I honestly think that Total Recall was good, but I still think Terminator was his best movies. Terminator 1 and 2. I have to give Arnold some credit for trying to make California go green energy when he was the governor. Yeah. Why don't you just build nuclear stations then? That's the. It's way more energy efficient and less draining on Earth resources than any other form of energy that we have. It's more green than anything that we have. Nuclear power plants. And they are way more safer than anything we have right now with the current technologies that we have. The only thing I wanted from the governor was Conan the King. He disappointed. Was he still using the phrase, come with me if you want to live, even as governor? I think he did, yeah. I don't like Danish people, but you're all good in soccer and tech. Danish people are bad at everything, man. Like, maybe design. Maybe we are good at design. But other than that, we suck, man. As long as we don't pump all the nuclear waste in Africa. There have been studies shown that the amount of space that we need for nuclear waste is minimum, and we can do it in a really, really safe way. In a really, really safe way. And you need way less space than you think. You all have good cheese. Yeah, probably. I think he did actually acting in Total Recall Terminator. He was a cyborg and single-face character. Yeah, I kind of like that though, because that's how he acts the best, when he's not don't have to act. Danish people are good in making one-sided sandwiches. Yeah, that's kind of like a staple in our diet. With the current tech, I just don't like the waste nuclear produces. Like I said, every study shows that the waste that is being produced by the nuclear plants is less harmful to nature and humans than anything that we have right now. And it can be disposed in a way more safer way than anything we have right now. That's what the current data is saying. They just look at coal turbines and shit like that. They are giving people cancer left, right, and center. You know, they're polluting fucking forest and green areas and shit like that. It's crazy how much efficient they are. Kindergarten Cop. I could watch it, but I didn't really like it. Twins was kinda okay. I find it funny with Danny DeVito, because I like Danny DeVito. He's a great actor. Erase Me or Eraser, what it was called. Okay-ish. Nuclear waste can be reused or partially reused. That's true. And if it's stored, it has a much smaller impact on than any other not renewable energy. Yeah, exactly. In general, I like nuclear. That just need to improve the tech to prove nuclear. Like, if you build a nuclear station today with today's tech, it's the most safest form of energy production that you can get with today's technologies. Oh, Commando. Yeah, Commando was okay. Yeah. Predator. I also like Predator quite a lot. With Action Jackson. Like, he looks really weird today, Action Jackson. Or the guy from Action Jackson. Oh, that's not the one I'm thinking about. That's a movie. Is this the one I'm thinking about? The guy? Yeah, Carl Weathers. Like, he used to be fucking buffed as hell. Now he's a little bit on the slow side. On the low side. And here it looks like this is definitely fucking painted on fucking abs. Like, this is definitely painted on abs. I'm sure that they did some painting here. There's some air processing going on here. They had the fucking air process out and like, look, he has no definition at all. This is definitely air processed on. nuclear energy is safe since mid 1980s. Chernobyl was built on. Yeah. Exactly. Green energy's concept, but people pushing forward are scummiest people on Earth and can't be trusted with anything. Yeah, they are too scared because the coal industry don't want to go that way. When I went from Cali to Florida, we came to a truck stop. When I came out, it was like from an oven. Arizona is hot as hell. Yeah, it's like I used to game with someone from Arizona, and he called it Satan's butthole. Yeah, we definitely have some fucking. Yeah, here he don't even have them any 6-packs. But yeah, like if you're sitting like this and you have defined abs, there's something wrong. Oh no, I think he was in Rocky. Yeah, Carl Weathers. I think he was in Rocky. Yeah. Yeah, here he is. I've heard the news about India suppressing China's in terms of total populace. Yeah, India is fucking crazy about its people. They are popping children out left, right, and center. Like, he used to be in fucking good shape, man. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Fucking hell, man. If only I had that fucking dedication to fitness. Oh, he was a linebacker. All American. Okay. It's only 42 degrees. Nah, not too bad. He looks like a pump, Michael Jackson. Yeah. Oh, he's in the Mandalorian. How old is he? He must be like getting up there. I used to be a big fan of his in like the 90s. 74. Ah, he's holding out great then. For a 74-year-old. I used to watch Predator all the fucking time though. Like, it was one of the... This one here, and Terminator, and Robocop, I just loved watching those as a kid. And of course Star Trek. I couldn't get enough of Star Trek. Little Arnold. It's fun to watch them here because Arnold Schwarzenegger is not that tall. So he must be really fucking short. But your first, did you see the new Star Trek Strange New Worlds? No, I really want to see that one. But I'm kind of waiting till all the episodes is out, and then I'm going to watch everything in one batch. But I kind of really want to see it. I haven't heard any good or bad things about it. I always stay up way too long to watch your streams. Yeah, I'm going to bed soon also. I'm getting really tired. Oh, season 1 just finished. Okay, then I have to subscribe to Paramount Plus and watch it. I'll probably do that next month then. I was just waiting for all the episodes to finish, to be honest. I hate starting to watch a series and then you're starting mid-season, or, you know, the season is not over and stuff. I hate that fucking shit. Oh. But it's only like... Are you not from Germany? You Mans? Like, it's only like almost 11 p.m. at 10:30. Or 22:29, depending on if you use military time. It was making a woke area. It can't be good. Well, I've heard that it should not be that woke, though. That it's more true to Star Trek than Discovery. I can't watch that fucking shit. It's like the whole purpose of Discovery is to just hate on men. I lived in California for 6 years. Yeah. Your brain damage then. Yes, I'm always going early to bed. I normally go to bed around 12-ish in weekends and 9-10-ish at work days. Star Trek was always woke. No, it was not. Star Trek from the 90s and early 2000s was not woke. They were not woke at all. They did talk a little bit about, you know, social issues and stuff like that, but it was not. It was like, you know, maybe one episode or half of an episode, or you got a comment here and there about it. You know, it was not like what the whole fucking series was based on. I was disappointed. I haven't seen Picard because I've heard that was one big woke fest. And yeah, the Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. I love those fucking yeah. Is that a rest? What are you talking about? I love Star Trek, the old Star Trek. Oh, it did have the first interracial kiss in TV history. I don't mind that. It's okay. Like, I don't mind being challenged politically and stuff like that in any direction. I just don't want to be it being done constantly, like all the fucking time. Now I'm starting to get a problem with it, and that's kind of what Discovery is like. One big fucking fuck you, man. You're useless. You're pieces of shit. You know, that's kind of the feeling I get when I'm watching Star Trek Discovery, and it's just like I get it. You're angry at us. I get it. Picard was hot garbage. It's not even the same character. They are trying to make it into an alternate reality thing. Yeah, then I'm out then. Star Trek from the 60s all the way through has been progressive. No. Progressive is not the woke. Is a different kind of fucking thing than progressive. Progressive is like woke light. Like, I don't mind progressive stuff. I don't like woke stuff, because woke stuff has become almost a religion for people. Like, you can't be woke enough. Like, woke people look at progressive people as being bad people. You know, like they're not woke enough because they are only progressive. Like woke people and social justice warriors and all of that fucking shit. It's a fucking mess, man. And like I said, I'm all for progressive shit. I'm all for challenging political ideas and the norm and stuff like that. And like I said, Star Trek up till Discovery used to be like they did that once in a while, you know, maybe an episode, or there was some comments here and there where you were like, oh yeah, maybe we should think about that or talk about that and stuff like that. And nowadays, or at least Discovery, like the first season that I tried to watch, it was just one big fucking, men are the worst fucking pieces of shit that have ever lived, and we can't do anything right. And it was just like, I don't want to watch this. Yeah, okay, maybe take up toxic masculinity once in a while. Talk about that for 5 minutes. That's okay with mine. I don't believe in it, but hey, I can deal with it. Or talk about feminism like once in a while. I'm okay with that. But don't throw it in my face like everything that's not a feminist fucking propaganda machine, or testosterone is the worst thing that's ever been done by nature, and men can be pregnant and girls can make their own children. They don't need men to reproduce, and all of that fucking woke shit that has no base in science whatsoever. I can't do it once in a while. Like, give me the lunatic stick once in a while, but don't fucking fist me in the ass with it 24/7. It gets too fucking much, man. Discovery was so boring that I only watched a couple of episodes of Discovery and I couldn't watch it anymore. That's the progressive people are an older generation. The woke people, the woke people today are fucking lunatic. Yeah, woke is racism wrapped in social justice. Exactly. The next generation was always commenting on social justice and personal feelings. They had a therapist on the crew to help the crew members work through their problems. Yeah, I kind of like that, because the thing is with the feeling stuff and the social justice stuff is that we need some of it. But people took it too far. You know, some social justice is okay. You know, sometimes it's needed to sit and talk about therapy. Like, look at warriors today. Look at soldiers today. You know, what is happening? People are getting better, but in almost any fucking country in the world, we send people out to do horrible fucking things that we have been brought up to think is the worst thing in fucking you can do to another human being. And then we are sending people out to do those fucking crazy things. And then, yep, thank you, here's a pat on the back, now go out and be a normal human being again. And then when they can't fucking function in normal society, we are pissing on them. We are calling them all kind of crazy shit. We're not helping them switch off living in our society anymore. And therapy would help them so fucking much. But the thing with the woke people is that they take that and they go to fucking the moon and Mars and fucking Jupiter and to another solar system with it. I think the next generation was like a perfect mix of talking about social issues and talking about and commenting about social justice and stuff like that, but do it in like a sane way, you know, like, here's the thing, should we look into it? What does this mean for society? I didn't feel that the next generation and Deep Space Nine and stuff like that was trying to push a political idea onto us and telling us how to live our lives. I felt that they were trying to ask questions. What about this? Should we do something about that? What do you feel about that? And then let us make up our mind out of it. Where a lot of new stuff, they are trying to tell us what to do and push their beliefs onto us and stuff like that. Force feed us their political agendas. That's too much. Like I watched I watched the first 4 seasons of SEAL Team. It's on Paramount Plus right now, and it's the guy from Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Castle, not Castle, Bones, where you follow a Navy SEAL team. And one of the SEALs have like a raging fucking feminist as a girlfriend. And sometimes some of those things are being brought up, but it's not like they are only talking about social issues. They are only talking about feminism. And they're only talking about mansplaining and all of that fucking shit. You do get confronted with it once in a while. That's fine. I can live with that. That's okay. And I think it's healthy that we are being confronted with it. You know, and that was kind of how Star Trek was back then, like in the TTN and Deep Space Nine and Voyager and stuff like that, is that they challenged you believed a little bit. They asked you or made you be aware of some issues or something like that, and that's it. That's it. Deanna Troi, even though she was a therapist, I actually didn't see her like that. They used her mostly for her telepathic abilities. That was kind of like her superpower. That was what her most use was for. And they used her as a therapist. But I feel that she was mostly used in TTN for her personality, her take on things, and her telepathic abilities. And she was number one's hot girlfriend. Or wife, later on. It was not like you were bombarded with every time something happened, we had to talk to the therapist now. You know, like, before we do what the offshore landing or what the fuck they're calling it, we all have to talk to the therapist, and when we get back, we all have to talk about the therapists. It was not like this, but this is how it is today. And if a guy is going to explain something, he's being, I know you're mansplaining. Fuck you, man. Like, why is it called mansplaining just because you're trying to talk about something? Star Trek even did racism episode with the help of aliens that were black. Or I remember that one. Start to dig in such a way that you stopped and thought about it. Today, woke is different. It shoves social justice down your mouth. Yeah, exactly. It's worse than the woke making things out of nothing. Yeah, I don't think about it. It's just believe us or else. Yeah, being woke nowadays is almost like a religion or cult. Why you're talking about this? Let's talk about use technology and so on. There's always would be lesbian and gays that's there. No, that's not a choice, being lesbian and gay. Definitely not. I know people that are bisexual and homosexual, and I can tell you for a fact that's not something they choose, because a lot of them really don't want to be like that because they are being judged by society and they are living a bad life because they feel that they don't fit in, and I don't believe that at all. I think everyone should be allowed to do whatever they want and live their life however they want without being judged, as long as they're not hurting anyone. And if you can't live with that, that's your problem and not mine. But now I get to watch every other ad on YouTube manscaping. Yeah, manscaping. I do like the manscaping ads. They're quite funny. If we ever get a sense in AI, it would become a major ethical issue. The guy that developed Mosaic, the first web browser, did an interview with Joe Rogan where he had some really good points saying that we will never get a sense in AI. And it's worth... what the fuck is... Joe Rogan... What the fuck is... the fuck is his name? The fuck is his name? Mark Anderson. Here it is. Here. He has some really, really, really good points about AI. That I was like, whoa. And if you look at it like the way that he's talking about it, I'm starting to think that we will never get it was an empath, not a telepath. That's right. Sorry. I'm starting to believe him because he makes a lot of sense. Can we please change the topic? This is too broad of topic. Europe is getting more and more into gay parades and so on. Everyone has his own. Like, here's the thing: if you can't accept this, this is not the place for you. I'm sorry. Like, this is not a place for you. Like I said, everyone is allowed to do whatever they want, and if homosexual makes you feel uncomfortable, you have a problem. They don't, okay? Because you should not have a problem with how other people live their life. Because then you're talking about a you issue and not a them issue. I don't like people fucking a fucking zebra in South America or goat. But it's legal there, and they do it. It's kind of like their first sexual experience is go fucking animals in Colombia, where the fuck it is. I don't particularly like it. I think it should be illegal, but hey, they are not hurting anyone other than the fucking animal. So if it makes you uncomfortable, you know where the door is. That like, I hate when people are trying to push other people out just because it makes them uncomfortable. Because now we're talking about a you issue and not a them issue. Star Trek, the original series, had a great episode on AI machine. The Captain Kirk had to force the AI to shut itself down with logic. I actually think I watched that one. I think I watched that one. Like, I vaguely remember, or I watched some what you call it, what the fuck is it called? Some program that did something like that. Folks need to be uncomfortable. It shows what you need to work on as a person. Yeah, that's actually right. If something makes you uncomfortable, that means that you have something to work on. But this guy here, he also talks about why the Turing test is not really a good test to see if something is sentient or not. I recently saw the Enterprise series from the early 2000s. Oh, yeah. The one with the one that was just called Enterprise, right? It was like 4 seasons or something like that. I actually liked that quite a lot. It was by far not my favorite Star Trek series at all. But I did like it for what it was. Like, I did enjoy it. And I watched it a couple of times. I want to see if I can pick it up somewhere and see it again. Because I kinda enjoyed it. There was a lot of plot holes in it and a lot of things that didn't make sense, but I liked the actors. There was a lot of great actors in that fucking series. You don't have to use the sir. Stop doing that. It's irritating. I have an entire original Star Trek on DVD, but no DVD player in the house. Maybe you should buy like a cheap USB DVD player and rip it. You do get the point. You don't get the point. It's a broad subject that they just do what they do to do. I don't agree, but I won't stop them either. But it's you that's making a mess out of it. It's you that's making... Yeah, you are the one that's the problem. And in Dune... I like the new Dune video. Oh, movie, sorry. The new Dune movie. They got the Vulcan wrong, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, there was some plot holes in it, yeah. Season 2, episode 24, production number, episode whatever, the ultimate computer. Yeah, the Vulcan woman in Enterprise was fucking hot as hell. I had like a massive fucking teenager crush on her. Also, Morris, don't you have some IP address learning to do? By the way. But yeah, go watch this episode. At least find the episodes where he talks about the whole AI kind of thing. It's like 10-15 minutes, maybe 20-minute part of it. It's actually really interesting the way that he talks about how we can't get a sense in AI because we don't know how the brain works. We don't know what we don't know what it means to be sentient as humans. But yeah, I love that episode. I watched it over a couple of days while I was getting ready for work in the morning. So I was playing it while, in the background while I was getting ready to work. So I got like 40 minutes each morning out of it. And so he believes that the Matrix is not possible. Well, the Matrix is not an AI, it's a simulation. So that's not the same thing. Well, listen to that love AI talk. Like, if you're into tech and you're into the internet and stuff like that, this dude, like I said, this dude was the co-founder of the first internet browser. He is the co-creator of the world's first widely used internet browser, Mosaic. Yeah, but that we can't do it yet don't mean that we will never be. Like, he as far as I understand it, is that he don't think that it will ever happen. Because we were never going to understand what it means to be sentient. We don't have the capacity. Why should I teach you about something that you should be learning yourself? You are bragging in my Discord about how great you are at learning new stuff by watching YouTube videos and doing research on the internet. So go use your intelligence and do that then. I like the show routine after every mission. I like the shows. I'm sorry, I'm lost here. Oh, the shower routine. Yeah, okay, gotcha. But the simulation is run by the mainframe, and that machine is an AI. It's been probably a decade since I have watched Matrix. But ain't Matrix done by... The Matrix is run by machines. And we don't really know if they are sentient or not, because you can simulate, you can simulate conscience, but that's not the same as being conscient. I am not going to talk anything about APIs. That's your job to figure that out yourself. I am putting your own words to test right now. So I am not going to talk anything about networking. I told you that you need to learn the basics. So go learn the basics. And you have said to people plenty of times how great you are at learning new stuff from videos and research on the internet. So I'm telling you, you go do that. I should not be talking to you about that. You should be educating me about it now. You've had over a week to do it now. But the simulations run by... Yeah, but again, I don't think that we established... again, as I could be wrong, I can't remember the Matrix, but... I don't think that anywhere they say that it's... Again, I could be wrong here. There's no... I just don't think that they say that it's an AI. Again, I could be wrong. The problem is our technology might create an AI as a side effect, as a completely alien AI. None that will not know about until it's too late. Again, if you watch this episode, he will disprove all of that. And it comes down to that we have no understanding of what it means to be sentient. Do we need a body? Some people think we do. And he talks about that also. That you cannot have a sentient being without a flesh and blood and bones and arms and stuff like that. He goes into great detail about all of that fucking shit, and it's fascinating. And it makes me start to be a little bit like, could he be right? Because simulated AI or sentientness is not the same as being true sentient. Like simulating driving a car is not the same as driving a car in physical life. You get what I'm saying here? But we can get damn close. We can get damn close. But yeah, I was like, I almost didn't want to go out of my shower because he started to talk about it while I was taking a shower. And I was like, this is fucking fascinating. And if I go out of the shower, I have to get clothes on. And then I have to go to work. And I don't want to because I really want to listen to this fucking shit. But yeah, he's bringing up some really, really great things. And stuff that we probably will never learn. Because we don't even know 1% or 1 like micro% about it now. But hey, we can also look at it like this. Are we even alive? Would we even be alive to experience sentient AI if it's possible? Would we even be alive? Would there even be a human race at that point? You know, a lot of things could be happening. And he also goes into a debate about that if you upload your conscience to a machine, is it then really you? Or a simulation of you? You get what I'm trying to say here? Which is also massively fascinating. Are you even real? Define real. What is real? What may not be real to me can be real to you. You know, it's so many fucking nuances to a lot of those questions. If we don't know what it means to be conscious, how we can't know if we are truly sentient. We might be simulating AI. True. And that's kind of why someone believe into the simulation theory. I don't see what I said before has to do with IP addresses and rather learning IP addresses and networking with a request. I don't see why you're being hard. It's because when someone don't agree with you or don't do what you say, you start to demand a shit ton of people, and you start to tell people what to do. You start to demand things, and you start to play smart when you have no basis of doing it. So I'm telling you, show me that you are. Okay? Show me. There are people that have spent countless hours trying to teach you something or make you understand something, and you just won't listen, read, or understand what people are trying to tell you. So I'm saying, you yourself have said multiple times that you are amazing at doing these kind of things. So I'm telling you right now, then go research those things. Because you're doing the same thing in here right now. You can't handle that I'm not agreeing with you. You can't handle that people have a different view on. You can't handle that maybe you have something you have to work on. So you're trying to bend it to being our fault or my fault. And I'm telling you, go research the motherfucking thing, you know, go research it. And you don't understand it when I'm saying it nice to you. You don't understand it when I'm trying to tell it to you indirectly. So I have to tell it to you like I'm talking to a toddler. I hope it makes sense. If I can't touch and taste you, I can't prove that you're real. But again, touch and taste is just electrical impulses being interpreted by the brain. Those can be faked. You know, that can be faked. So your senses may say that I'm real, but I could still be a simulation. Or I could be a illusion. You know, Star Trek hit on this when number 1 got cloned in a transporter accident. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And then he turned out to be evil or something like that, or was it his brother? No, I think he turned out to become evil, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I need to rewatch the Next Generation soon. I can't even see your insides. What, like your optical nerves, again, electrical impulses being interpreted by your brain, they can also be faked. Like, it's a really fucking crazy subject to talk about, because there's so many unknowns. You know? There's so many unknowns. The evil thing was with Kirk, I think. You know, no, number 1 had some evilness. Like, either it was a twin or a clone or a brother. I can't fucking remember it right now. But I think it was the clone that turned out to become evil. But Kirk, I think Kirk also had it. I must admit, I have never watched the original series, like all of the episodes. I think I only watched a couple of them. I never fully watched them. I watched all of the original movies though, but I never watched the original series. I never watched the original series, so when I say I've never watched the original series, I only watched a couple of episodes sporadically through my almost 40 years in existence, and I never think I watched them twice. If you keep requesting something, it becomes a demand, okay? Just leave it at that. Just leave it at that. If you continue, can I request? Can I please request? Can I request? You sound like a toddler that just want its way, okay? Let's leave it at that. What are you saying here? They did the clone thing in the original series too. And the one Kirk was good and the other one was evil. Oh, they did. Pest control guys coming soon. I have to go again. Yeah, it's about 11 here p.m. So I need to go soon. Also, I'm getting a little bit tired. Actually, I'm getting a lot tired, and I need something to drink. I already drink my fucking. I need a bigger water canister. So yeah, I need to get some fucking liquid in my body, and also I need to go to the gym tomorrow when I wake up. But I think I will sleep in. Like the last 2 weeks, I wake up at like 6 a.m. no matter what time I went to bed. So I hope I can sleep in tomorrow and then go to the gym and lift some heavy shit, and then go home and make my tuna. Oyster salad. Oh, no. Tuna salad. Not oyster and tuna salad. I will make my tuna salad. And make videos on YouTube. Upload YouTube videos on how to increase my finger strength. By doing 2 fingers pull-ups. Makes no fucking sense. But anyway, yeah. Sounds like a good spot to stop. Yeah, I think it is. But again, go watch this fucking episode here, man. It's amazing. It's amazing. Even if you don't like, I know that Joe Rogan is a polarized guy. Either you like him or you don't. And but I will say this. This episode here is probably one of his best or more neutral episodes, because he's not that well versed in this kind of thing, so therefore he's not trying to push anything. You know, he's more in a passive mode for most of the episode, where he's just listening and taking in information and stuff like that and learning. And I love those kind of episodes. Rip and Chill. Is a tiling Windows manager good for system administrators? Or should I stick with the DE? I honestly, it depends on what you like to use. If you like them, do it. If you think it will be interesting, do it. Is it good? It is as good as anything else. I will say personally, my personal opinion is that tiling Windows managers is their forte or their most, not most, what was it called? Their most efficient use case is probably for coding. Like if you're coding for 8, 9, 10 hours a day, I can see a massive benefit of running tiling Windows managers, but not for anything else. Maybe documentation, coding and documentation. I can see a benefit of running tiling Windows managers. But if you like it, do it. You know, like yeah, if you like it, do it. If you like it, do it. It may not make sense for me, or I may not see a benefit to it, but you may see a benefit to it. Chat is buggy for me, right? Yeah, YouTube chat is a mess sometimes, man. Whatever you think about Joe, he's a great yeah, Joe is I love Joe Rogan. Like, I agree with a lot of the fucking shit that he's talking about and saying and doing. Like, I will be honest, I am somewhat of a fan of his. Like, I like the way he is. I like the way he think. I like how he's willing to change his mind on the spot. You know, he comes in with one notion and goes out with another one. You know, he gets some data and, oh, this data makes sense. Now I believe this instead. But I get that he's not for everyone's taste. Because he's not just following what everyone else is doing. He's doing his own shit. And he don't care what everyone else is saying and stuff like that. Do not get me started with mainstream media. Mainstream media is fucking the worst, man. I can only agree with you. Lex Freeman is another one that you guys should look into. He's also on Spotify. He's also on YouTube. He's in the Ukraine right now. Like, if you're into AI and shit like that, you should definitely watch this dude here. He's an MIT professor, I think he is, and he talks a lot about what it means to be human, sentient, AI, machine learning. This is like more... he's like the Joe Rogan for nerds. Like, he's the things we are talking about right now, technology and Linux and shit like that, he's also talking about in here. He had the Java developer or author in there. He had a Unix guy in there. Let's see if I can find them. Like, he had Mark Zuckerberg on, which is actually a really good interview, to be honest. It's really interesting. Like this here, this is fucking crazy.
Jeg ved, at du drømmer om økonomisk frihed og interesserer dig for investeringer. Og en eller anden grund, så har du ikke taget...
Like, Joe Rogan is giving him like a $40,000 fucking watch. He's interviewing Elon Musk. Oh, the ones I want to show you is a little bit old here. The best ones are those that combine desktop with tiling. Again, that's a personal opinion. There's no scientific paper that say that that's the best one. Here, robotics. They're talking viruses and vaccines. Philosophy of science. Nature of reality, dreams, and consciousness. Oh, I love Jacko Willick. He's a fucking amazing dude. I can listen to him talk for fucking days. Sam Harris, consciousness, free will. Like, I'm really fascinated about the debate about free will and do we have it or not. I find it really fascinating because there's a really good case that can be made that we don't have free will, and it actually makes sense. That's the scary part. That it's just an illusion that we have free will. Where's the dude? Is it over a year ago? It's probably yes then. This guy here is also fucking amazing, Andrew Hopperman. And neuroscience of optimal performance. If you want to know how to optimize workout and stuff like that, how to become basically superhuman, he's amazing. Here he is. James Gosling, Java, JVM, Emacs, and the early days of computing. This is a really interesting interview. Yeah, he has some great fucking here, Brian Cunningham, Unix C, AVK, AMPL, and Go programming language. I think he was one of the people that did some of was helping out with the development of the Unix back in the day. And he do mention Linux, you know, depending on who he's talking to. So yeah, he's like the Joe Rogan for nerds. It's kind of how I describe him to people. Richard Dawkins. I love that dude. Evolution, intelligence, simulation, and memes. This one here was really fascinating. Physics of consciousness and the infinite universe. He also goes into string theory and stuff like that. It's so fucking much amazing stuff. I'd rather have the TRT of nerds. I can't compete with these guys here, man. I would love to have interviews with these kind of guys, but I can't fucking... Ex Machinima there, Death, Annihilation, and Poverty of Science. Poverty of Science, I can't speak now. Yeah, abstraction layers of the atom to the data center. There's so much fucking greatness in like, from a technology standpoint, he's like, it's fucking the best, man. And he's a fucking kind human. But yeah, this is like...
fået tilsendt min rapport om...
Take this. That's yours now.
This is fucking crazy.
That's an Omega. And that has a moon phase. You see
Really?
that moon in the bottom of it?
Keep
That's yours. That's yours. You see the moon on the bottom of it? You see that?
This is a happy man right now.
That's my watch. That's my favorite watch, by the way. Do you see the moon in the bottom of it?
Yep.
That is the actual moon phase. It's a real high-resolution photograph of the moon. And as the moon rises, it will rise. It's set in the position where the moon is currently.
Oh, that's awesome.
Fuck yeah, it's awesome. Take that piece of shit, stupid fucking frisbee you got on your wrist.
You can't get this back because you just did it on record.
It's yours, man.
Joe,
What is this?
This is a steampunk watch.
That fucking
the
stupid
robot
thing.
writes it and erases it every minute.
That's so dumb. But that watch is my favorite watch, and I want you to have it.
Joe, thank you.
My pleasure.
Like, it's fucking amazing. And he commented on here, like, these two guys here, like, a nerd and a fucking beefcake is friends. It's amazing to me. Here's the Andrew Hopperman here. One of my favorite moments ever on the Joe Rogan. Also, Joe calling Lex's previous watch a free frisbee. Yeah, I think it's like a $40,000 watch or something like that. That he's giving to a fucking nerd. Like, Lex Freeman is doing AI programming in Python and Java and C and C++ and stuff like that. He's educating on MIT. It's like... And then you have like a multi-millionaire like Joe Rogan just giving him a fucking watch that's probably more worth than his fucking, I don't know, monthly salary. At least his monthly salary. Oh, here, 10K watch. I read somewhere it was a 40K watch, though. Like, that's fucking generosity, if you ask me. Like, that, I don't care. You don't just do that to any fucking random person. That tells you a lot about Joe, if you ask me. Mostly because it's his favorite watch. He probably can buy fucking 10 of them, like in a fucking month or something like that, without, thinking about it. But if you give something that's your favorite possession to someone else, that to me, that means a fucking lot. It's almost like he's giving away his wife. Yeah, that may not be the same, but you get what I'm saying here. He probably have more of them at home, you probably are right, but still. Like, I've never seen him giving anything away like this before. Never. On a podcast. Never since and before. Never. And I followed Joe Rogan and also Lex Fridman for the longest time. But if you hear people talk about Joe Rogan outside of the podcast sphere and the political aspect, they say he's one of the nicest guys that you will ever meet. That he's always friendly and kind and listening and open and stuff like that. And I do believe that, to be honest. I do believe that, to be honest. This guy here, this was also a really interesting podcast. Exponential validation of quantum mechanics, interpretations, and emergent space-time. Did I just catch Mr. TRT live or no? This is live. I am about to leave, but it is live. Yeah. We're just looking at two of my favorite podcasters in the world. Spacesuits for the future. I kind of want a spacesuit to just have it laying around for fun. It could be funny to do my videos in a spacesuit. I think that could be a funny gimmick. But it would be a fucking hassle to take it on and off all the time. Oh, this is the inventor of Bjarne Thorström. The inventor of C++. He had some interviews with him also. Some really, really great interviews. Ja. Storstrup. It's a weird efternavn he has. Monsieur Kuku or Kaku. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Yeah, kind of ironic from a guy who used to smash people in the face. Yeah. But here's the thing: a lot of people that do those kind of violent sports tends to be the most calm people in the world because they get all of their aggressions out. If they are angry at a fucking friend or spouse or co-worker or boss or something like that, they go to the gym or they go to the dojo and they kick either they get their ass kicked or they kick someone's ass or they do both and they get all of that aggression out. And they like, I remember when I did martial arts in my youth. If I was angry at someone at school or something like that, or my mom or my stepdad, when I went to training and I got to kick some shit around and I got thrown around and I throw some people around. When I came home, I was calm like a fucking dog that just got some food in its belly. I was like, just like, it's just nobody's bothering me. I don't care. I just got to kick some ass and I got my ass kicked. I don't care. Okay? You can say whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Let me get into my computer. And you can yell and scream as much as you want. I don't give a fuck. Because in 2 days, I can imagine that it's your face that I'm bashing in while I'm kicking this little fucking guy or girl in the face at training. There is something about it that just, that just make you relax by getting all your frustration and aggression out. So yeah, it's a boner, you gotta go, but it was good to catch you live. Been watching your vids for the past few weeks, especially your rants regarding other Linux YouTube. Oh, thank you. At first I thought you were just making a big fuss over nothing, but eventually realized you knew what you were talking about. And many of the big YouTube channels were giving incorrect info, like Fedora being rolling. Yeah, you're right. Know what I'm talking about. I try to know what I'm talking about. I try to do my research. I try to show the correct information. Because I do feel there is a lot of misinformation about Linux out there. And it kind of frustrates me because new users, they see the big YouTubers. And if the big YouTubers don't do what I think they should be doing, you know, giving relevant and correct information, or at least tell people that what I'm about to say right now is my opinion and it's not factual or anything like that, you know, then I don't have a problem with it. But they tend to convey their opinions and their political ideas and all of that fucking things as facts. And I don't like that, because they are not facts, and it confuses new people. Like, it confuses a lot of new people. I'm completely different. I'm unable to get angry, and I can't understand when other people display anger. Oh, I trust me, everyone can get angry. It's just, some just have really high tolerance of emotional control. But everyone can get angry. At some point, if you push the right buttons, everyone can get angry. I have seen the sweetest little fucking kindest girl in the fucking world and known her for years. Never seen her raise her voice or get, you know, just an inclination of being angry. And then someone did just the wrong thing at the right time and said the wrong thing at the right time, and she went fucking nuclear. Like, she went fucking postal, man. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Nobody talks about, I won't say what it was about, but nobody talks like that to me. And I'm like, okay, fine. And never seen her angry, raise her voice, or anything like that ever since. But I would not be in her way if she got angry. It's just a matter of fucking being pushed in the right way. Are there any German distros? I think there is. Like, you could debate that OpenSUSE is a German distro because it's done in Germany. It's a German organization. So it is basically a German distro. It's just not only German speaking, but it is a German distro. Voyager is from France. There is actually, I can't fucking remember them right now, but there is quite a few German distributions, but the biggest one is probably SUSE. They say what you can't get. They say when you can't get angry, it's worse because they can explode hard. Yeah. I get what you're trying to say, and I don't know if I believe that, to be honest, but some people just control their feelings way better, and their anger may manifest in different ways. Manjaro has its headquarters in Germany. Yeah, that's a German company then, or distribution, or German-based, or what you will call it. I can't even remember where the fuck OpenSUSE is located. It's not that far away from me. Can we see this somewhere? Or maybe we should just do SUSE. Oh. Accept all cookies. About. Where's their company address? Oh, well, they are in Luxembourg. Local offices. Germany. I think Nuremberg was the original. Right, I don't think I care about anything enough to get angry. But oh, you do. Trust me. You can get angry. Legal information. There you go. It's from 1992. Why did it not legal information? Yeah, Nuremberg. Name and here. The controller accounted to article. This is like where this is the data protection officers. That's not the same. Name and address of the controller. This is a controlling company. It's from Nuremberg. Distro Watch is so inaccurate with a lot of its information, sadly enough. It really is. Distro Watch is not that accurate. Right, you don't want all the extra junk, like the extra hate for snaps or people bashing others or use distros like Ubuntu. I have you to thank for changing my mind on. I just don't like people telling other people what to do if it's, well, just in general. Especially when it comes to software and stuff like that. I was hurt towards the extreme FOSS ideology you see from certain... Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Now I got a more balanced and nuanced approach of proprietary software. Still prefer FOSS, but I'm not anti-proprietary. And I think we all went through that phase. You know, we got into Linux, we got passionate about Linux, we learned more about Linux and the development methods and stuff like that, and we like the ideas, they are making a lot of sense, and then we are being trapped. You know, we are being trapped into to their over-aggressive viewpoints. And some people have a hard time getting out. Like, I'm not going to lie, I was like that for almost close to a decade. Like in the like from 2000 to 2010, I was a FOSS fanboy, man. I was worse than DistroTube and Mental Outlaw and Luke Smith and all of those fucking lunatics. Like I was like that for almost close to a decade. So I know, man. I know, been there. Manjaro user and loving it. I love Manjaro, man. In the end of the day, software don't care if you use it. It will never understand why folks get the way over. No, exactly. The only thing that matters is what you want and what you do, you know. And I should not tell you what to do. I can give you opinions and viewpoints. I can give you ideas and reasoning why you may like, could, or may would like to do it. But in the end, it's you that have to make the decision, not me. Exactly, I switched to Linux full-time this past April. Definitely went through the anti-FOSS phase. Yeah, anti-proprietary. Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah. It's kind of funny because a lot of the popular Linux YouTubers obsess about privacy, yet they are streaming. And yeah, exactly. I know, I count what you meant. Yeah, exactly. They like I said previously in my stream, is that they're the kind of people that have an ocean and then they take like a cup and they dip the cup into the ocean, and now they walk away and say, now there's no more water in the ocean because I have a cup of it here. And then they ignore all of the rest of the fucking thing, the ocean. Back again, pest control guy is spraying outside. Oh, did you make him happy? Is it what we will call a happy ending or something like that? You know, did you get his number? I wish SUSE had an immutable OS version. I think they do. I think it's called Micro OS or Mini something. They do have an immutable system. I just can't fucking remember what it was called. What it's called. Right, the copper nose knowledge is cracking me up. It's so true. Yeah, that's what it is with privacy. You know, they take Windows out of the privacy concern, but everything else is still there. Everything else is still there. So they took away 0.5% maybe of the problem, but the rest they don't care about because it's not big old even Microsoft. So that's okay. It's okay that 98.5% is still, you know, a problem. And it's that delusion that I have a hard time well, oh, that's the privacy policy. That's not the one I'm looking for. Oh, are they not from New? I'm sure that SUSE started in Nuremberg. I'm almost sure that they did. Because... Oh, fuck it. Wikipedia. Headquarter location, Nuremberg, Germany. There you go. That's much easier to... I could just have looked at Wikipedia to begin with. So, whoever asked about a German distribution, SUSE, OpenSUSE, Manjaro... And there are plenty of other distributions based, especially small team and one-man bands that are located in good old Germany. Yeah. Yeah, Micro OS is the one. Yeah. There you go. The immutable OpenSUSE distro. I do like my lizard. My good old lizard. SUSE food. What the fuck is that? Oh, sushi. Yeah. I used like the old boxes you got. Like, I used to have a lot of these fucking boxes here. This one here I had, this one I had, I think I also had that one. This one here I definitely had 7.1 professional. Like all of getting a SUSE box, you know, and you opened it up and you got books and you know, you got manuals, you got let's see if I can find the picture I'm looking for here. Here it is. You know, like you got a box with a lot of documentation. You got stickers, you got pins, you got DVDs and CDs. It was a whole experience, you know. And they did the Mac thing. It gave you stickers and all of those, you know, branding. I still have a pin. You got like, you know, those pins that you put on your clothes. I still have it somewhere. I think I have it in my raffle over here, with the penguin on that says SUSE on its feet. From back then, I still have it to this day, and I think I also have some stickers somewhere from. I think it was from the early 2000s when I bought the SUSE boxes here. It was the same with games back in the day, you know. You went down to the store, you took a box with you home and you opened it up, and there was all of these different, like, it was an experience that sadly is missed nowadays. I spent hours looking at the installation guide, the how to use Linux documentation, and there's something to be said about having it in physical form. You know, have the manual in physical form, laying in bed and nerding out about how to use FS-tab and M-tab and how crop is set up and all. There's something to be said about that. The new Deep Green SUSE screen is so nice. Yeah. You can actually still buy boxed versions of OpenSUSE. It's just only in German, sadly enough. SUSE was my first Linux, but it never became my daily driver for me. This and Mandrake, I used those for one reason only. I got all the repos. You know, you got when you bought SUSE or Mandrake, you got everything in the repos on DVDs or CDs. That's why I bought them. Because I didn't have a good internet connection back then, or at all in some instances. So I had all the software available. Hey, DJ Ware. So I had all my software available for me. You know, in physical form via either DVD or CDs. So I was not reliant on an internet connection. Granted, I couldn't get updates, bug fixes and stuff like that. But at least I had all the software. So I was basically running Linux offline a lot of time. Especially in the 90s, I ran Linux offline. And the best part of the early 2000s, I ran Linux offline also. So I was reliant, like Debian also, there was was it Linux Pusher or something like that they were called, where you could buy, where they burned all the CDs or DVDs. Basically, they took the whole repos from Debian and burned it for you onto to physical disks, and then you could run Debian. But yeah, that was why I did this, and I liked SUSE more than I liked Mandrake, that later became Mandriva. Because I just felt that SUSE was just a better product. But Mandrake was a little bit easier to install and maintain. But I've always been more of a SUSE guy. Actually, the later years I became more of a Mandrake guy because SUSE started to do the OpenSUSE thing, and they became more corporate focused, where Mandrake/Mandriva became more desktop oriented until they basically is not around anymore. So at the last part of the knots, I was a Mandrake kind of guy, or Mandriva guy. But yeah, I fucking loved it, man. Ordered them online, you know. The box was in my mailbox the next day. Got a box with me home. SUSE über alles in the world, yeah. You know, and got it with me home, boxed. It was like, you know, it was like unpacking a Christmas gift. What new things do the manuals say, you know? Go take a fucking shit while you were reading about new libraries or new versions of GNOME and stuff like that from a fucking manual. How to configure GNOME while you were taking your morning dump. You know, you were reading the documentation on how to configure the GNOME desktop or the XFCE desktop or the KDE desktop from a 200-400 pages manual. Thinking about where to put the stickers so your mom didn't get mad, and it was so fucking, like, I miss those days, man. I miss those days, and there were no fucking politics or anything like that, because I didn't use the internet. I didn't have internet, or I was really limited with the internet access I had, so I couldn't spend hours and hours in forums and all of that. Those were the days, man. Just figuring stuff out alone, and oh, I can't get this to work, so let's read the manual and the install guide and see what's going on. Yeah, DJ Ware and Eslik are great YouTubers, man. Definitely go check them out. Yeah, I miss these old SUSE boxes here. I always wanted one of these teddy bears, lizard thingies. Like, SUSE has always been good at branding. Like, they always done branding right. Mandrake kinda. But yeah, it's... Well, Red Hat with the red hat, of course. Yeah, good branding. Oh, I love this. Yeah, I'm just like I miss those days, man. I miss experience Linux for the first time. I miss that whole virginality that you get, you know, the whole Linux world is open for you. There's so many things to learn. So many things to dive into. So many things. I missed that. I really missed that. Like, I really missed that. That you are like discovering a whole new existence kind of for the first time, and how many possibilities that you have. There is something to be said for having that experience. And I think it's healthy to have that experience. But it's hard to find nowadays with YouTube and the internet. You rarely do something virgin-esque now, because you go onto the internet and you research it, you watch a shit ton of videos, you rarely go and be like, this look interesting, let me buy it. You don't do that anymore. Or, oh, let this look interesting, let's just download and install it. You do a lot of research, you look into it, what do other people say, and you look at score reviews and customer reviews and user reviews for these new pants or whatever the fuck it is that you're thinking of buying. So you don't have that, like, let's just see what this is, Let's just explore this for the first time with no previous knowledge whatsoever about it. You don't really get that anymore, and I think it's a little bit of a shame, to be honest. Because there is something magical about just taking a leap of faith and just, hey, fuck it, I'm trying this shit out, It could be a good experience or it could be a bad experience, and you have no idea what it is you just got or bought, or well, you have a little bit of an idea, but you know what it is basically. It's a pair of pants, it's a jacket, it's software, some of those things. And then you just explore everything on your own without anyone telling you what to do or poisoning your beliefs or mind. You're just exploring yourself for yourself on your own. I actually used to have this box also because I remember these stickers down here. I really wish I still had those boxes. But Ars is the best. I don't really like the Ars logo. It's a little bit boring. FreeBSD. I love the FreeBSD logo, man. I really do. I'm in the newbie phase right now. Just learned about System D the other day. Know nothing about Linux before this past April, and even a few months later, I still haven't hit the tip of the iceberg. Oh, you have so much. Like I said, you have at least 3-4 years of exploring to do. We won't know unless we take a chance. Exactly. Still get butterflies in my stomach when booting up a new distro ISO to test it out. Exploring yourself. That was a good slip of tongue. No, but you are exploring yourself. You're exploring your mind. You are exploring a new thing and the experience that you get with how you react to it. What kind of emotions and thought patterns it's activating in your human brain and conscience. Even if you even conscious, Like I said, nowadays, when we are not really trying anything new, because we have heard about it or researched it or watched a lot about it, so we already know most about what is needed to be known about it when we are getting the product or using the product for the first time. Like when I got Linux for the first time, I have no access to the internet. I had a book and I had a Red Hat DVD. And the book showed me the bare minimum information about how to install Red Hat Linux in the mid-90s. That's it. Nobody to ask for help. No fucking friend to call, no lifelines, no forums, no Reddits. That was it. I had no idea what Linux was. Nothing. I've never heard about it before. I got it from a family friend. And I was like probably 12, 14 years old. And I was sitting there with this fucking thing in my hand. I had no idea what to do with it. And then I put it in my DVD drive or CD drive. Booted it up. Hey, now I have an installer. That took me 2 days to figure out how that worked. I spent a day figuring out what a root was. Root? Like root from a tree? I'm not learning gardening. I'm learning to install the operating system. And I was taking my dictionary out and I was like, root? Yeah. it's the part of the tree that it's, you know, in the ground. Like, why are they talking about root, like roots, when I'm installing an operating system? And the manual didn't explain it well enough, and I spent a day like thinking about it, and they were like, use /. Yeah, but what do they mean by root? And then I was just like, fuck it, I'm putting in a / and clicking enter. Oh, it worked! What now? Now I have an hour to spend figuring out what the next step was. That kind of experience we don't get anymore, I feel. Because had that been today, I would have taken my phone out, or I would go on YouTube, or I would be calling a friend, or go on Discord. Hey, what is this root thing? What do they mean by /? Can you please guide me, Sensei? Help me, help me, help me. You know, you don't get to explore these kind of things on your own without having access to anyone to help you out. And that's a really powerful thing to go through, if you ask me. It's like being dropped in the middle of the forest without any compass or anything, and be like, you are 2 hours away from home. Figure out how to get home. You know, that's kind of a little bit of that experience that I got back then, and I have never had it since. Because if there's something I can't figure out, I just Google the shit, you know, or call a friend. I miss that. I miss that I was in a situation where I could not ask anyone for help. I had to figure it out for myself. I had to put in the work. Maybe that's why I like working out now. I'm thinking about it, because you can be told what to lift and how to lift, but you have to lift the fucking weights yourself. You know? Nobody can do the work for you. You have to put in the work. Yeah, I really miss that. I think a lot of people, especially younger people, could learn a lot from that. That you are on your own. Like, this is on you now. You have to figure this one out. That reminds me of the time when there was no GPS here in the US. We just used an actual paper map, and if conditions happened and roads were different, construction, sorry, then from the map you were out of luck. Yeah, exactly. Google has kind of ruined our self-reliance on how to figure things out. I'm guilty. We're all guilty of that, man. My first Linux lasted a few days. Got new Windows 98 PC. Bought Red Hat book with CD. I think that was the one I also got. And installed it on an old PC. Pecked around on it for a few days. The motherboard burned out. The end. Yeah, sadly, I've heard that a few times. The first few years I used Linux, I was still on dial-up, so accessing online help was rare. I bought books. I couldn't even get books, man. Like, I was actually looking for Linux books around my town, and I couldn't get any. There was nothing. And then we had MapQuest pop-ups years later, and you could paint directions. Yeah, I remember those kind of technologies. And now we have Google and Apple Maps and other stuff. Yeah, like, we have forgotten how it is to do things independently, you know, to figure things out on our own and be self-reliant, as you guys say. We have lost that to some extent, I feel. Because there's always someone accessible, and if you can't find someone, there's always a technology that we can ask, like Google or Bing or whatever, you know, Discord, Twitter, Instagram. There's always somewhere we can connect to other people and get help. And that is great. Don't get me wrong. It's great. It has helped us so much. Like, we can do so many things we otherwise would not have been able to do. But it also have cost us some things. So it's a little bit like, is it worth it to have this access to all of this information 24/7? And I kind of think it is. But then I also think that it's healthy that you push yourself to not rely on it, to see if you still can be self-sufficient and you can still use your analytical brain to solve problems without getting help. But you have to force it then. Well, I managed to fix my PC today without any online help. That was nice. Yeah, that's a nice feeling. Exactly, I had over 100 phones memorized, or phone numbers memorized, I think you mean. And now I'm down to 4 since there's contract apps built into my phone. And when I was in grad school as a kid, I could do mental math for days, or even use my fingers and do long divisions in air. Yep. Yeah. I get it. We have lost a lot of our own memory because I'm not saying we can't remember, but we have lost a lot of our own technical memory, let me put it that way, like math and stuff like that, because we can just Google it. You know, we have access to it all the time, faster via a device. So there's no reason for you to actually, like, spelling nowadays is almost unnecessary because you just have to vaguely know how the word is spelled, and if your phone or computer is spelling it for you. And you can get plugins that will put the right grammatical sentences together for you if you just have a vague idea about how it's being done. Like you don't need to know algebra and math because you just type it into Google and it does it for you. Like I remember when I took my 9th grade math exam, we couldn't use calculators. It was against the rules to use calculators. Even though everyone had a mobile phone in the late 90s and a calculator, we could not use it at the test. Nowadays, you can have your mobile phone with you to the fucking quiz. Hey, Bogdan. It's really like... It's really eye-opening to think about that. That if they caught you with a fucking calculator later, you will be kicked out. And you couldn't get your final exam in 9th grade. And nowadays they have tablets they go to fucking quizzes with. It's funny to think about. But with all the access to info, there is an excuse for asking basic questions. Just Google it. That is one of the reasons the read the fucking manual answer is still tempting at times. Yeah, you're right. Yep, same here. No calculator allowed in exams. My younger sister had a completely different experience. Calculators are allowed. Yeah, it's the same. The 1 or 2 years after I took my exams, it was allowed. And like I said, nowadays they have mobile phones and tablets with them to test and quizzes and whatnot. So, if you're talking about new links and being androids and connecting to the information highway, we kinda are. We're just still on an analog way connected to the information highway. Because instead of interfacing with the internet and the ever-evolving information highway, or whatever you will call it, instead of doing it like telepathically, or we are plugging something into our head or butt or whatever, we're just using our fingers still, you know, via a computer, a phone, or tablet. But we are still connected to it. We just in an analog way connected to it. We still need, you know, our hands and fingers or nose or elbows to connect to it. So it's not far-fetched that you can get a chip in your brain and you can get all of this information done. Like, you don't even need a keyboard or mouse. You just think what you want to do with your fucking computer and it's doing it for you. That will not be... Like, you already have that with people that can't move, you know. They can control a mouse and keyboard with their eyes. And nowadays, they're so advanced that thinking about up and down can move a cursor on a screen. You know, and that's been like that for years now. So it's not far-fetched that you can use your brain to control a computer. Heck, some fighter planes not brains, planes. You are controlling stuff in a fighter jet with the way you think. It's really crazy to think about. So we're becoming more and more Android-esque if you think about it. We are just still connected, or Android-esque in an analog way instead of it's integrating into our flesh. But I don't think that's far out in the future. Like there are people right now that have chips, you know, what are they called, near-field chips in their hands to unlock and lock doors on their car and their homes and stuff like that. They just, you know, use the chip near a pad on the door or on their car, and it opens up for them. That's a little bit like a cyborg, you know. It's a combination of technology and flesh. It's just really simple. You can only do simple things. There are people having their credit card in one of those chips in their hand also nowadays. And look at the prosthetics that we have for people without a leg or arm and stuff like that. They are almost like watching sci-fi movies. It's really fascinating, man. Right, Elon Musk said that in the Joe Rogan video, we are already cyborg. Just the data upload is. Yeah. I think I remember watching that. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to that kind of world. I actually like that. I wish I lived in like a world where we were half human and half robots. That has always been a fascination of me. Like I always wanted to be a robot for some fucking reason. Like RoboCop, you know, half man, half machine. Terminator, half man, half Flash, half machine. Always fucking resonated with me. Yeah, Firefox, the Clint Eastwood movie. Yeah, where he steals the Russian MiG. Yeah. Yeah. I actually watched that quite a lot. Yeah, it's crazy to think about how much of cyborgs we actually are. Like, we can get people to hear nowadays by implementing, you know, technology into their brain. You know, hearing aids into their brain, so they hear for the first time. They have got blind people to kind of see also now. With the artificial eyes. It's... I hope I get to live long enough to where we are like, you know, living in a world where, oh, your arm, you just get a robot arm and you're now Superman with a robot arm. You know, I want to live in that world. I really, really want to live in that world. The thing about the half robot, half human future is it could lead to the 80... it could lead to the Orwell nightmare, yeah. I know what I mean. I'm not used with long streams. Gone in 1 hour late and stayed speed from there. With a bit of pause, it's just this video at 1 speed. Now sounds so strange. Massive surveillance is commonplace. Yeah, we the more we become one with the hive mind, the more individuality we are losing and privacy we are losing. But is it worth it? Are we going towards becoming the Borgs? You know, where we all are one. There's no really any individuality anymore. Because we all connected to the interweb skis. And we are all, you know, everyone have access to everything, even everyone's thoughts and ideas at the same time. You know, nothing is locked off. It's a possibility that we are going that way. That I can, if I want, I can access what Esnik is thinking right now, or Account, or DJ Ware, or anyone is thinking, Bogdan for that matter. What kind of porn is he watching right now? You know, and I can experience it through his eyes if I want to. Is that could be a possibility that we're going down, and then there are no privacy anymore. Eventually, the concept of privacy will be just as antiquated as bigotry should be today. Yeah. I don't know, because I kind of don't want it, but I also kind of want it. But at that point, are we even humans, or have become something else? You know, have humans morphed into becoming something else at that time? Because I do believe that what makes us is our individuality. And that we know that we are an individual. But that is slowly being taken away from us. If we become the Borg, it will be pure irony, because they are the quote belief that all consciousness, yours, mine, everyone's watching YouTube, and the whole world come from the same source. Also, you could call that source good or whatever, God or whatever you like. So we are all one, split into many. But if we become the Borg, it will become full circle. Yeah. Again, it's a fun thought experiment. Getting along with more than 100 acquaintances is already a bit hard for most of us. Can't fathom how well we will manage if we can speak with any other human. Yeah, but here's the thing: we don't have to speak to every human. We just have the access to do so. And instead of calling, like you technically, you have access to every human on Earth. If they have a mobile phone, you can just call them. It's just a matter of, do they pick up? And it could be the same thing, that I'm like, account, I'm thinking about you, pick up. And then he's picking up, or she's picking, I don't know if it's a guy or girl, is picking up the phone or the connection on the other end, and we can now talk to each other. You get what I'm trying to say here? It could be something like that. Or I'm like, oh, DJ Ware, knock, brain knock. Can you please explain to me how this thing is working? And he's like, whoop, and now I have the information. Yeah, it's midnight. Yeah, you're right. I should be going, to be honest. Will thought bloggers become as popular as ads blog? Probably. I think it will start out as something like I said. It would be kind of like a phone call, where the other end has to pick up somehow. That you don't have just ultimate access to other people. They have to kind of allow you in. Again, because we want to keep that individuality and keep somewhat of a some kind of privacy, even though it's really limited. Because I think it's really important for us to function as humans, that we have the opportunity to not share everything with everyone. I don't think we could function as humans if everyone knew everything about us. Because everyone have everyone on Earth have thoughts and ideas in their brain that if someone knew it, they will hate them for the rest of their life. And they would look differently at them for the rest of their life. Even though they are just crazy thoughts you have while you are fucking angry, or frustrated, or curious, or whatever you will call it. You know, I am sure that each and everyone in here have thought about doing unspeakable things to another human because they were angry. Or just thinking about doing it because they were jealous. You know. But it's only thoughts, and we don't, and we know it's thoughts, and we don't really mean them, and we're not going to act on them. But everyone in here have had really dark thoughts about other humans. But it's really hard to, if you can read other people's mind, you don't know if that's what they really think, or if it's just because they are emotional, or frustrated, or jealous, or angry, or, any of those kind of things. It will become really hard to understand. Just look at it like that. People have a hard time understanding sarcasm and jokes in text form. That's why emotes is so powerful. Because they kind of tell you what they mean with what they are saying. in form of a laughing face or LOL or, you know, stuff like it kind of makes it a little bit easy to understand what they mean by it. You know, there's a difference between like, I'm going to kick your face next time I see you. Or I'm going to kick your face next time I see your winky smiley face thumb out. Those are two different messages. You get what I'm saying here? And you can think, you don't think the smiling, winky, thumb out emote. You don't think that. You just put that in there to make sure that the other person know that you're not actually meaning this. It's just like, I'm just being sarcastic or funny right now. Yeah, have a great one, Fist Tank. You get what I'm saying here? You can't see that when you're reading other people's thoughts. So it's a fun thing to think about. Never ever thought about it before. Now you speak of Tom Scott has a video about that, where we just think in order to speak with others. I don't think I've watched that one. Plain firewalls, that would be the software demand of the future. Yeah. Why I use games to get my frustration out. But while you are gaming, you're probably thinking and unconsciously thinking about things that if I could read what you were thinking right now or hear it, I would think that you were the worst person in human history. If I didn't know you were playing a game. It's important to learn to control your thoughts. Nobody can control your thoughts. You cannot control your thoughts. Just try to sleep. And you will get like weird fucking thoughts. I have had dreams that are like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, what? What the fuck is going on here? And dreamt about things that I would never think about, like fucking being in war and killing people. I've dreamt about that. I dreamt about being the only person on Earth and to survive. Oh, well, I was apparently not the only person on Earth, but there was me and a few other people on Earth. And I had to kill a family to make sure that my girlfriend or wife or what the fuck she was could stay alive. That's probably the last thing I would be doing even in that situation, but that was what I was dreaming I was doing. And if you didn't know I was dreaming that, and you were like, oh my god, he's thinking about killing another family right now. You know, because you don't know it's a dream. And everyone needs emojis these days. I don't use them because I never used them growing up. I got me in some trouble over the years with people misunderstanding me. Yeah, I love emojis. Because they are really good. They're really good at telling people what you mean. You know, they are kind of, emojis are kind of the body language of text. So I feel they are really important to use, and it's a really important skill to learn if you are talking with a lot of people online. I really believe that. If anyone could read everyone else's thought, the entire country will be on the FBI watch list. Yeah, and most of us or everyone would be in jail. As an overthinker, it's impossible. Yeah, I'm getting images of Minority Report right now. The brain police are coming for you. Yeah, exactly. So thought in a way direct thought communication. Things like sarcasm should allow for better transmission of things like sarcasm, emotion, and mood. I would hope so. Yeah, it helps if I could read, or if you guys could read other people's thoughts, that we also could read, you know, their emotional state, you know, what they meant by it, like their feeling, their thought, you know, if they were being sarcastic or funny or dreaming and, you know, stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI, NSA, and CIA will be immune. Probably would. I'm a bit tired, so I'm not fully coherent. Sorry. Hey, nobody is, man. I should be going. I should be going now. I need to get a shit ton of fluid in my body because I'm getting really, really, really dehydrated. And then I think I'll be watching some Netflix, and then I will sleep in tomorrow, and I will go to the gym and look at really hot butts and beautiful women working out, and I will not be doing anything other than drooling all over the place. Go home, take a shower, and then we have to work, because then it's Monday the day after that. shit. But in 2 weeks I have a week off. But sometimes people hide their true feelings behind an excuse of sarcasm, but that will not be unavailable, because if your mind were open to all, that's true. But in general, people hide their true feelings most of the time. Rarely do people say what they actually think and feel and mean. Rarely. Because it may not be socially acceptable to think and feel like that at that moment. Or it makes them really, really vulnerable and they don't want that. Posting 20 words on Twitter can get you fired or have a crazy mob coming after you. Imagine if your thoughts were in the pub. Yeah, like, I would be on everyone's watch list, man. Out of curiosity, which country are you from? I'm from Denmark. Denmark. Yeah, Denmark. Just good old Denmark. Anyway, see you all later. Have an amazing time. Thanks for the good talk. And don't read my mind while I'm sleeping. You won't like it. Have a good weekend and do something funny. Okay? Bye-bye.